us on Indiegogo.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to the DNA show. Today is the day, Kor-Drath, 30 days, first 30 days. Now, I know what you're thinking. Most people do these things at night. We're not, because tonight I'll be in a car driving down to Florida, the rapper Florida. And so I'm not going to be able to do it at night. So we're doing it now. That is how we roll. Yo.
We are flexible, like a gymnast before she breaks her back.
We are flexible, like exactly. So hold on, I'm just trying to do something here. Hello, everybody. Let's say hi to people that are already here. Luke, holla. I hear you, brother. First, Randy Howell, Stippling Vaughn, Alex Verb, Marcus, Mighty Magic, Dr. Mask, hello. Oh, look at that. 800. Oh, look at that. 2 backers away from 900. That is fantastic. I will be doing stuff to the campaign as we talk, but
let's just only $1,200 away from the second stretch goal, too.
So that's right. That's right. Now, Corey Landis, hello. Looking pretty sexy. I never said that about a man before. Well, you have now. Check this out. Oh my God, Dennis, they can buy us beer.
Whoa! And because we got beer time.
We got beer time. And because there's 2 of us, 2 beers.
Look at that. And look at that. Kuiper Kaiju says, I have a 20 dexterity score. Wow. Oh. In real life, I don't think that's true, but that is really awesome of you to say that.
Oh my God, Dennis, there's a beanie.
What?
That's right. You can get yourself your very own Kor-Drath beanie. So in the chilly months ahead, you've got something to warm up your noggin. So
wow. Kor-Drath needs it. It is like Christmas came early.
It is. But wait, there's more.
What? Besides more?
Oh, look at that. Limited edition Lilith t-shirt. A Lilith t-shirt. Good Lord. Randy says, buy Andy and Dennis a beer. Will you 2 lock arms when you do it? Sure. We'll do that thing where we do this and tip the beer back. Why not?
You know, and we will do it from one of our fine microbreweries here in town like we did previously.
That's right. Where is, you know what? I've got to see, there's always things not go. Oh, I've got to fix something here.
I only see 1 t-shirt.
I know. I've got to fix it. The other one must be hidden. Just so everybody knows, I just sent out an update that has secret links for the t-shirts. And the reason is, if you already ordered a t-shirt and you want the little enough t-shirt, you can get it for just a little bit more in shipping. So use the secret link. So both shirts will ship to you at the same time, and you save on shipping.
Nice.
But hold on here.
I see Corey's in the house, and Luke. Hey, Luke, I was able to hop on Luke's stream for a little bit to watch it for a little bit. Lots of great movie and TV talk. That was kind of fun last night. I'll have to try and do that whenever I'm going to be around. Oh, look at that.
Oh, no. Hold on.
Vaughn. How soon to Malin is sporting that beanie?
That's weird. I don't see the... All right, I'm going to have to make the t-shirt perk again because for some reason it's not showing. So in my case...
American Comics Company. Welcome.
I might have deleted
while Andy's fixing some stuff. Survivor Infinity 0088.
Yeah, so you talk while I fix some stuff.
Oh,
I've got
Marcus already got the email. Look at that. That was fast.
On a t-shirt. Yeah, you talk while I fix this. This is that annoys me.
That one. It is a long drive to Florida. I know this is going to be a rough week. Andy's heading down to Florida. I am heading to the Northeast. And so I'll be gone for almost 2 weeks. So you guys will miss me. I know you guys will go through dentist withdrawal, but that's okay. I will return better than ever. Plus, I'll have seen 8, yes, count them, 8 state capitals that I didn't have before. Oh, look at Randy. Don't be stupid. Be a smarty. Come and join the
Kor-Drath party.
Randy Howell, Mixmaster and Rapper Supreme.
That's right. All right, there's that. I also have to add the shirt to the actual campaign page. I forgot to do that as well. So
wow.
I know.
Well, that's okay. And then Dr. Mass, we will have a vitamin D deficiency. That is right. Make sure you guys get a little extra sun and then take an extra pill because you're going to need some D since you'll be missing it.
Need some big D. Now we're 1 backer away from 900. Thank you guys so much. Let me make sure before I share my screen that I got it. There it is. Boom. The Lilith shirt 2XL to 4XL.
Blow that sucker up. Let everybody take a look at that.
I'm going to hold on here. I'll do it a good way. Hold on here.
Identical.
I will I'll do it a real smart way here, and then I've got to I actually have to add it to the campaign page. So let me do that as well.
Well, in the meantime,
you mean this,
folks,
Dennis?
We are going to have look at that.
Look at that fantastic, glorious Bud Root Lilith on a t-shirt. It's an 11 color print job. High
11?
quality. So 11 colors. So we capture all the beautiful colors.
I thought it was going to be 10, but no. Ours goes to 11.
That's right. When they say 1 through 10, we say no. 1 through 11.
Somebody in the chat, tell me what I just quoted. But ours go to 11. First one. Who's the first one? No, somebody will get this.
I won't.
I know you won't, but somebody will because we have really, really smart people that watch our channel.
We do. All right. Let me fix this.
There we go. Adam Miller. Hey, welcome. And first, Spinal Tap. That is correct. Yeah. Randy was right behind him. I need my 18-inch Stonehenge and life will be complete. So on tap today, guys, because we are going to be cranking this out for a while today, we've got some TV shows that we're going to kind of chat about. We are going to talk about Werewolf by Night.
That's right. We're going to talk about that. We might have some guests join us once I actually send that link around. If people want to pop in, that I send
in the house. Says, hey guys, welcome. Infinity. I'll make sure I pronounce it properly.
All right, let me just add a little picture here. Choose file.
That's
the
right.
File. Oops.
Nice. Well, guys, let me just pull up, do a quick refresh here. Let's just take a look.
No, don't do it yet. Don't do it. Don't do it yet.
Come on.
Don't do it yet.
Well, we hit a milestone, so you got to hurry up here. Werewolf by Night. Graham Nolan says it's a Z. Oh, I know. I know. Oh, there we go.
All right, I got to do some Photoshop stuff here.
I know he was not very fond of it.
I'm actually surprised. Aaron wasn't either. And I got to say, I think they're both just wrong.
I'm going to say I actually thought it was solid. Let me put it this way. I enjoyed it. And if I'm going to compare it to the other Disney stuff that they put out recently, I thought it was a masterpiece. If we're going to compare it to, say, She-Hulk and Ms. Marvel and all these other ones. But if I look at it objectively, I thought it was fun. It was enjoyable. My wife, who knows nothing about any of those characters, actually enjoyed it and got to learn a little bit. She had some questions. She absolutely thought Man-Thing was adorable and really cool. She wants to see more of Man-Thing, so I was very happy to hear that. So
It's sad that your wife has to go somewhere else to see more of Man-Thing. But
I was waiting for you to say something because you started smirking, so I knew it went through your head.
It did. You open that door and I just have to walk right on through. All right, let me see here before I share the screen again.
Oh. Randy shouted it.
900, I know. I just refreshed because I had to make sure the artwork showed up for the t-shirt. The Lilith Bud Root Art t-shirt is in the house. But you know what else is in the house? We added, because we're so close to the next stretch goal, and we know we're going to hit it, which the next stretch goal is the Adriana card.
I did fall in that landmine. Yes, I did. But I expected to. I didn't fall in. I walked purposefully into that landmine.
All right, I gotta, man, my stuff is just not showing, so I gotta fix something else.
Oh,
here.
We got some technical difficulties, so let's get back to it while we're waiting. So honestly, I thought the show was fun. It was interesting. The only thing I wish they would have done a little more is actually name the characters, all of them, and maybe just talked a little bit about their past. So somebody like my wife who knows nothing would have been filled in better. But with that being said, it felt like it was set in today's time with the filter of being from like the 1950s. I overall kind of enjoyed it. I thought the story wasn't bad. It was simplistic, but for 52 minutes, I mean, what did you expect for the entire thing? I think it was a good one shot. I hope they wind up doing a few more, and I hope they do more with the Man-Thing.
So
Adam Miller needs an excuse to draw Kor-Drath, an art contest. Well, guess what? We already had somebody who submitted a piece of fan artwork. Hit us up on Twitter with it while he was on lunch break.
All right, let's see if this baby. Oh, 901. Thank you guys so much. We're oh man, refresh goes all the way down to there. Hold on.
Christian says, "Hey guys, you should put the hat in the add-ons."
The problem with that is they don't ship in Gemini mailers, kind of like the t-shirts. It's one of those things where if somebody gets a book and then they get a hat, a beanie, they wouldn't ship together. It's kind of like the t-shirt. That's why the t-shirts aren't add-ons either. Oh, look at that. Here's our third stretch goal right there.
Better zoom that mother in.
I can't zoom in. I'll have to show another here. Hold on. While you're looking at that, Dennis, tell them about the third stretch goal. You're my Vanna White.
Well, the third stretch goal, we kicked around what we wanted to do. I, of course, have physical maps, but I wanted to create, and I had been working on them at the conventions, and I actually finished it up. This is the Land of the Shattered Reach. So you guys are going to get a 7x10 map of the Shattered Reach. Details, you'll know the story in this one is going to take place in the Mirmador Mountains. So it'll be up in the area where Axeforge, where the dwarves are chilling out, minting all the gold and silver coins and bars for the realm, and then down towards like Gore's Hammer, down in that whole area.
Randy wants to know if the beanie can ship with the shirt. It can. I wasn't thinking. I'll have to make a secret link for that and send that out as well, so it has cheaper shipping, so you can just back it, and then yes, it can. So I will make a secret link for that, and I will have to send that out. But there's a bigger shot of the map, the Shattered Reach. Now, obviously, it's not a map of the whole world. It's just a map of this section where Kor-Drath takes place. So that is the 70,000 stretch goal, but we have to hit the 60 to get the Adriana card. So I'm going to remove this so I can go in and do that secret linkage stuff. that I have to do. Oh, look at that. Dennis holding it up. Now that was just printed on regular copy paper. So,
Yep.
you know, and I got to say, for regular copy paper, not too shabby.
It's not bad. I mean, I use it for a nice reference. But yeah, most of this story is going to take place up in the Mirador Mountains in this first one. So anyway, as we discuss things, you guys will have hopefully a absolutely wonderful map that you will be able to cross-reference. Winter is coming. Get your Kor-Drath layers.
You know, when I hear map, I like to think, I'm the map, I'm the map, I'm the map.
A cloth map would be cool. Now, we looked into cloth maps, so if you've got a secret person that can do it, let us know. Leave something in the link. We checked out a number of places, and what they want for a cloth map that we could put on there, I mean, it was jaw-dropping how much they wanted.
Yeah,
it was cost ineffective, period.
Yeah, it's really not cost effective to do it on cloth because we did think of that. But like Dennis said, everything we looked at was just expensive.
I was looking to see if I had like my cloth map. I actually have a cloth map from the Forgotten Realms of Neverwinter and stuff like that, and it was cool. I had actually pulled it out and we had looked at it. You know, it's about that big, and it was cool. And I'm just like, wow, that is just ridiculous what they want. So if you know somebody or a company that's very reasonable, let me know. I mean, we're always open to look through them.
Yeah, we're definitely open to the idea, but like he said, we did not find something that was cost effective.
And everybody that we talked to about it was like, yeah, nobody knew of something that would be reasonable. It's cool, but I mean, I wouldn't want to spend that on a map for myself, much less, you know, you guys having to put something like out there. So instead of having it as like an add-on with the cloth map, you know, I thought it would be better that we do it as a nice stretch goal. And yeah, I bought one that covers my entire table. It was $110. Wow, that's not bad for one that's a big size.
Well, I mean, when you think about it, he said it covers his entire table. That's basically the cost of a table cover that I use at the convention. You know, I have an 8-foot table cover, or I have a table cover that covers an 8-foot table, front, sides, and back, with the Astonishing Comics logo, and it was like 170. So, all right,
you should do a working up an update compendium. Well, as everything gets fleshed out in the books and some of our other projects, which will be coming out over probably the next few weeks or so, maybe when we get back, as things start coming together, I mean, there is a thought that something like that would be possible. But I mean, we're really dealing, if you saw the map, we're really dealing with one small area. We got one whole large continent that we can do stories on. Dr. Mass says Game Topper is the company. All right. I'm gonna make
it out. We can see. Let's see. What's do heavy parchment? Once again, we just have to look into it. You know, I'm not against that because I actually think parchment would be cool for the map as well.
All right. I'm actually going to make a note. So I'm going to write down everything that is super duper important that we're talking about today. From the desk of Cerberus. Yes, Cerberus. That was a game I also made years ago. Let's see. I do kind of like that idea, though. So Game Topper.
Look at this. You're giving Dennis homework. I love it.
I know. I got to have something to do while I'm in the car.
Gotta have exactly.
Yeah, that heavy parchment idea is not a bad idea. We definitely looked. Welcome, leg kick.
Leg kick, what is up?
Canvas
All right,
scroll.
hold on. We'll
You know, again, I love, especially scrolls. You know, I'll write it down. We did look at some options other than just like paper or cardboard, things like that. You know, we looked at different paper options. We can definitely check. If you guys ever find somebody that does this stuff reasonable and has some cool ideas, you know, either leave a message on our YouTube channels or you can drop one in the DM on Twitter or whatever.
Well, you can make a comment on the campaign. Okay, update has been sent with a secret link for the hat.
Randy says refresh.
I just did 902, less than $1,000 away from that stretch goal. I want to hit that 60K stretch goal today to unlock it. To unlock it, to drop it like it's hot.
Very nice. Yeah, that beanie, that Budroot t-shirt, I can't wait. I will definitely be getting the 11 color Budroot t-shirt. Oh, super chat.
$5 super chat from Jonathan Lamb. Just got the low enough shirt. Can't wait to cut the sleeves off that. Oh,
yes!
Come on. Well, Joshua, you do what you want. You could even cut it right below Lilith where the art ends and make it a little half shirt like the 80s. I'm man enough to admit, Dennis, in the 80s, I wore a half shirt. I actually had abs to show. So,
interesting.
Oh, you're saying you never did?
We didn't have half shirts.
Did you wear a mesh t-shirt?
I did have a mesh t-shirt, and then I also had the ones where the sleeves were gone and then it was ripped down V, but it came that way. Oh, speaking of which, we had this conversation, everybody. Thank you once again, Joshua. Let me ask you guys a question. Blue Zone or Chess King? Did anybody shop at those places?
So Chess King, yes. Oh, yeah, Chess King. We didn't have Blue Zone.
Yes.
Blue Zone wasn't anything near us. I don't even know what that is.
They were competitors. Man, when we went clubbing, that was where we went.
Clubbing?
Yeah, some of us danced. You wouldn't tell me now, but there was a point in time where we went to the clubs at least once a week.
Oh, we went to the clubs like once a week.
Yeah, Dr. Matt said both places. Woohoo! Love to hear it.
Yeah, I remember Chess King for sure, but not Blue Zone. No. What about OP shorts? Did you have Ocean Pacific wear where you were, Dennis?
Of course. Everybody had OP.
The Ocean Pacific corduroy shorts?
No, I wouldn't get corduroy.
Oh.
No. But man, at Blue Zone and Chess King, I think it was Fear This or something like that. But it was the heavy material and the sleeves were ripped off. They didn't even look like they were sewn up. And then the middle was cut down on a V all the way down. Oh, yeah.
Oh, there you go. There you go. All right,
the idea is it can be cross-marketed as something that can also drop from the center of a ceiling as a display item, like an ornamental furniture fixture. Value money, a thought on the marketing.
All right, let's see. Just got to pop something in here.
I do like that idea. Like I said, we will look. I do. I actually found a plush. It was almost like a velvet, the original Dungeons and Dragons box set cover and everything like that. Remember the old red one with the red dragon on it?
Yeah.
And it was probably like a 6-7 foot long velvet one. It was awesome. It would like fill up the entire wall back there. It was really cool. I asked how much it was, and it was $200. So kind of pricey, but man, it was neat.
Wait and find out, Joe. wait and find out. And Christian, thank you very much. Just backed with Intrepid Ashcan. Thank you guys. Thank you all that have supported this campaign. We're very excited to bring this book to you guys. I have another piece of black and white art that I will share a little later on. Got to tease you guys. It's for another character card, which will be another stretch goal. You didn't think we were just going to do Kor-Drath and Adriana character cards, did you? Of course not. We're going to do a couple other characters, and I did the art for one yesterday and bounced it off to the colorist, Mr. Dan Lawlis. Hopefully Dan will be like, I'm on board to color that character card. That would be very sweet, if you will. Marcus is back. Had to work. No problem. We understand. This is what we're doing right now. We're working. I'll refresh it. See 903 because Christian, look at that. 903. Pow! Love it.
Fact, we're going to have to be like Shane and come up with our own like sound effects.
Or I can just do this. 903.
I don't know. I kind of like the show we were on the other night with the cheerleaders.
Yeah, well, Dennis, when I hear you say that, I just want to do this. That's slapping you, buddy.
Yeah, I know. I did the facial effects once I heard it.
When Kor-Drath is coming, Kor-Drath is coming when you hear.
So, guys, AJ points out I got 2 words. All right, Joe, blood splattered dice. So those 2 words are good words, even though it is 3. Once again, just like we were talking, trust me, we looked at dice, and I am looking at options. I have contacted a number, and we've looked into several other companies that do custom dice and things like that, and it's amazing, guys. The cost, just for what we've seen so far, our cost would be like $40 a set.
Yeah, and dice are not cheap. There he goes. Dr. Mass knows. He goes, dice ain't cheap.
It ain't. Trust me.
Yeah, I sent it out. Let me check.
Well, we know some people got it because remember it takes a while to go out because Marcus
right there.
got his already.
If you click updates, it's right there. So yeah, it's out. It is out. And it's the honor system. Remember, the secret links for the t-shirt and the beanies are just for people that already backed the shirt because we can't send out a beanie for $2 shipping. Sorry, it's just not feasible. So if you haven't backed the shirt or the beanie yet, go back it now, and then you can go to the updates, grab the secret link to do the extras. David says, I feel like I am the... God damn it, would you stop it, Dennis? I feel like I'm the Hammer from Eternal Champion is the unofficial soundtrack for Kor-Drath. I am the Hammer. I feel like I should know that. Do you know that, Dennis?
Is that not the music that's on the video?
I don't know. Let's find out. Let's go to YouTube and see what I Am the Hammer is.
I don't know. I feel like David here's got us doing some homework. You guys sound funny on 2X. I bet we do. Alvin and the Chipmunks ain't got nothing on us.
All right, let's see. Play this for a little bit. Don't want to get a copyright strike. How's that volume, Dennis? I can't tell.
It's fine. That's our music.
That volume's good?
Not now, but it was.
What do you mean not now? I just turned it up some.
Well, I could hear it. Now I can't hear it.
You can't hear it at all?
Not anymore.
What the hell? I didn't do anything. I literally turned the volume up.
Texas says too low.
Too low. Let me try this again. How's that?
No difference.
Still too low. Let me refresh. Try it again.
Well, maybe we can call in for a longer bus for you.
What? What?
You heard me.
All right, how's that?
That I can hear a little bit. StreamYard setting?
I don't know. Let me see. I don't think there is a setting just for. Let's see. Audio.
He says share audio, maybe.
I am sharing the audio.
Huh.
Hold on. I'll stop screen sharing and I'll do it again.
Kaiju says I have their first 2 albums on vinyl, baby. So is the rest of their music as good as this? I'm not familiar with them. We just thought this fit really well with I think it was an entire list of songs that we were listening to.
How's that, Dennis?
Not a word. Can't hear it.
Could be because I have headphones in, maybe. I don't know. That's weird.
Yep, can't hear it. Joe, you guys should do a tier where you get the book and the extra tiers and the character D&D, sets of them, plus a little cutout of the characters, and any others in a box set like the original D&D. Well, Joe, all I'm going to say is stay tuned over the next few weeks.
That's right.
You think this is all we have in the hopper? Oh, no. No. Guys, we will keep delivering and keep delivering. This isn't just a comic. You guys are investing in an entire world. Nay, an entire universe.
Nay, I say. Nay. Dennis and his big words, even though it's only a few letters. You guys should have Sabaton playing in the background. Yeah, but then, we'd get a copyright strike. We can't have that.
Yeah, we keep getting copyright strike for any little thing. It's just almost kind of ridiculous. Yeah, Zaid says we hear nothing.
Well, that blows. Oh, well. What are you going to do? Well, that blows.
Oh, Joshua, I only invest in entire universes. There you go. Zaid, oh, here we go. Don't test me. Oh, no. I hope we don't have another Mark Brooks situation here brewing.
That's right. We don't want that. All right. Back to this. Hello. All right. Had to share something out as well. You guys should have a set. Okay. No, can't have stuff playing in the background like that. Here, let's see if the video, let's just see if this shares audio. It could be because of my headphones. What about that?
Yes.
You can hear that?
I can, but it is not nearly as loud as it was when we kicked off the stream.
Well, that's because I'm doing it through the webpage, not through the background channels.
Metal, movies, and brewskis. Ale chat. We actually talked about doing that, like a good ale chat. However, Andy's got a long way to drive today. So
yeah, I can't be drinking and then having to get on the road to drive to Florida, unfortunately.
We don't want Sheriff Buford T. Justice pulling Andy over and chasing him across state lines.
No, that would not be good. Sorry, hold on
Simon Bisley cover coming? No, unfortunately, we do not have a Simon Bisley cover, but we do have other things that will be coming that I think you'll like very much.
That's right. Exactly. Back us on Indiegogo.
When I click the secret link for the beanie, it just takes me to the regular campaign page.
What? All right. Well, wait. If you scroll down, though, there should be. All right. Let me click it and see.
Driving drunk What is this, Wisconsin? No. They don't drive drunk in Wisconsin. That is just normal driving. They'll pull you over for driving sober. That's what it is.
Let me see. I just clicked it, and damn it, you're right. What the G? All right, hold on. Let me fix something.
All right, while Andy's fixing it, let's get back to our little conversation of Werewolf by Night. We'll start with that. So, Werewolf by Night,
spoilers will abound.
I'm sure they will. I bet most of you have seen it. So, one thing on a scale of 1.5, we're going to do the CGC ratings like we do from everything. 0.5 to 10.0. You guys tell me your grades right down in the chat. Let me know what you guys think of it. I know what Graham thought. I know what Aaron thought, but I want to know what you guys have to think.
Try that secret link, and excuse me, but try that secret link now. Try it now. I'm going to try it with you. Let's see. The problem is I had it hidden. There's so many buttons to push. There it is. Right there. Booyah. So there it is. So there you go, guys. Give me that beanie. Go get it. I drink once or twice a week.
Twice a week.
I mean, I drink a little bit more too, but you know. All right, let's see. Right-click speaker icon and check volumes. I did that.
Oh, Randy sees the secret perk from Andy.
There you go. Beautiful. That's what we like to hear. That is what we like to hear. So Werewolf by Night started off with a nice 50s vibe. It had a little Vincent Price feel with the voiceover, which I thought was really cool. I'm sure if they wanted to, they probably could have found impressionists to do a perfect Vincent Price, but they didn't, and I thought that was fine. That might have been weird to do. Zaid Comics, congrats on the books. I've been meaning to have y'all on our show to promote, but been so busy. Oh yeah, Zaid, you're one of the guys. Yeah, dude. Dennis will be out of town for a week, but after that, let's do it. Anyhow, it started off with a nice little Vincent Price type beginning, which I thought was really cool. And it was in black and white, which I thought was super cool as well. Leave Vincent Price alone. I'm not making fun of the guy. I love Vincent Price.
Everybody loves Vincent Price.
Oh my God. Just growing up as a kid, watching those black and white movies and stuff with his voiceover, and then, you know, the movies that he starred in as well. Oh man.
And then Thriller. I mean, honestly.
Oh yeah. Thriller. Definitely. So yeah, Vincent Price is great. So yeah, I mean, one of the criticisms I did have is, so the basic gist is, what's the dude's name? Bloodstone? Was that the dude who died, who they were going to?
Yeah, there was Bloodstone.
So Bloodstone dies, and all these monster hunters show up to basically go on a hunt to see who should get the Bloodstone. His daughter's one of them, but then the big complaint I had is the other people they show, they don't say who they are. So I thought that was weird.
Right. So like when you go to IMDb, we were kind of talking about this the other night. You got Jack, all right, and then you've got Elsa Bloodstone, right, and then you've got Joven and Leorn and Azero, Varasa, and then Billy Swan, Barasso, and of course Ted. I mean, Ted just kind of stole the show.
Ted really did. Zaid Comics, fuck man, that sucks. And since Malin won't show up, I'll be there representing CG. What sucks? I missed something.
And since Malin won't show up, I'll be there representing. Yeah, I don't know, Luke, what you're referencing.
I'm going back in time in the chat just to see.
Yeah, did we miss something while we were looking things up?
No, you coming to Motor City Comic Con this weekend? Oh no. Oh, that's what it is.
Oh, okay. Motor City up in Detroit.
I haven't been to, tangent alert. Yeah, I haven't been to Motor City in like 14 years, 15 years. I like going there, though. It was a fun show. Fayetteville's this weekend, which if I was in town, I would drive. I'm not a guest, obviously, because I'm going to Florida. But if I wasn't going to Florida, I would actually drive over to Fayetteville just to hang out with Graham and Billy. But won't be here, so can't do it.
Same
Anyhow,
here. Fayetteville's always a good show. Not going to be here.
Nope. So they introduced, Bloodstone's daughter, Elsa, you said? I'm so bad with names. Elsa. And then, of course, Jack, who is Werewolf by Night. And as soon as he showed up, I was like, oh, well, that's Werewolf guy right there. They didn't even have to say his name. You just knew it. Now, what they were trying to do was, because it's a hunt, and they worked it up as we took the bloodstone and we attached it to the creature you're supposed to be hunting. I think they were trying to do a swerve like, oh, everybody thinks they're going to be hunting Werewolf by Night. But no, they were actually going to be hunting Ted, a.k.a. the Man-Thing. So, but they didn't say, like, there's this one really tall, like, skinny Marilyn Manson-looking female, have no idea who that was, all decked out in white with long black hair. There's this black guy, no idea who that was. And then there was this older gentleman with a beard and stuff, pretty thick. No clue who that was either. I would have liked it better. And Killer Squid, I mean, you're nailing what we talked about. I liked it better. Character development and background would have been nice. Maybe that's because they kept to basically an hour. And, I kind of told my daughter, I said, even though it was like 55 minutes long, if you throw in commercials, it would have been an hour and a half long TV movie. So, without commercials like networks have, it was basically a TV movie. It would have been nice to add another half hour in just to get some background, get some buy-in on these other characters. Oh, and then there was the other character too. Was he was an Asian guy, wasn't he, Dennis?
Yeah. Texas, have you seen it? Haven't seen it yet. Does Man-Thing look great? Yes. Absolutely stole the show, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, I thought Man-Thing looked so much better than he looked in the sci-fi movie they did, TV movie.
Four DNA molecules out of 5 on the DNA chart. I love that one.
That's right. That is fantastic.
Now. Thank you, Joe. You tickled that one right up the fancy.
You tickled my fancy. Joseph Stalin says, long time no see. Yes, it is. Kor-Drath will be hitting 60K before long. Congrats. Thank you. And at 60K, everybody gets the second character card that, as I always like to pitch, are 5th edition CRD compatible, which means what, Dennis? I just throw out the terms and let Dennis do the explaining.
So the real term is SRD compatible.
That's what I said.
But for those of you that play either D&D 5th edition, one or the other, 5e, D20 role-playing games, you can either pull this directly or maybe it takes just a little bit of conversion, depending on which system that you're playing. But you can pop them in. They can be an NPC in your character. If you feel like running them in a campaign, you can. But, man, those would be some really cool NPCs to just have pop up in your awesome role-playing game.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Val is in the house.
Val is in the house. What is up, brother man? From the other land.
So, yeah, those first 2 cards are great. You get the hero and the heroine and their stat cards, so you've got control of the good guys. So what we need to do is make sure this campaign gets high enough so that we can get the bad guy cards. Oh, yeah. See, I don't disagree with you. From the standpoint, that is probably my favorite edition to play. I think we probably played that one the longest. It's just had some of the greatest stories ever that wound up coming out of it. The issue, like most everybody we know today, they don't stick with second, 1 2/3, 3/5. Fourth sucked, and then we actually were playing Pathfinder like Rini for quite a while, and now it's fifth edition. It's good, so you could do it. But you know what? If you're a second edition person, you can easily convert this.
That's right. I was actually going to ask. I was going to ask. I would, not playing the games, I would assume it's not too difficult to convert them. I mean, when you say convert, let's go into a little detail there. Like, if I was like, I want to play this with second edition, what on the back has to like be converted or something? You know what I mean? Because I don't know. I'm not an.
Well, it depends on like what edition. So third edition became very heavy into feats. They introduced feats. A lot of the character classes got broken and stuff like that. So they came out with 3.5 to try and fix it. Pathfinder did a much better job, I think, of correcting that. Second edition was a big improvement over first, but first edition, or the original AD&D or the original D&D box set, was just great because it was very simplistic. Second edition, they started rolling out the complete like Barbarians handbooks. You had your Wizards handbooks and stuff like that. There were so many cool handbooks. I really wish I would have kept all my old books. I really do regret it. All those shelves that you see in the back here would have probably wound up going. They'd all be D&D books. We actually kind of ran out of room. She talked me out of getting rid of it, and I regret it. Just letting you know.
Oh, I see.
Heroin.
Heroin. What are you thinking, Dennis? Is that a Green Bay pronunciation? Probably.
It is. It's like Manitowoc.
Oh, jeez. I actually have heard of Manitowoc. It's those other stupid names you make up that don't exist.
Wow.
So anyhow, back to Werewolf by Night. They go out on the hunt, and apparently the other point of the hunt is not only to get the bloodstone off the creature, which we now know is the Man-Thing, but it is also apparently not first come, first served to get the bloodstone, but to basically take out your competition as well as, kill the competition, which I was like, wow, that's dark. But that happened to a few of the characters, so we won't go into full spoilers with who lasted and who didn't. And then you do get to see the Man-Thing, and Jack, aka Werewolf by Night, has the special bond with him, of course. You do get to see the Man-Thing touch people, and you know what happens. Whoever knows fear burns at the touch of the Man-Thing. So a couple people did burn because they knew fear. In the end, Jack, aka Werewolf by Night himself, tried to grab the stone. And apparently, I guess it's because he's quote unquote a monster as well. It repelled him back and he couldn't actually pick it up. Is that correct, Dennis? I mean, I saw that happen, but I'm assuming that's why it happened.
Yeah.
Nice succinct answer there. Thank you very much.
Yes. You asked a closed-ended question, so you got a closed-ended answer.
I was hoping for a little more of an answer than that.
Look at that.
Yes, that's how it works. Wisconsin. I don't know. All right, let's do this.
Well, Val, we started out the entire show, and we will be doing a lot of talking of Kor-Drath while we're on today. Never fear. Okay, so I'm just going to ask, guys. There's two ways. Now, put it in the comments below. DRIZZT. Well, there's an apostrophe in there, but you guys know it. Is it Dritz or Drizzit? So leave your answers below. We should do a poll on this one. This is always one of the questions that we always have to ask.
Look at that, Dennis. We are at 59. Damn it. Refresh, and it goes all the way to the bottom. We're at 59,294, basically $706 away from 60,000. As Randy said, I say that's like fire tonight. So hopefully we can knock. To me, that's heaven's door, because that just gets you all another character card, 5th edition, SRD compatible stretch goal of the beautiful Adriana to use. And guys, the more people that back it, the more free stuff you get. Like, as Dora the Explorer says, I'm the map, I'm the map, I'm the map, I'm the map, I'm the map. Right there, the Shattered Reach map. Dennis created this wonderful map for you guys to show the specific part of Kor-Drath's lands where the story takes place. Of course, there's a whole world involved. Well, this is a small part of the whole world. So this map just shows off that part of it. So we hit 70,000, everybody will get this map. So
I actually did have somebody notice the other day.
Get your beautiful Lilith shirt. You know what? I need to.
Somebody did notice that I had a copy of the map up on the wall during the middle of a stream. So we did have one person who was.
What did they say? Did they say like, "Oh, is that the map or something?"
Hey, what's that map to? Is that your map?
Oh, cool.
It's much easier. I used to have to reference it, and it was all digital, and and I kind of changed what the map looked like from my very original one from the 90s. So anyway, map, that'll be the 70,000 goal.
Look at that beautiful Lilith shirt right there. Bing! Point to it, Dennis. Point to it. You can do it. There you go. There it is. Now turn your hand like mine so you can actually see your finger, palm facing the screen. Now adjust your finger. You son of a bitch. You know what? I don't know if you saw the end of the professionals last night, Dennis. You might not have been on, but when we signed off, I actually did this.
Oh, I saw you cut out. I did watch it. I watched the bulk of it, and I did catch the ending, but I actually didn't see you do that. They must have turned it off before you did it.
I don't think they did. Marcus says, "Isn't Dora a lesbian?" Could be.
She is now. She joined Velvet from Scooby Doo.
Oh, Randy, thank you for the $5 super chat. Like fire this afternoon. Is that like afternoon delight? It is. Afternoon delight. I am becoming like a carnival barker, says comic books in cahoots. I'm trying, you always got to have a backup plan. Always got to have a backup plan. But I will say, I actually, my daughter, I don't know if your kids, I think your kids were probably too old when Dora came out on TV, but on Nickelodeon, but Courtney wasn't. So she watched Dora and it was a fun show. Oh, they did. It was a fun show. And we actually watched the live action movie, which was actually really good.
It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. Diego looked a little different, but honestly, she still had backpack.
Yeah. And I actually, back in my stand-up comedy days, I will say I had a joke about Dora, and I don't remember verbatim what it was, but the basic premise was I was like, in Dora the Explorer, my daughter loves that show, but I've only got one question for Dora. It's what's in that backpack. And I'm not talking about the map. I don't care. I don't give a crap about that map in your backpack. Dora, you need to show me your green card, little girl. That's what you need to have in that backpack. Because if not, boot it back to Mexico, sweetie. So it was something like that.
Oh, so you're saying the next movie is going to be Dora in the Obama cages?
I wonder if AOC would go down to the border and cry over that.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
No, somebody said we should have Bud model the shirt. Bud's very excited. He actually can't wait to see Lilith on a t-shirt. He wants a t-shirt. We talked about it over the weekend.
Yeah, and I even told him, I said, Bud, for you, I'll sell it to you at a discount. Just kidding. He'll get a comp, but just one. I mean, let's be real here. So, somebody said clip that for Dave Johnson. Great, then I'll get more in trouble with Dave, like I care. Dora scaling the wall. She's a tiny little girl. She could probably fit between the slats. So Dora, can I see your papers?
Papers, please. Schnell, schnell.
Well, the movie took place there, but I believe the cartoon took place here. I don't know. Maybe it didn't. If it took place in South America, well, good for her. You know.
I don't know. I don't know if it ever said on her map. It was a map that never had what country she was in.
No. And then what was the monkey's name again? I forgot.
Don't remember.
You dirty.
Seriously,
dirty boy.
I mean, between that and Blue's Clues, my kids watch that and Blue's Clues a lot. What would the coyotes do to Dora? Well, it depends on which coyotes you're talking about. The ones that bring him over, or when they first brought up them, the ones that actually had kids grabbing, where the coyotes were grabbing them in their teeth and carrying them over.
That's right. The coyotes would, well, Dora's older now. Like the girl you know what? Let's find out how old that Dora the Explorer movie is. Now I'm curious.
Maybe that's why they can't do it.
Let's see when that movie came out.
One time I was in a Longfoot chase with a drug dealer gangster. He tossed a backpack on the roof of the apartments, and I climbed up and got it. And he had 2 Uzis. Dora's backpack song was my theme.
So that movie came out in 2019. I'll be honest. I thought it was a lot longer ago than that. So that
so how old is she?
How old? Oh, let me see. Before I make any comment. Oh, she's 21. So perfect. Well, man, 21. That means in Dora the Explorer, the movie in 2019, she was 18. And I thought Dora was supposed to be a lot younger than that. So
she was supposed to be.
The movie actually started out and she was younger. So we'll give it that. So she's 21. So there you go. The new Minions movie is hilarious. Is that the one where they're like kids or something? I can't remember.
Yeah, when Groot's young.
Brody Brugen, Hail Comicsgate Andy Smith. I love First Man, one of my favorite looking characters. Thank you so much. Coming soon, I want to solo screen for a second. I got no problem cross promoting. Coming soon to my website, you can get yourself this little 3-inch high bust of First Man. It's hard to see, but his costume lines are on it. So if you want to paint it, you can. And let's see if I can get him in focus. Let's see if I get my head out of here. Now we'll focus on him. Not really. Oh, well, I tried. But you can get this nice little, actually, let me try this. So that's going to be coming to my website soon. Let's try this. A little high def. Here we go. Oh, there. Let's see. Focus. All right. It's just not going to focus. But look how tiny it is. It's my little First Man. So this will be coming to my website soon. When it does, I'll be sending out an email blast from my website. This bad boy is going to be $25 plus shipping. So about $30 because shipping shouldn't be more than $5. And if you are good at painting miniatures, you can paint it because the costume lines are on it. And this is modeled after the art that I did. So it's like holding a piece of my art in 3D, and it's good for anatomical reference of a superhero. So there you go. Coming soon to a website near you. Actually, I just thought of an easier way I could show it. Let's see. Now you're going to have Soy Boy Mark Brooks try to threaten you across the internet with his empty manhood. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. I don't care. All right, let's refresh. See if we're officially over 59,300. Hopefully we are. We are officially over 908 backers now. We are 600. Let me do some math. And $63 away from the next stretch goal. Dennis, did I do that math?
$673. We are away from it. Andy in math and English and science is just not his thing.
What did I say?
Not even close to that.
I thought I said 663, which I was still off, but not as far off as you just said I was.
You're always far off.
You suck. Math is hard. Excuse me. That's why I draw them darn funny books. 672, unless there's something I'm not seeing. That's not correct math either, Randy. Come on.
Oh, Randy. At least you're only off by $1.
Yeah, not like me. I'm pathetic. I'm pathetic.
Just hang your head down right now. Sit in the corner.
So
there you go. There you go.
That's right. Redames a Dela Cruz. Nailed it. So we're also watching on Hulu a good show called The Patient that stars well.
Whoa. I didn't hear you give it your CGC grade yet.
Oh, for Werewolf by Night?
Yeah.
Werewolf by Night. Oh, I hear an echo. Do you hear that? Oh. Werewolf by Night, I'm going with a strong 8-0. I really enjoyed it. I don't care what Graham and Aaron said. They're just both wrong.
Oh, yeah, we're not too far off. I'm giving it a 7.5. Man-Thing was the highlight for me, and I love their little conversation at the end.
Oh, yeah. And yeah, that's true. At the end of it, spoiler alert, it transitioned to full color. And Jack, what's Jack's last name? The Werewolf by Night guy?
Russell? Is it
That's
Jack
what
Russell?
I thought. Jack Russell,
I think it's Russell,
which is also a dog. The Jack Russell is a terrier, and I've owned 3 of them, so I should remember that. So anyhow, echo gone. Okay, there was an echo, I guess. I'm wrong.
Just about everything. He didn't specify, so we're just assuming it's about everything.
It is. Arena Rock echo. You know, we could have, if we want to spice this up a little bit, we could have a little dance pop in the background during the show. Oh, hold on, got a guest. Before I bring him on, let's give him a good introduction right here. Bringing on a guest. A guest has joined us.
There was only one man for the job.
And that one man is Jon Del Arroz. Hello, how are you?
Andy, how you doing, my friend? This is looking good.
How you doing?
60K. You're going to hit 60 and beyond today. I'm so excited for you. This is a beautiful, beautiful looking book.
Thank you.
And you're crushing it. So
thank you very much, John, Dennis, John. See, I did my due diligence.
See, look at that.
Nice
Thank you, Andy. That's so cordial of you.
Well, you know, Dennis, I do have manners. I might not be able to do math, but I do have manners.
Or English or science. Yeah, we know. It's good.
Okay. Well, I don't have to know how to do that stuff to draw funny books. I just have to know how to read, and I do that rather well, even though I told you numerous times in the script to do it like about 15 point and double spaced, so it looks like a children's book, so I can easily decipher the script as I'm drawing. But no, you do 8-point single space, so there's a lot of text on the page, like a novel.
Wow, you really ripping on it? So, hey, chat, let me know how many more of those big double splash pages where we see like 100 people fighting each other would you like to see in the next book?
Yeah, because it takes Dennis 5 minutes to write that. So.
And only 10 hours for Andy to draw it.
10.
Did I walk into some drama here? Is this a drama alert? That's
no.
With the book?
No, that's normal on every show. This is typical.
It's typical. So how are things going with you, John?
I'm pretty high energy today. I'm excited. I love this. I can't wait to read this. I reached out to Andy like a while ago because I saw you were taking heat on Facebook just for selling your book. And this is the kind of thing that like you get is like they learn that you talk to the wrong person in the industry and they flip out on you and they try to destroy you. And Andy's like suffering from this right now, guys. He's not suffering that much because he's making good money on his book, but
no.
You know, you are suffering the friend. It does hurt, you know, watching old longtime friends act like this towards you.
Well, yeah, definitely. Especially when they're hypocrites to the standpoint of I'm not obviously going to call out any friends, but you know, we all have mutual friends and they're still quote unquote, they won't dump mutual friends because they're users. They're like, oh, I could probably use that person down the road. So I can't talk bad about them, but you know, yeah, it is.
Hey, Timothy, thank you for the kind words. Yeah, everything's going good. So I appreciate it. Yeah, I am a big Robert E. Howard fan. I've of course read all the original Conan stories. I love, have you read those like European Conan books, like where the Euro guys like adapted the Robert E. Howard stories, because like I guess the copyright over there for Conan has expired. It hasn't here, and they've been able to publish them here. It's because I guess the way that it's kind of expired here, you can't use Conan the Barbarian, like it's a trademark,
Right.
which is a different thing, which is a scam, but I can get into that later. So they call it the Sumerian when they release them here. They're beautiful books.
Yeah, there's a couple. So I haven't read any, but there's a couple, and I assume, are you talking about over there? I'm talking about the albums they do over there, graphic novels. Yeah. So there's a couple I've looked at. I can't read them because I think one I looked at's in French, but good God, the artwork is just phenomenal.
Well, and they've been translating them and then bringing them over here. It's a group called Ablaze Publishing. Yeah. And when they put two albums together in once when they come out here.
Oh, is that what they're doing?
Beautiful hardcovers. And on top of that, they do it like they actually publish the short story behind the comic. So you can compare the comic to the story. It's so cool. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. See, I saw that Ablaze stuff, but I didn't know that was just translated versions from the stuff they were doing over there. I had no idea that's what that was.
Yeah.
I actually get the comics. They're really good. I enjoy them.
Oh, that's
really
cool.
Good stuff.
And then he's right. And when you get to the back there, it's like short story. You can just sit there and read it. And you're like, oh, crap, that's literally what I just read. This is awesome.
Oh,
yeah, they're really very faithful to it, which is unlike American entertainment, what they did with Conan in recent years. I don't know if you've read the recent Marvel stuff, but it's a little rough, and that's why we need Kor-Drath now.
That's right. Well, Bud Root summed it up best, which is Kor-Drath is like Conan dropped into Game of Thrones, and Dennis and I were both like, "Damn, that is good. We're using that." So, because he really did sum it up fantastic.
Yes. He goes, you got such incredible magic and story behind everything, and then you get somebody like Kor-Drath. He goes, literally, you took the two and melded it. Not the original concept, but he's absolutely right. I don't think he could have summed it up any better.
Yeah, he did. He did a really nice job with that. So, very thrilled by that. And how the campaign's doing, and everybody, all 38 people are watching. So remember, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and all that fun stuff. All right, now I'm going to, because I don't mind looking at other stuff. Andy, ace biology class, look at his drawings. Dennis, you need a gatefold that opens up. Don't give him ideas like that. We'll just hide that.
Whoa, you didn't finish reading it.
Oh, I read it. I read it already. Randy wants to know, is it okay to post links for Doja? Of course it is. Go ahead. Feel free to post links. If you want to pimp anybody else, go right ahead. I don't mind talking about other people's campaigns. In fact,
we've had a lot of them on the show, and we have no problem bringing them on when we're back. So absolutely.
Yeah, Dojo Kun's a good dude too, and he's such a heavy supporter of Comicsgate, guys. Yeah, definitely check that out while you're at it. He's definitely, and what a cool concept projectile reptile is too.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, let's look. Let's see if I have it in any of my. If not, okay, I'll just have to search it up
here. Does
Kor-Drath
talk? Yes, he does.
But he's a man of few words. Actions speak louder than words.
Yes,
that's right. Adriana speaks more than he does, but she.
Yes.
Nobody mansplains anything in my books.
She doesn't.
I mean, women do speak a lot more than men in general. I mean, they just blather on and on.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's not my wife.
I have a white noise filter where all you see is
wife. Nice save.
No, it's actually true. I'm not kidding. My wife is not. My wife. I'm not even kidding. My wife is not a big talker. She really isn't. When I'm telling her a story or something, and even my daughter, she'll look at us and just go, "Land the plane. Land that plane. Come on, bring it in. I don't need all the intricacies. Just land the plane." And I'm like, all right, fine.
Funny thing is, my wife's the same way. Bullet points. She keeps saying bullet points.
She's like, oh my God, you're turning this into a novel. Just give me the bullet points. Doja Kun Comics, Projectile Reptile, Gunslingers, Druid Magic, Superheroes and Artifacts. Are you ready for the truly Wild West? He ends in 14 hours. This is the second of the 60 So
He's
it's no
at
extension.
82% of his goal, guys. We do need to get him over that. This really looks like a fun book. We want him to reach his goal.
Dennis can answer that question.
Yes, she will.
Damn
Excellent.
right she
Good
will.
one.
Now, it might be a large mammal of some type of meat, but she will make him a sandwich and like it.
So these are
I
the.
got to do that. I forgot. So my kid forgot to bring his lunch to school today, and so I'm on the hook for that. Yeah, but I got like 30 minutes before I got to go do that.
There we go. I thought I had to sneeze, but no. Yeah, Marcus does have a point there. There are times my wife is explaining stuff, and I tell you what, if I told her to land the plane, she'd smack me probably. So, but yeah, this is a cool book. It's like you said, it's got reptiles, superheroes, takes place in the Wild Wild West. You got cool artwork here. It looks like a very fun project. So if you can, go back it now. He's very close to his goal of $5,000. It would be very, very nice to see him make that goal and continue on. He's got some great add-ons here as well.
See, one of the things he did is, he just said he didn't go with any of the fancy number or manipulation, any of that. He goes, I need $5,000 to print this book. I just want $5,000. So, guys, we can make that happen. Make sure you share this out. We can get him there.
That's right. I know it can happen for him. So he's a good
I'm
cat.
gonna run a stream for him in a few hours too. So we'll try to.
Oh, that's cool.
Try to get him, and you're welcome to pop on too if you want to sell your stuff anytime. So
if I'm around, like I said, we're doing this now because as soon as my daughter gets off work, we're hopping in the car and doing a drive to Orlando or to Florida, I should say, to see my mom and stuff. So that's why I'm not doing it. Because, most of these 30-day closeouts, you do at night and you run it till 3 a.m. But can't do it. Be in a car. So
that's good.
That's right.
Family first. Family.
That's
first.
right. I haven't seen my mom. Well, I saw her a year and change ago. And my wife and daughter haven't seen her since before COVID. So got to get down there. How about my up-and-coming campaign with a Mr. Smith cover? You would have to send me the link, and if you want to send me that link in Facebook Messenger, Christian, I don't mind sharing that because I did do a cover for Christian's book. So
that's awesome.
Listen to that!
I got no problem showing that. And in this book, just so people know, I would call this book. Dennis, are boobies allowed to be shown in PG-13 movies? I can't remember.
Oh, I think only side boobs.
Well, then I guess this book falls into the R range because there will be Adriana boobs in this book. So,
like full on.
Yes.
You're gonna make some good money on that.
We will. Once the page is drawn, of course, I will show that. So, but that's farther.
Can you show it on
book.
YouTube?
Well, I will cover it.
Oh, it'll be censored. It'll be half the page covered.
Yeah, it'll be censored. All right, let me
But
just.
The book will be uncensored.
The book. Oh, of course.
Oh, yeah.
The book will be.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Of course.
There's way too much blood. The sex. I mean, everybody kind of wanted. Everybody said at the beginning they knew what they wanted, and we're giving them what they wanted.
Excellent.
That's right. There's a
Comics
nice
gateway,
little.
my friends.
There's a nice little scene of Kor-Drath and Adriana getting to know each other. We'll just call it that. So that is what they're doing. All right, let me copy this link. Go over here. Paste and go. Let's see.
So I'm popping the link in. Make sure you guys do subscribe if you haven't to the DNA channel. I actually, when they were doing the bros, I had to take a break because I did pop in the new Migo, the Wrath of Khan, Admiral Kirk, and also the Migo Khan Noonien Soon. So I did the unboxing and stuff. So make sure you guys do hop on for that. And you can check out all those links besides all of our reviews and stuff as well.
Damn, I'm trying to get this. Oh, wait, wrong button. There we go. So you can see that I did a cover on the left. And little did I know, And I put the link in the chat so people can notify upon launch for this. Little did I know that my buddy Bart Sears did a cover as well. So it looks like 2 variant covers, one by me, one by Bart Sears. So look at that.
That's cool.
The bros, old time bros doing variant covers for Christian's book. So go check it out. It's the COU Big Bang Moment. So notify upon launch. I can do that. I think I'm already signed in. See, I'm already signed in. So now I'll be notified upon launch. So there you go.
Beautiful. When's that dropping? Do we know?
When is that dropping, Christian? Now you got to tell us. See, you got a question. Now you got to answer the question.
He was busy talking about his big guns.
Big.
Do you know what's, like I talked to Andy about this a little bit in DM, but I'm like, what's super fun is I actually like bought Andy Smith Kickstarter book years ago and freaking loved it. And I didn't know it was him. And I just like have this book that I remember, that I love, that I really enjoyed, and I loved your art. And then it's like, holy crap, I'm actually talking to this guy. This is so cool. Enjoyable stuff. Now it's interesting. So you had Ron Mars working with you on that. And he's an active proponent of canceling all of us. But it's really weird that, like, because I met him in person too, and he's super nice in person. Like, yeah, it's why is it so different online? I don't get it.
I don't know. I mean, obviously Ron and I have known each other for 30 years. Just saw him at a convention a month or 2 months ago now, and everything, hung out and stuff. It's all good. But, it's unfortunately in 2016 when politics really ramped up, it was like that line was drawn, and it's stupid because I have lots of friends that politically we disagree, but that's why it's just, you can have disagreements. So
do you think it's like a lot? Do you think a lot of the people like kind of just post the stuff just to so they can signal to keep their jobs, like, and that they don't, because it seems like one-on-one they're very different.
It's virtual signaling.
It could be, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously, I always was under the impression that you could post whatever you wanted to an extent. Obviously, I'm not going to go out and post really hateful stuff. I would never do that.
You're not going to go full Kanye?
Yeah, exactly. Man, that was good Lord. Wait, real quick. Kor-Drath has boobs. Next issue, Wang.
Nope. You know why? Because Wang is busy taking pictures in the parking lot.
Wang Chung tonight. Nope. Yeah, Kanye, man. Don't kind of like Tropic Thunder, where they said never go full retard. Never go full Kanye.
Never go full Kanye.
Apparently, never go full Kanye, because, dude, I was with him right there for like the interviews he did and some of the past stuff. Like, I'll admit, you cut back to George Bush with Hurricane Katrina. I was not on that Kanye bandwagon at all when he was like, George Bush hates black people. I'm like, whoa, not quite. So that was off the rails. But then after 2016, I was like, oh, okay, he seems to be making sense. That's cool. And, he's a smart business guy. But then, yeah, dude, that stuff he tweeted, woof. I was like,
he does a lot of stuff, though. Like, he's on a different wavelength because the dude is legitimately a genius, and he is also kind of legitimately crazy. I mean, those things are not mutually exclusive.
Right.
And honestly, like, crazy does go with genius sometimes, because, like, sometimes you're so smart that, like, you can't handle the world around you, right? And I think he is on that wavelength.
So he's like Prince.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Prince was pretty crazy.
Dead.
But he was so genius, everybody around him, but yet the stuff that came out of his mouth, you just sat there and looked at him like he had 3 heads. But ultimately, most of the time, he was right.
It's true.
Yeah, most of the time. And nobody's right 100% of the time. That's why I'm not going to just, cancel Kanye or anything like that. I'm going to mostly stand with the guy. But I think he says some of these things, and he says it in these provocative, extreme ways to illustrate a point. Like, you're not allowed to say this. Like, they say Black Lives Matter, and Black lives voices are the ones you should be listening to, unless you say something that you're not allowed to, right? And then you have to be canceled. and he's trying to make that point, I think. And you know, whether that's a good way to do it or not is a different thing. But like, I kind of get what he's trying to do. And I guess he did something else. I guess he went into Adidas and like put up his phone and showed like a porno video and was like showing at the guys' faces, because he was trying to tell them that the executives were using him much like these people were being used. And so he was yeah. So he just wanted to make, I mean, obviously that's like a thing that's like, oh gosh. But so he does the things to go to extreme to illustrate his points. And Kanye is very, I don't know if you've listened to him in recent years, but he's very anti-porn. He told everybody on his last album, like, you're not allowed to be fornicating while working on the album. He's definitely there, but he also like wants to make his point, and he wants you to remember it. And you know, for better or worse, everybody's going to remember what he said here, right? So it's interesting. Yeah. Oh,
we got some of Dennis's friends are in the chat. I see. Dennis, I really wish you wouldn't invite your porn bot friends when we're streaming.
I don't have to invite them. They just show up. It's like they have your address or something, Andy.
Just because you experimented in college, Dennis, and actually got it on film, doesn't mean we need to have these guys.
At least you said film, because back when I went to school, we actually used film and 3/4 inch tape, and none of this digital stuff that y'all use today.
Dennis, I know how old you are. Of course, that's film. You don't have to tell me.
Yeah,
you and your
mine weren't silent.
You and your 8-track cassette tapes. No, yours were.
I did have an AM player with 8-track cassette tape on it. That was my first car. So suck it. It's right.
Oh, so John, have you seen The Patient on Hulu with Steve Carell?
No, but I like Steve Carell generally. Is it a new comedy?
It's a show. It's not a comedy. It's 8 episodes in. It drops once a week, but the premise is basically he's a psychiatrist, and the serial killer that he's been, there you go. Don't let Pornbot win.
That's right.
The serial killer, obviously he didn't know the guy was a serial killer when he was doing therapy with him, kidnaps him and takes him back to his house and chains him up in the basement. And, he's chained up, but he's got, a queen size bed. He's got enough room on the chain to walk around the bed some, not enough to go to the bathroom so that he has a bedpan for him and stuff. And when the serial killer comes back, he actually tells him his real name, because obviously in therapy he didn't. So, and stuff. And he wants to have one-on-one sessions because he wants to be cured of,
not too far away, Dr. Mass, by the way. It definitely has some misery in it. Definitely.
Yeah, not much Saw, because there's really no way there's nothing around that he could use if he wanted to go to the extremes when this guy, because the guy goes off to work, and Carell's just left there by himself. And it's not like in a neighborhood.
Dark, huh?
Oh, it's real dark, but it's really good. And they're only like half-hour episodes.
Oh, that's kind of nice. I've always wondered why all these streaming services still adhere dramas must be 50 minutes long, right? It's like they still maintain that format, even though there's really no reason to do that at this point. You can make things as long as the story needs to be or not, and it should work, right? But that's cool. A 30-minute drama is a very different sort of thing. We don't get that.
When you think about it, if you record something off of main TV, regular TV, and fast forward through commercials, if it's an hour long, it's only 40 minutes.
True.
So,
true.
Most dramas, thank you very much, Joshua. Go back it now. Get yourself a shirt. There's links under updates. So if you already bought a shirt, the Kor-Drath shirt, and want to add on the Lilith shirt, use the secret link to save on shipping. And they'll be packaged together. But yeah, it's only 30 minutes long. Actually, for this week's episode 8, it was 38 minutes. And I was kind of before I watched it, I saw it was 38 minutes. And I was like, wait a second, is this the season finale or is this the finale? It is not. So I was surprised. We have another guest on the show. Let's play some intro for him. Let's see. We'll give this guy a standing ovation. Oh, yes. Standing O for Mr. Brian. Hello.
What up, fellas?
Hey,
How's it
Brian,
going?
welcome.
How you doing?
I don't
Brian?
deserve a standing ovation.
All right. Here. How about this? How about a nice slap in the face?
Okay.
There.
Oh, yeah,
Just
that'll.
slap you across the face.
Yeah, no, that'll. I will accept. Yeah, y'all are talking about the patient.
Yeah.
How great is that?
Oh, so you're did you watch this week's yet?
No. I.
All right. Well, then I can't ruin anything.
No. Well, look.
I didn't see this week's either because it just dropped last night.
Yeah,
Well,
Dennis doesn't want me to say how it ends.
Well-
It is a very good cliffhanger. Like all the other shows, I felt, they ended with a nice cliffhanger, but they also ended just kind of abruptly, I thought. Because when this show ends, it really is like what you would think would be a scene change, but instead the screen just goes black and the credits start to roll.
Yeah, it
Now I don't have
reminds
to see
me.
it.
Well, format-wise, it reminds me a lot of the old public movie serials.
Yeah.
Right? How those would end very
Yes.
abruptly and usually on cliffhangers. What I always found amusing was there's like one of the Flash Gordon serials, for instance, where he's just kind of like edging around the side of a volcano and then he falls, slips and falls. And you see like a little doll slip and fall into the into the lava.
Yeah.
Like, oh man, how's Flash getting out of this one? And then
Right.
you see the serial from the next week, and he slips and he almost falls, but somebody catches him and he survives.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, it's a
Um,
great format. It really is a great format, those serials.
It is.
And-
It is.
Like I was saying, this episode, Brian, most of them have only been like 26 minutes. This one's 38. And I thought it was the finale, but it's not. So,
Well, how wonderful is it that you have writers and filmmakers that are able to do something in they don't have to pad it, they don't have to chop it down, they can just do it. They can give each chapter, each episode the space that it needs.
that's
You know,
true.
if-
But you have. Sorry,
If
go ahead,
more of
Dennis.
these shows was going to be like Rings of Power, I think we'd be in a better place.
Rings of Power, man. At first I thought people were like too harsh on it because I kind of went in and thought, okay, and I'm actually pretty good at this. I'm pretty good at putting my my biases aside. And I was like, okay, let me just go in and just watch it like a regular sword and sorcery show, right?
Sure.
And regular because like the Hobbit movies, are those good adaptations of the novel? Definitely not. Are they at least the first two? I thought at least the first one I thought was like a slightly better than adequate high fantasy sword and sorcery adventure movie.
Right.
And the first two episodes of Rings of Power, I was like, you know what? That really wasn't too bad. I mean, that was Guy Ladriel's kind of annoying, right? But otherwise, I was like, it's acceptable.
Right.
And then like it just went right. It dipped precipitously. Here we're looking at the Shattered Reach, which is the world of Kor-Drath. I'm assuming
It is the map. It is the map Dennis created that is the $70,000 stretch goals because we're close to the 60,000.
Oh hell yeah!
So this is the 70,000 stretch goal. Everybody will get the map 7x10, nice, card stock. So
That's awesome. I love maps.
Amazing. I'm a sucker for maps of fictitious worlds. They're so cool.
Yeah.
The hard part was actually getting software and doing it because honestly, I mean, this is what I drew back in the 90s to 2000.
Wow.
So this is what I had originally my world was, which is the basics. And then I'm like, well, when we talked about doing this, I'm like, well, shit, how am I getting that digital? So I actually had to buy software and then learn how to use it. Oh my God, the pressure.
Now, see what Dennis should have said was, I created this whole thing in Photoshop just for you guys. That's what he should have said, but that's okay.
Photoshop.
Right. So the world of Kor-Drath, I'm assuming, is kind of like Robert E. Howard's Hyboria in the sense that it's kind of like Earth, or the Earth before continental drift.
No,
it's not. Okay.
No.
Okay. How would you describe it?
It is. Let's see. If you're saying like Earth before the continental drift, then you're assuming that the time of day, that assumes that it's still Earth, just in a different time with the same moon, the same solar system.
Yeah.
Yeah, though this is never. It's got two moons that have very specific things. Time doesn't work the same. It's not 24 hours a day, things like that. So everything is completely different. It's a completely new world. Magic does not work the same as it would in, say, like your typical D&D stuff, because there are ley lines, but like the barbarian tribes actually gather their magic through the ancestral mound, so they actually draw on the power of their ancestors, which all of their, you see, like their red lion tattoo or their black eagle tattoos, or you'll be introduced to the anacondas, and they draw, each of their tattoos are infused with them when they're younger, and they have magical abilities. As they get older, they start, going along with them and increasing, and new abilities come out. So it's a completely different world, different universe, different everything.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So you're going more Edgar Rice Burroughs than you are Robert E. Howard.
That would be a better way to put it. Yes.
Awesome.
Oh, there you go. Randy says, so long as the women have expected equipment, I'm fine with this new world. Oh, they do.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it's part of the landscape of high fantasy, isn't it? Right.
That's right.
It is.
And that's what just blew my mind with Marvel thinking that they could do a Conan series like now.
Right. Now,
Aaron,
did you like the original Marvel Conan run, in
the 70s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What wasn't to like?
Right.
I mean, I was more of a Savage Sword of Conan guy, right?
Okay.
Right.
Because also I'm like a black and white stan. I just love black and white art, right?
Sure.
And also they could get away with a lot more because it was in the magazine format, so it wasn't subject to the Comics Code Authority. And that's also where I first discovered my favorite character ever, Solomon Kane.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, those old Conan comics, oh my God, they're still a joy to read.
Yeah.
I've never read the Savage Sword of Conan yet. I have the omnibus. I
you're in
bought
for a
them,
treat.
I haven't read them yet.
You're in for a treat. You're in for a treat. Yeah.
Now, John, if you go a lot of the conventions that we've been going to, we're starting to see. I picked up 20 of the Savage Sword because we're going on our trip. So I bought 20 of them for $1 a piece. Magazine size, halfway decent. For $1, it is literally the best reading that you can get. Really? So they just had them at the show here for $2 a piece.
Dallas.
So I mean, literally, you
Nice.
can go grab them, and it is great reading, and you can find them fairly cheap, and it's the best money you can spend on right now.
Well, I've got them in the other room. I mean,
Do you
I just haven't
really?
read them yet.
Oh,
yeah,
dude.
I just haven't read them yet.
Yeah, you're in for a treat.
Yes,
So
you
much
will love them.
fun. Lots of Pablo Marcos. I love me some Pablo Marcos.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I always kind of preferred Karl to Conan as a character. And actually, like, Conan's actually like a third down for me. It's like Solomon Kane, Karl, and then Conan. But what's so interesting about Conan is that he's so easy for other authors to write.
Mm-hmm.
Like when other authors try to write Solomon Kane, for instance, it never comes out quite right. Like, I just think that was too much Robert E. Howard's character. But Conan, he's so easily adaptable because he's so simple. And
Yes.
is one of those names that when you hear it, it's like Robin Hood, it's like Zorro, it's like Tarzan. You hear that name and you just immediately think adventure.
Right.
Right. This is going to be good.
See, I haven't read much Karl, and I have read some Savage Swords because I do have some. I mean, I don't have like as many Dennis has, because I would buy him. I basically buy him when I look through them at shows. I'm like, oh man, that John Buscema art's off the hook. Or if there's like, Rudy Nebrez, Andy Kubert did a couple issues of Savage Sword back when he was really channeling his dad's work, so it really looked, Joe Kubert influence. That's how his work was when he first started. So I do enjoy him. So Karl, I assume, doesn't take place on the same world as Conan?
Oh, no, it does. Except it's like thousands of years before.
I didn't know that.
Before the oceans drank Atlantis. That's what it takes place.
What about Solomon Kane? Where's that fall?
Oh, that's
a different universe.
That's set in history. Oh. That's set in modern. And like what, the 1500s? I think late 1500s.
Solomon Kane's really cool because he is literally like a Christian Avenger, and I really love that about the character.
Oh, he's a Puritan.
Awesome. Yeah.
Oh, that's
I wouldn't want to hang out with him. But if like evil's afoot, it doesn't stand a chance.
Now, Brian, let's see what you just held up. Is that the Dark Horse one?
This is the.
Oh, did Marvel put that out?
Yeah, Marvel put out these sort of.
Oh, okay.
Maybe the Essentials.
This might have been Dark.
Oh, okay, that's cool. See, I might have to get something like that.
It is Dark Horse, actually.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Yeah, and so
they had the license for a while.
Inside, you've got beautiful black and white art. A lot of it from Savage Sword of Conan. So it's art that was drawn with the intention of it being remaining in black and white. And
cool.
So you got lots of Pablo Marcos in here. You got some Buscema, and then also you have my own personal favorite artist of all time, which is Mike Plug.
Oh, sure. Oh, look at that. I can do that. I love playing around. Yeah, Plug. I just bought, actually, I can show you, and I bought it because of I want to say it was a professional stream. Aaron was doing one of his game shows. Mm-hmm. Crap, it's not in arm's reach. It's over there. Oh well. I bought Karl number 11. Oh, take it easy, Joe. Thanks for joining. I bought Karl number 11, drawn by Mike Plug, because of the splash page. Aaron showed it on a stream, and I was like, "Holy crap, that is awesome!" So I just had to buy that one issue, and I just got it. Amazing. And it's a one-done story, so I'm taking that on my trip with me. So.
Oh yeah, that's right. You got that big ride to Florida. I've done that drive before. Where are you at? Where is your launch point?
North Carolina.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in New York, so that was an extra long drive.
Yeah, it's like 7.5 hours, but with stopping, it'll probably be like 8. So we're not getting in until 2-3 a.m. But
it's not terrible.
Yeah, it's not terrible.
Is your mom like have any problems with the hurricane stuff? Everything was cool with that, or?
Oh yeah, she's up in Gainesville with my brother, okay. So she is she's fine. Yeah, they got rain basically, so totally fine. Thank you for asking. Oh my God, what was I? Solomon Kane. So I have one of the Savage Swords with Solomon Kane because I believe it's Alan Weiss on the pencils, and I think it's either Neil Adams or his studio, Krusty Bunkers, on the inks. And it's just, Alan Weiss, you got me sold because I love his artwork. But then you throw Krusty Bunkers on it, Neil Adams studio on it for inks.
Oh my God.
It's a gorgeous job.
Actually, also there's Barry Windsor Smith in here, of course, but there's
hold that up. What's it from?
Walt Simonson. It's from
No, but hold up the Barry Windsor Smith. Let me see some Barry. Is it because he did that after Conan then, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to say something controversial. I don't like Barry Windsor Smith that much.
Back then or now?
That is controversial.
Then or now? He leveled.
Yeah, I was going to say, did you
an X?
Back then, yeah.
Oh, dude, that's not. I don't think that. I'll be honest. I don't think that's controversial because I've got the Conan Essentials that Marvel did before they lost copyright, so it just collects 1 through 24. Or no,
Yeah.
1 through 25. So it has one John Buscema issue, a couple Gil Kane fill-ins. The rest is Barry Smith when he first started.
It's a lot stiffer and not as interesting.
yeah.
Like in Buscema, like when Buscema like comes on, it's like night and day. It really
Yeah,
is.
no, I wasn't a
Yeah.
big fan of
Yeah.
that stuff either. And in fact, on another one of the professionals, we did a stream where it was like, who do you prefer, Barry, Conan, or Buscema? And I was like, oh, Buscema all the way.
Andy, I'm sorry, which artist was it that you were looking for?
Barry Windsor Smith.
Barry Windsor Smith. Okay, yeah, he's.
I'll do that until you find it. We have another guest I'm going to bring on. Let's see.
This guest will replace me because I got to go make my kids lunch and drop it off. So.
Okay.
Perfect. I'll wait to see who it is though, because I'm waiting with bated breath.
All right. Well, I'll do this.
I hope it's a Star
There
Trek
was
fan.
only one man for the job.
It's Ray
hey,
Theroney.
You guys are bad mouthing Barry Smith.
Dude, that early
not
Conan
kidding
stuff.
me.
Dude, that early Conan stuff until
No.
he inked himself just wasn't happening. I'm sorry.
No, it got progressively better as he
It
went
did.
away. And by the time you get to those Red Sonja issues,
Yeah.
so
All right, let's see.
Frank
I'll
Thorne was
give,
better
I'll give
on Red
JDA
Oh,
a
that's
little
cool.
slack on that. I'll give him a little slack.
So there you got Conan on one page, and on the opposite page you have Before the Oceans Drank Atlantis, King Karl.
Oh, that's cool.
Awesome.
And what I thought was really kind of silly was they felt that he was too similar to Conan, right? So they gave him like a scar down like one side of his face to kind of like over one eye to kind of physically differentiate them. And to me, it's just like, you know, you could, if the artist is doing their job right, you could tell which one is, you know, you could tell Karl and Conan from each other just from the expression on their faces.
Sure.
All right.
Oh, Michael
I'm out. So
Whelan,
thank you
check this out.
guys for having me.
All right,
on.
John.
Guys, back Kor-Drath, everybody. I'm backing it. It's a wonderful book.
Thank you.
And hail Andy, hail Dennis,
Thank you, man.
hail Brian.
Thank you, John.
Aaron's
Peace
gone.
out.
No, I'm still here.
All right, see you, brother.
See you later, brother.
Later, bud.
Oh man, there's Severin in here.
Aaron found something. Oh yeah,
All
Aaron's
right,
got
let
some
me
gold
see what
too.
he's holding up.
Oh, there we
What is-
go.
Oh, that's a Dark
yeah,
Horse.
yeah.
Wait, is that stuff in full color though? That's full
Yes.
color, right?
Yeah,
From
yeah,
the
it's
comic.
from Dark
Yeah.
Horse.
I've got
Yeah.
those-
Well, the one Brian was holding up is Dark Horse too, but it's the black and white magazine reprint stuff.
No, but I'll tell you, dude, this talking about good art, this first issue,
Oh, that's Wally Wood and Ross Andrew, right?
yes, and it is
Yeah, man.
so. Look at that face
Look at
up
that.
there.
Oh yeah.
That's so obviously not Conan.
I
No.
know.
Right.
Now, Aaron, I don't know if you heard, but I actually bought at the convention this past weekend Call number 11 because you showed it and it was so cool.
It is
that-
cool. That splash page.
Oh, I had to buy it because of that.
I know,
So,
isn't it awesome?
It is so good.
But that's the
Yeah.
beginning. That's the beginning of the end of the series, though, because they took his kingship away, and then he just became like Conan. And it was like, speaking of, Brian was just saying they're too worried he looked like Conan. They made him into Conan
Yes.
instead of
Right.
keeping him as a king, which differentiated him from Conan. So
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, now, Aaron, I have a question. I
Yeah.
hear that on one recent episode of the Players Club, there was a little debate between you and Gabe was saying that if you work hard enough and practice hard enough, anybody can be Frank Frazetta.
yeah, that was Well, I can't cover for Gabe's deficiencies.
Oh snap!
But we did not agree on that, and
I don't either. I don't think,
Same.
because to me that's like saying, well, if I work at it hard enough and long enough, I could be Aaron Lopresti. Now I can obviously swipe your style, but I'll never have the same page layouts and stuff like that because I'm not you when it comes to thinking of storytelling.
Right. That's what I was trying to get across to Gabe was there's this element of we take in information through our eyes as individuals, and then it comes out. How can we interpret that? Our hands to the pencil to the page. And that's all inherent ability and perceptions and things that cannot be controlled by simply following a series of steps.
Right.
And
Well, it's like looking at the best example with Frazetta would be Mike Hoffman, you know. And while Mike Hoffman, you can look at and probably honestly show to somebody that doesn't know any better. And by that, I mean,
Oh, cool.
you know, not an artist, right? Not somebody that's steeped in the stuff as we are. Like I could probably show Helen, my wife, a Frazetta painting and then show her one of Mike Hoffman's really good paintings as well. And she might go, well, it's the same artist. And I'd go, no, it's not.
no.
Right.
Well, I
You
mean,
know.
look at it this way. His argument, of course, was that, and I don't mean to be debating Gabe behind his back, but
He's got the link. He can show up.
Yeah.
that's
seriously.
right. The issue is that he was basically saying if you took, you know, me and Steph Curry at age 5 and trained us both exactly the same amount of hours, the same drills, that I would be just as good as Steph Curry in basketball, you know. And I'm like, no, that is not correct. And one of the things was, I was talking to David Williams and Jerome Moore, another guy. Those guys broke into comics when they were like 16 or 17 years old professionally.
Right.
And so that just undermines Gabe's entire argument, that because they didn't put in the time and the hours that, say, someone who's 25 or 26 did to get to be professional. So they had to have a higher level of ability, inherent ability, than most of us did, because I didn't break in until I was practically 30 and I still sucked, you know? And so you can't, I don't know, that's just, I think there's, yes, you can get better if you train the proper way, and you can get, but you can't, we don't all have the same ceiling. We just don't.
Right.
No, we don't. And I think that's important for artists to understand, that there are certain artists that dominate certain genres, right? High fantasy, Frazetta.
Mhm.
It's not even close, right? And for horror, it's Bernie, right? Bernie Wrightson.
Sure.
Right.
And
At his best.
At his best. And to me, those are icons to reach towards. That doesn't mean you're going to get there, but by reaching, you're going to get a lot farther than you maybe thought that you would.
Right. And the thing is,
without that inspiration,
nobody knows what our individual ceilings are, right? How good can we be? We don't know. So you continue to work hard and improve. But
yeah,
I mean, but you also at some point have to be able to, I mean, like I was with a booth with Terry Dodson for, 20 plus years at San Diego. Right. And he was always, and still is, way more popular than I am. Does that mean he's better than me? Well, maybe, but that's a subjective observation.
Right.
Yeah.
But I spent a lot of time being, not jealous in an evil way, but jealous in a, boy, I wish I had a line of 30 people right now like Terry does, or I wish I was making as much money at this show as Terry was. Right. And finally I got to a point and said, you know what, Terry's Terry, I'm me, Frazetta's Frazetta. You do the best you can with what you've got. You work hard and you make yourself as good as you can. And then you got to be satisfied with who you are and what you're at, and then kind of find your niche. Right.
Yep.
Right.
Because otherwise you're just frustrated and angry all the time because you're not as good as you're one of your peers or something, Right. There's always going to be somebody better,
It's to me, it's about the reaching. Like, there's was this Hokusai? I think, the famous Japanese illustrator. He did that wave that you see like in every corporate office.
Yeah.
In every TV show and every movie, right? And I think he was like in his 80s, and he said, if the heavens will just grant me 5 more years, then I could become a true illustrator.
Yeah.
And he didn't make it to that. He died like 2 or 3 years later, which is beautiful because it means that he died reaching.
Right.
It's funny because you're right. It's about the reaching, but it's weird for Dennis. He always tells me it's for the reach around. And I'm
snap.
Totally different thing, Dennis. Totally different thing.
Yeah, I can tell Aaron's here because, Andy just starts right in.
Yeah. So apparently I'm the reason that
you are kind of the catalyst. He keeps it pretty good. And then when Aaron's there, he's like, I saved up a few.
I got a few in the cannon.
When it comes to fantasy, I kind of come from a slightly different world because it was more D&D based. So I've actually got artwork downstairs. Clyde Caldwell, Jeff Easley, Larry Elmore, Keith Parkinson, who passed away too young. And then, then you got off, there's your Forgotten Realms, and there's your Dragonlance, stuff like that, and then Dark Sun. And then you got guys like Boris Vallejo and his wife, I believe they're married, Julie Bell, which is a different type, which was also fantastic. So, I mean, it's all good stuff. They all had their strengths and they all had their weaknesses. So I think a lot of it's just personal preference.
Oh, of course. It always is. It always is.
Yeah.
Timothy Truman, he was another guy that started out doing stuff for TSR.
Yep.
One of my favorite artists, and he did a wonderful Conan with Jorah Lansdale, and then also he was writing the Dark Horse Conan series after Kurt Busiek left.
Have you seen the documentary? I think it's on Prime or Netflix. I think it's Prime. It's Dungeons and Dragons. It's the history of the art called Eye of the Beholder. And it kind of goes through the very original history, because for those of you who don't play the original Monster Manual, Fiend Folio and stuff, they were literally written by kids from high school. They're like, hey, we got this monster. Here, take it to school and draw something up. And that's what they use. So it's campy, it's terrible art, but it holds something here because it was the original. Yep. And then the Four Horsemen came in and revolutionized all of that art. Matter of fact, I think it was Larry Elmore was actually at the Renaissance Fair, and he had his own booth and everything. And there's all the artwork that you grew up with on the walls. You could get paints, actual paintings of it, prints, everything. It was just... It's amazing. It was like candy in a kid's store. So, of course, I had to buy one of, as we said earlier, Dritz or Drizzit. So, yes.
Right. I always thought it was Drizzed, but until we get like a film version, I suppose.
We were talking about it earlier. They actually came out and said it's not Drizzed. So, I always said it was Dritz. But anyway, that was one of our earlier debates with the chat, and they all got to weigh in on it.
What the heck are you even talking about, man? What did I come into? What Drizz and Drips? What are you talking about?
I got no idea.
Look at right there.
Brian, if you want to pop your link, or no, if you want to share your screen for your campaign, I'd be glad to talk about it, Brian.
Awesome. R.A. Salvatore. So, Aaron, just so you know, I got my my new Mego figures. I did while you guys were doing the bro, I had to pop it up. I got the Wrath of Khan, so I've got Khan Noonien Soon and Admiral Kirk from the Wrath of Khan. And they're just immaculate. Great Mego figures.
Are these new or older ones?
New, because the original, all the older ones were based off of the TOS.
Yep.
Oh, I see. I have a blank look. So hold, please.
No, wait a minute. So you're saying, wait a minute. So you're saying that there was a Khan figure, but it was only from the television series, and they never did a Wrath of Khan figure from the movie?
So what they did was Diamond went out and redid all the original figures. So, Kirk, Spock, McCoy, and then they did, Uhura, Sulu, Chekhov. Then now they started doing the Mirror Universe figures, which I did a stream on. And now I got Star Trek The Motion Picture Spock when he was, on Vulcan. And now I just got the Star Trek 2. They did a couple of figures from it.
Wait a minute. Just a second here.
Just a second.
I don't have I don't know why. I used to have an Uhura.
Oh, boy. The boys are getting their toys.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
they're already here.
Where'd he go? I'm ask him a question.
While he's doing that, Aaron, have you seen the new Kor-Drath T-shirt?
Ooh, look at that. Bud Root special.
Bud Root 11 color print job T-shirt.
Oh, that's so badass.
Yeah, man.
That is cool. I love that.
Does that come in an extra large?
Yes, it does.
Are you getting the 50-50 blend?
Yes, it is.
Okay, those go up to 4X.
Oh, yeah, it goes up to 4X.
Okay, so what is this?
And the mat. All right.
Those are too small. Those aren't the original 8-inch.
Okay,
Oh,
you're
that's
talking
not a
8
Migo.
inch.
That's Migos have real clothing. Come on.
Yeah, come on, bro.
Well, what is
Those are
this?
figures. The Migo doll, the Migo figurines are dolls.
Aaron, do you
Okay,
have that?
okay. So you're talking about they re-released the original Migo design dolls, but updated them. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
So yes.
Okay.
So for example,
Yes, it is.
hold on, I just put them away.
And Joshua, yes, it is. The St. Clair is the company. Well, if you're going to do that, I was going to say
Hold on.
turn your.
Okay.
So there's the original Dr. McCoy from 1975. He's
Okay.
loose, and you notice his head's a little squishy.
Okay. No, you're telling me that's the actual 1975 figure you're holding.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Real quick, Dan Lawlis, I sent you the link on Facebook if you want to join in, buddy.
Yeah. You can get in some of the nerd talk. So now here is the new release of them.
I see. Dr. McCoy is tan.
Wow.
So yeah, now
really
the head
cool-
on the new one is solid. So
Okay.
that's how I can tell the difference if I'm just picking them up. Because
Okay.
they're squishy. And you'll notice, I'm going to try and notice the Dr. McCoy, the shirt, even though it's older, it's a slightly darker material.
Hmm.
And then this is silver, whereas on the old one, it was gray.
Okay.
But
All
other
right,
than
I
that,
got
it
you
is
now.
the same figure, the same 14 points of articulation. So then they released,
Do they have Kung Fu grip?
not
No,
yet,
no.
but
That
if
was
it's
the
a Kung
G.I.
Fu
Joe
fighter. So now there's the mirror universe. I've got
Look at that hair. Look at that
Hot
Uhura's hair.
What's
I
wrong with
know.
Uhura's hair?
Whoa. Don't
real
call
hair,
her a
too.
whore.
Look
Look at that whore's hair.
I
Come
didn't.
on.
I said, oh, Uhura. Uhura.
Oh,
I'm
sure
Look
you
at-
did.
He's,
Sure you
he's
did.
even got the scar, and then here's the new ones. So, and again, it's the same scale. It's actual cloth material.
Okay. All right. Now, see, now I'm starting to understand what's going on here.
All right, now I got to address this. Randy says refund Rini and back Wraith of God. Now,
Oh,
now Randy, come on.
Come
What
on
you
now.
Randy, what you meant to say was refund Rini and Aaron and back Kor-Drath.
Oh, snap.
I mean, let's be real.
He must be on the wrong channel. He must
No,
be multi-surfing it.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Do you remember when? Do you guys watch the show Castle? Did you ever watch that show?
I used
Oh,
to.
yes.
Okay, remember when they got in the big fight and the series was getting canceled and they were having problems, and then you had people wearing like team Castle and team what was the woman's name? I can't think of the character's name. I haven't watched
Oh, I
it in a
can't
while.
remember.
But they would walk around with, I'm on team so and so, I'm on team. So I'm going to start printing out shirts, Team Aaron, Team Rini, and we'll see.
Oh,
We'll
snap.
see.
Oh,
Keep that up there, Brian. Don't
Okay.
keep that share screen up. I'm going to pull it up in a sec. Let's see. Joshua says, Aaron, or Andy's Rini louder in person or in stream. She's about the same.
He is.
She's just as energetic in person and
Oh, man.
stuff. So
And when she goes on a Rini rant, it's epic, even in person.
she's a lot taller though. Most people think she's like 5'2", 5'3", but she's like 5'6", 5'7". So
I thought she looked tall. We had like a thing on one of the streams. We kind of guessed how tall she was, and I got it right. I could tell she was taller.
Aaron, what is this all about?
I don't know. I haven't heard what. Aaron, what is your response to the critiques of the Bisley cover by Mr. Malin? I haven't heard anything about it, but I will say this: Bisley is an acquired taste, right? He has his anatomy and stuff is wonky sometimes and weird, but that's part of what he does. So you either sort of, I don't think you critique Bisley by saying, "Oh, that's an accurate depiction of the human anatomy," which maybe that's what Malin was doing. I don't know, but
that would be difficult. Honestly, though, that's not even a critique I would imagine would come up on your cover because it's a big close-up of Nosferatu. It's a horse, which is the anatomy on that horse is awesome.
Yeah.
And then it's Wraith of God, who is fully clothed. So I don't know what anatomy you'd be picking apart on that cover. I thought it looked great.
Yeah, so did I. I thought it was he said the horse is too small.
Whatever.
No way. I thought that horse was, I mean, we'll be looking at your campaign in a second anyhow, but I thought that horse was just
I didn't think it was too small.
jacked.
It's the Biz, man. Nobody beats the Biz. Certainly not John Malin.
Look, at every artist has idiosyncrasies, and you either like them or you don't.
Right.
You
Look,
know?
buddy,
And
I'm
I
going to
don't
keep
think-
practicing, and I'll be just like Bisley, and
Well,
you
do you
won't even tell
remember-
us apart.
Well, do you remember what Neil Adams said? He said that style is everything that an artist does wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Because if your drawing is completely perfect, say like somebody like Steve Rude, sometimes it's not anywhere near as exciting or interesting as, you know, Barry Smith, who isn't necessarily right all the time, or Bernie Wrightson, who's not necessarily right all the time.
Right.
So I think that's an excellent point. Yeah, it's like the things you interpret that aren't. If you look at, you know, the human anatomy and say the human figure and say, okay, that's what it should look like, and then you interpret that onto the page, it's never going to look exactly right. And sometimes the more strange or bizarre it gets, the more interesting it becomes as a piece of art. And
Right.
so,
Yes. I totally
yeah,
agree.
I mean, so I had people say that they thought that the Wraith was too big, or the horse was too small in comparison to the Wraith, but I'm just like, yeah, whatever. It's got great energy, you know, and it has a really high cool factor. So it's kind of like,
I think it looks great.
yeah.
All
Nobody
right, let's
beats
talk
the
a little.
Biz.
Let's talk a little Six Gun Gorilla, Long Days of Vengeance, Omnibus. Brian, it is all you. The floor is yours. I see you're trying out Zoop. You can give us the rundown on all that if you'd like.
Okay, absolutely. This is the book that people have been asking me for a long time, which is the Six Gun Gorilla Long Days of Vengeance Omnibus. That's to say, this is the entire 10-issue Long Days of Vengeance arc in one volume. So this is the previous 8 issues, which I've already run campaigns for. I couldn't run a campaign for issue 9 and then issue 10 because people were already telling me, who had bought the first trade paperback, which contains the first 6 issues, oh, well, I'm not supporting the campaign for 7 or 8 because I'm waiting for the next trade paperback. And of course, I want to tell them, like, yo, like, that trade paperback is never going to come out unless you support these campaigns. So this is going to be the whole shebang in one big beautiful trade paperback. At the same time, if people own the previous trade paperback, there is a $25 tier for you where you can get the volume 2 trade paperback, which is going to contain the last 4 issues. You can also get them as floppies. You can also get issues 9 and 10 as floppies together for $20. There's a signed omnibus and floppy bundle, which also comes with the 6 a.m. sticker. And you can't have a CG campaign without a 6 a.m. sticker and
That's right.
a wanted poster. And I know some people, like John, for instance, are very anti-digital tier. But I always feel that it's something I need to offer my customers because some people don't like paying $30 shipping and handling.
Mm-hmm.
And we hate having to charge people that too.
I know.
Especially overseas.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I got that. I've gotten that. Somebody, what? Oh, damn it. Why am I blanking? Dennis, what was the article that just came out?
Well, we got they published our thing on Iron Age.
Iron Age.
And so Iron Age came out, and a bunch of people were like, "Whoa, how come shipping so much to the UK and blah blah blah?" And I could tell, they're obviously you're hitting a group that's not fun, crowdfunding, or they're not all that familiar. And somebody in the chat right away went, "Well, it's not very cheap to ship these for small businesses to overseas." They're exactly right.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that the best thing I can tell you is if you want to back any campaign, not just Kor-Drath, but any of our campaigns, the good thing is obviously if you can just afford to get one book, yes, the shipping is a kick in the balls. I mean, $25, $30 overseas, it definitely is. But shipping is cheaper if you were to get like, say, 2 covers, because then that second cover, the shipping drops down quite, it's only a couple bucks more. So now you're paying, $30 for shipping, but you're getting 2 books, right? Or you could get 3 books and it's still about $30 or so for shipping. So then it is kind of balancing out more. I mean, it is an upsell. But
yeah, there is a weird area, and this is the hard thing to project because you just don't know. But there are, like, you're right. Your first initial amount of shipping is like $25 or $30, right? But then it stays in that range for a pound and 6 ounces or whatever. But once you get to that 1 ounce over that, then it like doubles again. And so it's like, I lost so much money on European shipping on Wraith of God because of that. That I was like, if this had been 1 ounce lighter, it would have saved me $20 and I would have actually charged the right amount. But because I went over that, wherever the cutoff is, that it just doubled. And I went, so I took $25 from someone to ship to Great Britain, but then it ended up costing me $50 to ship it because they got that one extra thing that was an ounce and broke that threshold. Dude, I lost at least $5,000 in shipping to Europe. That's not a joke.
So, Aaron, did you find that the UK, or not UK, Australia was your most expensive place to ship to?
Yeah, I didn't ship to any place in Asia. I didn't have any Chinese orders or anything like that. So I have no idea about that. But yeah, Australia was the most expensive, and New Zealand.
Hashtag Aaron, stop Asian hate. Anyhow.
Singapore is brutal, man. I got what really sucked was I had a backer in Singapore who sent me a video of how the book arrived. And it looked as though it had been microwaved, right? Because the Gemini mailer was pristine, right? And inside it looked like, I don't know, it had been turned into like paper mache or something.
What?
Oh, no.
The pages were stuck together, and it was just like, and I asked the guy, I was just like, is it cool if I show those videos, if I share those? And he was like, why would you want to share those? Like, aren't you embarrassed? I'm just like, no. First of all, I'm going to make it right. I'm going to replace your book. Right. Because you have to eat that $30. Then.
Right. Yeah.
But also, I wanted to share my pain. The idea that somebody got a book for me and that it looked that bad, I couldn't keep that to myself. I had to share that with
especially when the outside's pristine.
Yes.
So, that tells me, because it was wrapped, I'm assuming. So it must have been such intense heat in that cargo hold that it must have literally melted on the inside.
Dude, the floppies, the bags were just completely fucking melted. And attached to the front cover. That was brutal. Yeah.
I've only had that happen with my.
Andying it.
I've only had that happen with my Playboys. So that's
we knew that was coming. I had a couple. I only had like 2 damaged books. It was remarkable. But one of them was like the outside of the package looked pretty good, but the books inside were just destroyed. And you're like, how did that happen?
That happened.
Yeah.
I had just one person write me and they sent a picture as well. And I was like, not a problem. So one, out of like 750 that I mailed out, that's not bad.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
And I had one guy said, I think the pages are out of order. And I went, what? And, he was describing this really bizarre thing. And I was like, I checked a bunch of books and they were all fine and everything was okay. So, but somehow this guy got one copy where the pages were like double printed or something and bound wrong. And I'm like, how do you do that with just one book?
That's crazy.
But,
no way.
What was it? All the pages or just a couple of pages?
Well, he said that like the ending was, he goes, this isn't in the right order, and he didn't ever he was going to send me a picture. He never did. I just sent him, a new copy, but, and he said it was the new one I sent him was fine, but it was like, from what I can understand, that he was like, the pages were not bound correctly. They were it was either double printed Meaning that there was like extra page, like you turn the page and the next page is the same page kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or it wasn't bound correctly and out of order. And I'm like, how does that happen with just one book?
It's easy. So I used to work in a stitchery and a bindery. So the pages go on there. So if you're in a stitcher, which means they're stapled, or a binder, if it's glued, your job, you got one pocket. So you've got 4 pages, and you sit there and you shuffle them up and you put them in there. And as it goes by, it grabs the top page, sets it on there, and it's very high speed and it goes down. Well, sometimes if it catches, it could grab 2 of them and it'll pop 2 of them on there, or not catch one at all, and you could have a missing one in there.
Okay, well that happened on one copy.
And now
there is an error. That is an error copy. You should
ask that guy to send it back, and you'll pay shipping, so you have it.
That's right. So I can sell it on eBay.
Absolutely,
right.
One of a kind, special collector's edition.
Especially if you get it where the covers are double. That's always the best one. People love double covers.
That's right. Sorry, so let's keep talking about.
Joshua 45 says was the one person, Anna, that Star Trek girl, everything she gets is damaged. And I'm like, I never heard from her, so she hasn't opened hers yet. I don't think Malin has opened his yet that he bought from me. I think it's probably still sitting there packaged up someplace.
You just have to pay attention because Anna will do streams where she just opens mail. So, let's keep talking about Six Gun Gorilla here for a little bit, because we need guys. You got to get behind this. This is a great looking book, great looking campaign.
Why?
It's got 8 days left.
Brian, why are you doing Zoop instead of like Indiegogo or Kickstarter?
I was going to ask that.
Yes, that's the big question. A lot of us have been looking at Zoop from afar and thinking to ourselves, okay, we need more options when it comes to crowdfunding, right?
Yeah.
We know that Indiegogo, for instance, is shadow banning some of our campaigns.
Mm-hmm.
And Kickstarter, well, Kickstarter and Indiegogo, that we barely even exist to them, right? People don't go to Kickstarter and Indiegogo because they're looking for comic books. They're going there because they're looking for gadgets. They're looking to back movies, music, whatever. Comic books, they don't care about us. And also, they could make us disappear in a heartbeat, right?
Yeah.
So Zoop is out there, and it is a crowdfunding platform that is focused exclusively on comic books. That's to say, everybody who goes there is looking for comic books, and they're all indie comic books. So we were all kind of like, wondering, like, is this potentially another platform for us? And I decided, like, I never really get much of a chance to give back to campaigns or to give back to the community because I'm a writer. If somebody's campaign, it looks like it's just about to get funded, it's having trouble getting across the finish line, boom, they'll get like a variant cover from Preston Acevedo. Or boom, they'll get sketch cards from Simon Poitier. And they'll get them across the finish line. What am I going to do? Send them a paragraph? No. So I was like, all right, guys, fellas, I'll try this out, and then I can report my experience back to the rest of you. And so far, my experience has been very good.
Interesting.
I know. Here's the thing that I've found funny. Some people have been throwing me shade because evidently there's somebody who works there that used to work for Kickstarter. And I think she was Camilla Zhang, I think her name was. And she was, I think, censoring people's campaigns. And I think that's why she got fired. She got busted doing it. And so she went to work at Zoop, and people are like, well, I'm not backing your book because she works there. I'm just like, well, if you don't want to back my book, that's perfectly fine. But don't not back it because of that bitch.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying? It's just like, I'm sure that there's some pretty terrible people working at Indiegogo and Kickstarter too. But some people are also looking at me like I'm a traitor because I'm not using Indiegogo.
It's Marcus is asking, do you have to be invited to do Zoop?
Here's the thing. It's a curated site. So I think previously you did have to be invited, or you had to. I don't know how they were getting their campaigns originally. The biggest, of course, is Axe Wielder Jon, and a lot of people already have Zoop accounts because of Axe Wielder Jon. However, if you'll look up at the orange bar at the top, there's Explore, and right next to it is Submit Your Project.
Oh yeah.
So that gives us a chance to put our books on their platform. So what you do is you submit your project. If they think it's professional looking, they'll and something that obviously is going to make them some money, they'll throw your campaign up there. And also, yes, they take 10%, but they also do advertising for you. They have a YouTube page. They do social media promotion and all that stuff. And of course, they send out email.
They're still like getting the same traffic, though.
Yeah,
I would assume. Are they at this point as Indiegogo, for example?
I don't traffic in terms of comic book projects, or just in terms of like overall.
Well, I guess, are you more likely, you're going to make more money on Indiegogo than you are at Zoop at this point, wouldn't you say? Or is that?
Oh yeah, because everybody's used to Indiegogo, right. And after this, maybe I will run an Indiegogo. We'll see. We'll see if this campaign gets funded. We'll see how well it does. Like I said, I'm the guinea pig here.
That's interesting. Yeah, you'll have to let us know how that turns out. Wasn't Mandy looking at a different, kicking around a different site too, looking into one?
I think a lot of us are looking at different sites. If Mandy was looking at one, I don't know which one it is.
Okay.
And
go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say we have another guest joining the show.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. We'll just go with this one again. I'm repeating, but that's the way it goes. Oh, wait. We'll go with this one. This guy is the
Certified Badass.
Wow.
Damn.
There he is.
Lawlis.
Hey, I'm the man, Lawlis.
What up, Dan?
Hey, how are you?
Good. How's it going?
Brian, I don't never met you, Brian, have you?
No. I was just about to say, pleasure to meet you, Dan.
Yeah, your Six Gun Gorilla. I've seen that before. It's really well drawn. If it's the one I saw, yeah.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you. I've been really lucky with the artists that I've worked with, like super duper lucky. My friend Adrian, unfortunately, he did the first 7 issues. He unfortunately is no longer with us. He passed away a couple years ago.
Oh, right.
That's going to make every success that I have with the book going into the future a little bittersweet. But my good friend Preston Acevedo stepped in and has assumed artist duties for the remaining 3 issues. And
that's cool.
Yeah, like here is some of his artwork from issue number 8, Cemetery Without Crosses. And I couldn't be working with a better artist or a cooler guy too. And at first, here's the thing. I think this is a problem for a lot of writers. We get our pencils from you guys, right? We get our pencils from the artists that we're working with, and they're so beautiful. We don't want to do anything with them. I'm always like, can we just leave it like this? Right? And I was thinking about doing a artist's edition with no color, so you could see every bit of Preston's beautiful line work, right? Because he didn't. This isn't inked. He kind of quote unquote inked it himself in pencil.
Yeah, that's what I do. I skipped the ink stage because it just because now you can reproduce it so well.
Yes, absolutely. And when you're working with an artist and then you're going to get a colorist, what do? You ask the artist, like, who do you like working with? And so Ollie from 656, those dudes are incredible, by the way. Go back to Cryptidnals if you haven't yet. I think that's the best CG book I've read all year. Maybe like ever. It's incredible. But
not
anyway,
Wraith, not First Man. What the hell?
no, well, it's not that you're not in the top 5. It's not that you're not in the top 5.
That's fine. Oh, yeah.
Notice my book is not even anywhere near there. So Ollie came in and he laid down some colors, and the colors preserve every single a pencil stroke.
Yeah.
There's something about a pencil. You get a little softer feel with the with the art. It's kind of nice.
I love it.
You know, it almost grabs a little bit of that old newsprint thing. You know.
Yes.
Dan, is there a ghost behind you?
There is.
I thought so.
Wait.
Who are you going to call? Ghostbusters.
Friendly or unfriendly?
Oh, this one seems friendly. Hasn't done any harm to me yet, I guess.
Hasn't made a move. He's just kind of hovering there.
No, it's not hovering. There's movement.
Let's see. Timothy says, Andy, Aaron, how much harder is it to produce trading cards versus prints? I mean, it's not harder. It's just the print cost is different because one is smaller than the other, right?
Yeah, cards are cheaper to produce, depending if you're doing like foil cards or hologram or not. But
a basic two-sided card is cheaper than obviously a two-sided mini print because it's
or even
smaller.
a single.
Or even a single. But when it comes to what we draw, I mean, I don't do really any less for a trading card than I do for a mini print. So
no, I agree. Unless I plan on selling the original, I'll do the card art bigger, which I'm doing on this campaign because I am going to sell the originals. But I am kind of shying away from the print this time around. I mean, I do have the Garbage Man print, but last time I had like a couple, and it's like I'm too concerned about them getting dinged, the corners, especially because you do them basically the size of the comic, right? So you slide it in there.
Right.
I do with the backing board and everything, but it's right up there against the edge of the board, and you're kind of like, if this shifts just a little bit the wrong way, that corner could get dinged. And so I think cards are easier to manage in terms of keeping them in pristine shape, as opposed to the bigger print, which you always run the chance of something getting damaged and then having to replace it. So,
yep, that is true. Speaking of,
for people to collect cards too, and I think a lot of us are. I mean, that's what I'm starting to do. Is like Ethan has done this already, and I'm sure other guys have as well. It's like starting like a card set,
right?
And kind of expanding that so people can have kind of a side thing where they're whatever your characters are in your universe or whatever that they can put together a card set, which is kind of cool. So,
right. And speaking of Wraith of God, here is Wraith of God, Blood Hunters, up there at 114. We get to 120, you guys. We get that playing card, that Esther Queen of Hearts playing card that goes with the Wraith Ace of Spades playing card that you got with the first campaign. Yeah. So. Here's that fantastic Simon Bisley cover where Wraith is riding a little show pony.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Now, does that horse
Just
look
kidding.
too small? I say to the nay.
No, I'm sorry. If Malin thinks that horse is too small, he's been like sniffing an airplane glue or something.
This might have been after a bad trip to Taco Bell.
That's right.
Okay,
Every trip
in his defense,
was a bad trip to Taco Bell.
Well, as an artist, here's the dilemma in this situation. You have if you made the guy smaller, now he's small on the page, and the option maybe would make the horse a little bigger, but if you make him too small, in the main character, that's not good. So you have to sometimes cheat things and make it a little, even if it's not exactly correct, but.
Well, I get what Malin's saying to a degree. When I draw horses, I draw them too big, and then people horse people criticize me because horses. I mean, obviously they're huge animals, but when you put a rider on top of a horse like John Wayne on a horse in a movie, and you stop it and freeze frame it, you go, "Wow, John Wayne looks like he's bigger than the horse," And unless you're riding a Clydesdale or something, which are truly enormous horses. The horses seem smaller when people are sitting on them, and so that's to me, I look at that and it doesn't bother me one way or the other. But I tend to make, especially in a barbarian story or something like that, I'll make, like Frazetta did this. He made the horses just freaking enormous, right? Mm-hmm. Because they're like a guy riding a dragon almost kind of thing, But I mean,
there was a little discussion in my Facebook Conan page that I run, a little group I have there, and I found out that real horse people hate Frazetta's horses.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
just like, 'cause-
Really?
Yeah.
because they say horses don't move like that. They can't move like that. And
Right.
it's like, and I think that's true, because I think a horse in real life, it's such a large animal. It moves. Its movement's probably a little more stiff than you think. But when you're drawing comics, I mean, Frazetta basically kind of looked at his horses and did him the way he does lions and tigers, with a lot of super movement that they don't really do those intense movements. So they were, the real horse people didn't like it, but I still think Frazetta, this is the creative license thing where you got to kind of jazz it up. And so, realistic art, just, if you just took a picture and did a nice photographic realistic art of a guy on a horse, it wouldn't be that exciting. You have to exaggerate stuff. You have to play with stuff.
Well, that's the thing that drives me crazy, especially now with the where are her organs people, right?
Oh, right.
Since when was fantasy art supposed to be an accurate representation of reality?
Right.
Or just comic book art in general. Yeah.
Right.
Comic book art in general, which is fantasy art. Let's face it.
Right. Yeah.
Fantasy, so horse people tend to be a little snobbish, and they do. They're like, they're hypercritical of, if you don't draw the horse exactly right. But I don't think that's the point any more than it is necessarily criticizing somebody's anatomy for not being accurate. And you go, well, it's a superhero. It's heightened fantasy. It's not reality. And
yes.
Yeah, well, this one guy who said, well, there's an artist who does it right. And I said, well, show me him. And I took a look, and it's like, well, they look kind of boring, frankly. Yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
I mean,
take a
do you
picture,
want realistic or do you want fantasy? I'll take fantasy any day of the week. When they draw me on horses, they call them ox.
Right. Well, I mean, to me, it's the same with just superheroes, and a lot of the trend in superhero comics. You've got a lot of more current artists drawing superheroes with more realistic human male proportions. I don't want to see that.
No.
Right.
No,
and
Superman
you pointed out,
super.
Western horses were smaller because, we had Mustangs and stuff like that. We just don't have the great big huge European horses, or,
if you want to see small Western horses, you need to watch Terror in Tiny Town. Those are small Western horses.
I have already watched Terror in Tiny Town, albeit many years ago.
Yeah, I look at this piece and rather than trying to break it down and critique it and say, well, Nosferatu's skull isn't quite big enough, and his chin is too long or whatever. I mean, you can do that all day long, but it's a fantasy piece. It's a stylized piece, as Bisley does stuff. So you got to look at the overall impact and energy and visceral energy that the piece has, and that makes it a success or a failure. And this has got a lot of energy to it, and it's like, and movement and power. I mean, that's what you want. It doesn't have to be. We're not, it's not like this is everything accurate, right?
Yes, thank you.
Look at that sky. The sky is literally on fire. I mean, you're not going to find a sky like that,
And look at Nosferatu's skin.
Yeah.
Right? How it's even his eyes look sort of roimy or pussy.
Yeah.
And right? It's like this sallow. Exactly. Thank you. This sallow skin just stretched tightly over bone. It's this is magnificent. It's the biz. Nobody beats the biz.
Yeah.
$2 super chat, and Hildago. I think he misspelled it. Did he or no? Hildago, whatever. His Mustangs were much smaller than Arabians. Yeah, horses can come in different sizes, guys, just like people can. You look at me next to Dennis, and you go, Andy's normal. Dennis is freakishly large. I mean, that's all it is.
It is true. Everybody says that. And just FYI, I used to live in Hidalgo County down in Texas on the border.
There you go. See?
Only we didn't have horses.
True.
Guys, in full disclosure, I'm a little bit sour with Biz, simply because when I did my first and only Savage Sword Conan cover, 231 for Marvel, years ago, I was like, yes, I'm going to do more covers. This is going to be great. And that was the last one, because they lost the black and white.
Really?
They only had a couple more issues left of the black and white, but they were going to start a brand new color Conan comic. And they said, we're considering you to possibly do the cover. And I found out, they said, well, we gave it to Bisley. So it's just sour grapes.
Oh,
but I could have a #1 Conan, cover.
Oh.
No, honestly, this is the cover I back because it's just so freaking cool.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. You know what? I
So-
kind of wanted. I mean, I should get both. I love this one too, but the I did back the Tomb of Dracula one. That's the one I love them both, but this one I love a little more.
It's when you're offering two retro titles and you're a retro guy, it's kind of like,
Yeah,
which
that's
retro
tough.
do you want to go for? The
I know.
1972 retro or the 1965? But
Well, it just so happens I'm a big Tomb of Dracula fan.
okay,
So
we'll see
I-
that.
that's
there
kind
you
of that cinched the deal. But they're both equally exciting and fun for me. I don't know.
Me too.
I mean,
There it
I kind
is.
of wonder.
There's the cover.
Do the younger guys love this kind of art or not? Because I mean, I love this art.
I don't know. I don't know if it's us because it's like a nostalgia thing.
Yeah, but it's not nostalgia. That's great graphics. That's great.
Well, yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah.
But does that somehow does the fact that like that's a comic I remember getting off a spinner rack when I was a little
Right.
boy.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
I think there is a part of that. The problem is when you have different generations, obviously, of readers, they have different experiences from what their first comic experience was as a kid, right? And that's what we remember, and that's what we want to inevitably be pulled back to.
Yeah.
For us in this age group, this stuff resonates, whereas someone like, I don't know, Phil Diaz or somebody who's younger doesn't have this experience because he was buying comics in the 90s or whatever, which had a totally different feel to him. But I think it all goes back to nostalgia for all of us. I mean, that's what's so great about comics is it reminds us of our youth, right?
Yeah,
And you get that charge and that sense of excitement you had when you were a kid going into the 7-Eleven, not knowing what you're going to find in the spinner rack.
Right.
It's hard to
Yes.
be objective. It really is.
Yes.
It is.
Do you also think, though, like this is retro for us,
Right.
but at the same time, when you compare this to current comic book covers where they got rid of a lot of the, stuff across the top and all these graphics, I almost think this is a kid would react better to this than current comic book covers, because current comic book covers, not all of them, but a lot of them you could go, oh, that looks like a novel. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And to me, stuff like this and the retro cover I did and stuff might appeal more, if they went back to
Good point.
doing stuff like this.
I
Well,
think
Yeah,
flat,
but they're
flat
not-
colors. Flat colors
sorry,
are
go ahead.
bright.
Yeah. I mean, this isn't exactly flat. I mean, there is a little bit of modeling in there, but it's very simplified, obviously, to kind of reflect that sort of feel. And if you make good color choices, that's all that matters.
Right.
Yeah, well, that's one of the great. I mean, artistically speaking, just from the printing aspect, when you have red, green, and blue, those three colors combine to create your colors on a painting or a printing.
Mhm.
And back when they had that limited color palette, you would have just red or blue. More often you'd have these solid, rich, unmixed colors. Now with the computer color, and you get all these subtle details, but it also means as soon as you add those colors together, you gray them down and you muddy them up. You add white or black to a color, all of a sudden you get grayish, gray colors, and it's more sophisticated, but it's also less colorful. So some of the charm is lost.
Right.
Yeah.
As beautiful as, like, say, this page, as beautiful as that is, as beautiful as it's colored, it's not as, in the old days, his face would be just, a blue and the background would be a solid yellow.
Right.
And that was a different kind of look. It's not one is not necessarily superior to the other necessarily. It depends on your taste. But they
Well,
are
exactly.
different
I mean, there's
graphics.
colorists out there now that do color a lot simpler, and it's not, and they're great because it's all about the color combination and stuff.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well, Hellboy is a perfect example. I mean, that you can't over render Hellboy or you ruin Mignola's style. It has to be
right.
almost flat, simplistic color, but you still have to make really good color choices. And then when you do make good color choices, it works really well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Even Hellboy, though, today, he's got so many grayish tones of these colors versus back then he just
Well,
had to
right.
he'd have to have
much
green,
brighter.
green,
Yeah.
blue, a dark green. You got a dark one, a light green, a dark green, or something.
Look at this craziness right here. Look at the coloring on this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Beautiful.
That's,
Badass.
And, and speaking of, we can do a little debut. Oh, by the way, there's also the Kor-Drath beanie you can get.
Ooh.
So,
Ooh-wee.
and it is a nice jet black. I actually had to lighten it up some because the photo he sent me was so dark that it just looked like a black silhouette. So I lightened it up to show some texture. But But beyond that, the next character card we'll be doing with the stats on the back is the lovely Lilith, and Mr. Dan Lawlis has agreed to color it. So
Oh yeah.
Dan Arms Dealer Lawless and all the sides. I'm friends
already
with
clapping.
everybody.
I can't wait, Dan. I can't
I'm
wait.
helping out.
that's right.
Actually, though, that was my plan from the start was to get into the CG group was to simply first help out. Come in and see what I can do to strengthen the community, help grow stuff, and it's a win-win because I know at the same time people are going to get to see I can showcase my work. So
Matt?
it's really a great.
Right.
If people want to get into the business, into this sort of crowdfunding groups of people, just come and see what you can do. Come on and see what you can do. A pin up for somebody. See if you can help someone's campaign, build it up, and we're gonna it's a rising tide raises all the ships. It's just gonna get better and better. You're not you're competing, but it's friendly competition, and it does actually increase this overall sales. I think
Yeah, well, Don draws stuff. I can't think of his last name. I can never think. I remember guys by their monikers, right? But he just posted basically what was, just for fun. He did this Wraith piece, and I liked it so much I stuck it on the back cover of the book. So he got some money out of it, and he got some publicity out of it. So yeah.
Yeah, I've done a lot of things that just for fun and just to kind of help promote, like even Andy's speed drawing that I did of First Man. That was a blast, and it's just you kind of helping out promote, but at the same time you're also showing people what you can do, and it just eventually you start to get jobs, and that's what happened, So
That's the spirit of the community. That's what I love about this place. Everybody's into helping each other.
Yeah.
And
it's a lot of fun too, guys. I don't know about you, but I've never had so much fun.
Likewise.
I hated being in the comic. I was in 87 and 97. I hated it because it was lonely, and I was still here in Michigan, and I didn't know anybody who drew comics, and kind of sucked. So this is a whole lot more fun.
Yeah, it's a great community. Sure. But on to another note, Mr. Wraitharoni, we were talking earlier before you came on about Werewolf by Night, and
here we go.
On a 1 to 10, give us your rating, and then we'll tell you what Dennis and I gave it, and we can talk about it.
Oh, yeah.
5.
All right, so I gave it an 8, Dennis.
I gave it a 7.5.
So, Aaron, you are apparently, I know you don't drink and do drugs, but you must have when you watched it to give it that lowest score.
No, I watched it with Shelley, and we were asking questions all the way through it, like, why are they doing this? Why are they doing that? And that's never a good sign. Here's my problem with it. I thought they tried to do too much into too short a period of time. We spent. I didn't think any of it was as well. I just felt the whole thing was convoluted. I felt like what might have been better. Okay, first of all, why do you have all these monster hunters there? Spoiler alert, sorry guys. Why do you have all these monster hunters there, right? Okay, all they ended up doing was fighting each other, and it's kind of like, well, shouldn't they be hunting the werewolf? And the whole, the humor didn't work for me because I felt it was too, it wasn't the right subject matter for. I just didn't. I don't know. The humor didn't work for me, and then the transition from black and white to color, which they had to do. I understand that, but then trying to make it tie into the Wizard of Oz without any sort of reasoning behind it, other than the fact that it just went from black and white to color, and so to me that was, that was just, it's like a bunch of guys sitting in a room going, okay, look, we want to do this black and white thing because we want to make it look like an old Universal monster film, but it has to be in color at the end so we can transition it into the rest of the Marvel universe. So what do? Oh, we can do this thing. It'll be like the Wizard of Oz, and she'll turn to color at the end, and then we'll play Somewhere Over the Rainbow, and everybody will go, oh my gosh, that's so clever. And you go, okay, well, that's not clever because it's not thematically tied into anything they did. It was just there to transition. And then he's asking the man thing if he wants to have sushi. I mean, come on. I thought that there wasn't enough werewolf. I thought the focus should have been, look, they could have done this. Let me just throw this out there as an alternative. You take Bloodstone, and obviously they wanted to gender swap Bloodstone. I mean, they did it in a way that was it was okay because it's his daughter, whatever, that's fine. But they could have taken Bloodstone, right, and had him hunting the werewolf in the swamp, okay, and then they fight and whatever, and Bloodstone gets killed, and the werewolf, maybe he runs into Man-Thing in the swamp in a more natural setting. I mean, why are these guys buddies? That's just the dumbest thing. So it's like,
wait, why are they buddies? That's not dumb. Now I will say one of the beefs I had is, and this is like my biggest beef, is I had no idea because they never dropped names of who the other people were.
Right. That was the other problem.
And
do you know who these people are? And I'm like, no, I have no clue.
Yeah. I didn't know who, and it would have been, even if they didn't go into like some big back history on the people, because there was no way they'd have enough time to do that. They could have at least called them by their names at some point. How hard is that?
Yeah.
You know, so that was my big thing.
You get the feeling that when they were writing the script, it was like Monster Hunter #1, Monster Hunter
Right.
#2, as opposed to doing what I always do, which is even if you have like, you know, Cop 1, Cop 2, give them a name.
Right. Just give them a name.
And the thing is, why are you capturing the Man-Thing and then going, okay, now hunt him? Why don't you just go out and hunt him? We know he's in the swamp. Boom. You guys go find him.
My question was, who captured him in the first place?
Right, exactly.
Right.
If none of them can control him, it's like, well, how did you capture him in the first place?
And so here's my question to you, Aaron. Yeah. When did you think we were having this discussion on our channel the other night? When did you think what period was this set in? You know, I mean, they made it feel like it was in the 50s. But they had too much current tech, you know, an 80s phone. When did you get the feeling that they were trying to say this took place?
I never got a sense that it was not current.
Yeah.
And that was the other thing. And the black and I understand there's budgetary concerns and all this kind of stuff, but it looked like they shot it in color, then digitally made it black and white, which is clearly what they did. And so it didn't really have the atmospheric feel of a 1940s horror film, which what they were trying to do. It was like a cheap version. I mean, if you're going to do it,
yeah.
You know, and then you can transition to color when you wanted to at the end. But it felt artificial to me. And it was like gimmicky, you know, instead of really feeling authentic. Like if you look at Young Frankenstein, that looks like a 1940s horror film. It looked that way because they intended it to look that way. This looked just kind of cheap to me.
Yeah, I was really disappointed by it too. I thought it started out pretty strong. I was hopeful, and it just kind of, you know, it just went down. And then finally you run into the Man-Thing. And I know not everything has to be absolutely faithful to the comic book, but Man-Thing's not the Man-Thing. You're talking about a character, and that was what was always challenging about writing him, I'm sure, for people like Steve Gerber.
Because you couldn't do anything with him.
Well, because you could do something with them, but you're writing a character that is literally mindless. Right? And Ted Salas's soul is trapped inside of this mindless creature. And what they did in that film was they took Man-Thing and they turned him into Groot 2.0.
Yes, that's exactly right. That's the first thing I said was they made Man-Thing. That's their new Groot.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, you know,
I'm very disappointed by it.
Here's my take. I didn't think it was as bad, and I think this is why. I started watching Ms. Marvel and almost died.
That'll do it.
And then we're watching She-Hulk, and even my wife's like, "Oh, I really want She-Hulk," and even she, after this last episode's like, "Oh, this is not good." So, by comparison to Ms. Marvel and She-Hulk, I thought this was a beautiful black and white masterpiece. So when you look at it in those terms, it is probably some of the best stuff Disney Plus has put out. But that's just telling you how low the bar is right now at Disney.
With them, it's always the same. It's bait and switch, right? Like the Moon Knight series. First episode, I was in.
Right.
And then because, you know, it's like, okay, well, now you're going to start getting some Moon Knight. And what was it? I think it was like 7 or 8 episodes. And I think maybe we got, charitably speaking, maybe 10 minutes of Moon Knight.
Oh yeah, they do that shit all the time. They did it.
Do it all
I'm
the
still
time.
watching She-Hulk because my daughter likes it, so I watch it with her.
Yeah.
Episode 8 last week. She's finally in her freaking costume. Come on. There's one episode left, and the one episode left I saw a headline that said She-Hulk season finale sets a record for running time, and I'm like, oh shit, are they doing a really long one? No, it sets a record for the shortest season finale running time, clocking in at 36 minutes compared to the longest, which was 48.
And then they're like, oh, well, you don't like it because you're a misogynistophobe. And I'm just like, wait a second. You're talking about a character that was fabulously popular when the comic book reading audience was 95% male.
Yeah.
Right? Everybody that I knew loved She-Hulk.
Yeah.
Right? Wonderful character. I even loved when she was in the Fantastic Four. Right?
Right.
Yeah.
But that's not it. Look, here's the thing. Whenever we get disappointed over things like this, I always think to myself, you know what? This isn't for us anymore. It hasn't been for a long time. This is for a new audience. This is for the Pirates of the Caribbean people. Everything's a comedy now. Everything has to be goofy. Thor is just a stooge at this point, right? Yep. This buffoon. And, like something like Twilight, for instance, sparkly vampires, go after yourselves, right? But it's not for me. It's for teenage girls. Okay,
that can be said, but that also goes back to when Man of Steel came out because, I liked it, but I didn't love it. Right. And I still like the original Superman movie with Christopher Reeve. However, if you talk to teenagers and millennials and stuff like that, they loved it because they never saw the Christopher Reeve Superman. It was their generation Superman, like our generation's was Christopher Reeve.
Yep.
Right. Well, you can say it's for a different audience, but that still doesn't excuse not doing a quality program.
Oh yeah. No,
I agree with that.
I cut them zero slack.
Genuine Comics says, how many episodes of She-Hulk do we need to watch before they accept it's not getting any better? 2. 2. And here's the problem with it. Then they turn around and then they kind of ruined Daredevil. I have to say, I really hated.
Oh, they trashed Daredevil in this.
The beginning of Daredevil was good. It was lawyerly stuff. He comes in. It was kind of cute. I kind of like that. And the moment they went back to have sex in the room, my wife's like, God, he's going to do the walk of shame. Literally as soon as the bedroom door closed, literally next scene, there he is. And I'm like, wow, you called that without his shoes even on. That poor Christian Daredevil, it's amazing that he wouldn't have done that in the comics.
I'm so glad I spared myself that horror of watching that. They've lost me for good. I'm completely disinterested in any Disney Marvel stuff.
Me too. I would not have watched Werewolf by Night if I hadn't seen the Man Thing was in it.
Well, I mean,
I had to see the Man Thing.
Werewolf by Night and Man Thing were some of the first comics I can remember reading when I was a kid.
I was a huge Werewolf by Night fan and Man Thing fan,
In kindergarten, I remember distinctly drawing werewolves. And specifically the ones from Werewolf by Night, because one of them was a black dude, and when he changed, he turned purple.
Right? Yeah, he was like the gray. He was like the gray, dark gray werewolf, blue, purple, whatever they colored him.
Yeah, I remember that vividly. Right, and do those comic books hold up? Not always. Some of them are pretty rough. Some of the Ghost Riders are pretty rough. But boy, that gorgeous Mike Ploog art, and especially when Ploog was doing Man Thing.
Yes.
Oh my God, he
brought the best issues.
Oh my God, he brought so much heart to those characters. It was beautiful. So it's like, I understand this is stuff that's precious to me, but do they really have to just completely take a big old number 2 all over it? I'm done.
I don't know. I just thought I had a bigger problem with. I don't mind them reinterpreting stuff, but I do mind them when they don't do it well. Yeah, and I didn't think it was well. I just didn't think it was well done. I didn't think it was well thought out. There wasn't enough it wasn't really about Werewolf by Night. You know, he was almost kind of just in there as an afterthought.
Yep.
Right.
To a certain degree. And it was kind of like, well, wait a minute. So
What did you think
speaking of
the-
remakes, you guys? Hey, guys, speaking of remakes, did anybody see the new Monsters remake?
Oh, God.
I have not watched it.
no, Dan.
I have.
I actually really liked it. I thought
Yo,
it was-
what's up,
Welcome,
John?
Shanth Enjeti, to the stream.
Great to see you,
Hello.
Shanth. How you doing?
I have not
Can't
watched
answer
it.
the question. I was just about to watch it, Dan, and then I mentioned it, and a couple people were like, "Dude, don't. You will hate the Munsters for the rest of your life." And I like the Munsters.
Well, that's
So
here's the thing.
didn't.
Okay, it's not. You're not going to match Fred Gwynn, and
No.
just okay. But it's surprising. We're talking about faithful to the characters. It's surprisingly fairly accurate. It sort of works in. It's actually true to the characters. Now it's silly, it's ridiculous and stuff. But if you just want a stupid thing to watch, it's a lot of fun. The colors are fantastic. I think some of it's pretty funny. I was laughing at a lot of it. So I don't know. It's Munsters, for goodness sake.
He was smoking weed, and then he turned on the Munsters, and that gives
Well, I
you
may
a
have had a
whole
few
different
drinks.
perspective on it.
No, not at all. Because I was smoking weed when I watched it too. And
It didn't help, huh?
difficult. No, not at all. Not at all.
And share my screen real quick, will you?
Do that.
All right, so there's a little plug
There
man
we
thing. Look at the man thing back here in the creepy, and there behind the guy. And
That's cool.
I loved Plug's stuff on that. Somebody in the chat
so
asked if
beautiful.
the man thing at least looked cool. He looked pretty good. I mean, for a CGI
right.
thing, it was pretty cool. It was good.
Yeah, I
enough.
thought it
Well,
looked pretty good.
it was good.
I was actually
enough.
going to ask you what you thought of the werewolves look.
Not great. It looked too. I wasn't sure how much of it was digital and how much of it was practical. I think most of it was digital. I would have preferred more of a kind of a Rick Baker sort of go in there and do some. I know he's retired, but I would have preferred a more old-fashioned. But I guess maybe that's more expensive now than actually doing CG. I don't know.
Well,
Yeah, I don't know, because I was thinking too. Looking at it, I was thinking, well, why couldn't they just do practical?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Have you guys seen? There's a movie. It's called Wolf. Not Wolf. No, I'm sorry, not Wolf. Wolves. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a low budget movie. You can find it on Tubi or any of the other free sites. And it's got Jason Momoa in it. And the practical makeup effects in that are absolutely out of this world.
Really?
Yes.
Let's check that out.
Yes.
Wolves.
Yeah, you have to. And you know what? It's a much better Werewolf by Night movie, because that's basically what it is. It's a Werewolf by Night movie. It's much better Werewolf by Night movie than the actual Werewolf by Night movie. So they could have done. I would have just gotten those people and had them do it. But I didn't like the combination of the fuzzy body and then the Henry Hull face. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Face was naked. I'm like, okay, well, if you're going to go for a Henry Hull look, which is more human, right? Just a little
Right.
wolfed out. Okay, you can do that, but not with the fuzzy body. It just clashed. I wasn't crazy about it.
Hey, Shanth, you're our resident horror
Yeah, seriously,
expert.
bro.
Have you watched this Werewolf by Night, or
Yeah, I did.
what do you think?
It was shit.
Oh.
There you go.
Yeah,
There it
there it
is.
is. There it is. Shanth
All right,
knows his
let's
monsters.
real quick. Here's the Wolves trailer. Hopefully, you guys will be able to hear it. I don't know what the sound is shared. Let's see here real quick.
It looked pretty good.
Yeah,
It
it's
does
fun.
look good.
It's worth seeing. It's worth seeing. I recommend it. That's a much
Hey,
better
guys, have we
Werewolf by
seen
Night
this?
than the one we got.
Have you guys seen Marvel and Pfizer team up
man.
for the COVID-19 vaccine advocacy starring the Avengers?
Wow. And Iron Man's going to shoot it into your arms with that
This
big
is more
vaccine
terrifying
cannon.
than Werewolf by Night.
Christ.
When Ultron wreaks havoc, the Avengers act as the first line of defense. People can help protect themselves by staying up to date with the COVID-19 vaccinations.
Get your
but they
Captain
don't help
America's-
against transmission like we were told.
Vax-a-beam.
What if it works like Captain America's super, secret serum kind of?
Yeah, then I take it.
God, do you remember when comic books were like a creative bubble where like artists and writers could do whatever they wanted because the outside world wasn't paying any attention? And then
Right.
the Avengers came out, and now we got this.
Yeah.
That's right.
Because they noticed us. They noticed us.
The thing is, I actually like.
In the past,
I actually like Paco Diaz's artwork. So because I'm a dumb collector for like stuff like this, I wouldn't mind owning it, but I'm not going to buy it. So
everybody's masked up. All the characters are all masked up. Oh my god!
I know.
Hey, Brian. In the past, all they knew about us is that we like Hostess fruitcakes.
That's right.
You know,
Oh,
the
man.
thing about all this stuff, though, when you talk about things like Werewolf by Night, I will tell you, a really good friend of mine who's a fantasy illustrator. He's done some work in comics. He colored, the Shadow, Hitler's Astrologer book and things like that with Mark Chiarello and a bunch of other guys. But he talked to me about. He sent me the link to the trailer, and I saw the trailer and I went, "This looks really cool. That's going to be disappointing." When I saw Werewolf by Night, I loved the nod to the 19. Aaron, was it 1941? I'm sure all you guys know. Is it 1941? The Wolfman.
Yeah. Yep.
All those beautiful nods, to those great title cards they did back in the day.
Yeah.
All the stuff that I love, right?
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, this trailer is basically, I bet, the best of. And sure enough, when I saw the flick, there were so many things about it that just drove me crazy. Mm-hmm. I'm not a big commit to the premise. And Aaron, I think you said that really well. Just commit to the premise.
Yep.
And you can't do classic universal black and white lighting and then cross that with, well, we're going to throw in a little bit of Frank Miller's Sin City. We're going to have a spot red in there, and Robert Rodriguez is more likely with these cats, his adaptation of Sin City.
Right.
And then we're going to, I'm one of those people that when I saw that black and white aesthetic, the thing that that takes me out of things more than anything when I watch Marvel movies now is that all of the quote unquote hunters or heroes, with the exception of one, all look like they're about the same age.
Right.
They all look like, they're 20 somethings. They look like Abercrombie models.
Mm-hmm.
And I just kept finding myself looking at that and going, what the hell am I looking at? Like, what time is this? I mean, I could tell it was supposed to sort of be modern, but then none of the aesthetics worked. Like, it wasn't like I walked into this and I feel like, oh, wow, like that would have been a better reveal than, oh, and here's some color at the end. Right. You know what I mean? When you see it, if you had thought it was the 1940s and as it evolved, you get little clues that tell you, oh, wait, this is modern. And you have little shifts, you slowly introduce color. And then the other thing about it that just drove me crazy, and I think John Malin talked about this a little bit when I was on, I think I wasn't on that stream. I think I was watching that stream. I can't remember, comics get all blurs together on some of these things, but it's the lack of practical effects. Like, how cool would it have been if they clearly had a huge budget, pared it down and just gave us a practical man thing? Would have been awesome. Right. And a practical, there were only a few changing shots, it's like how
they had the changing shots with the light, and I didn't mind it with the shadows and stuff, how they did it. So that was fine. But I agree. I think a practical werewolf would have been better. They could have easily done a practical man thing. I mean, for the love of God, they did practical stuff with monsters and stuff like that 40 years ago. And you could definitely easily do that now. But like Aaron said before you came on, Shanth, I think, who knows, computer effects might be actually cheaper than building that shit now.
They are.
It might be.
They are.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
although I thought Man Thing looked pretty decent. I had no real complaints about Man Thing.
Yeah, I thought the design of the character was okay, but it's like whenever you do something like that, no matter how good the CG is, you can still tell it's CG. You know what I mean? And that's the kind of thing that bugs me. Right. And that's why I like practical effects. But then again, I'm old, so what do I know?
What do you guys think about the whole the fact that that they did it in black and white? To me, made the CG stand out more. That they were going with that older. Do you guys get what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't really pick that up. Going back to the time frame stuff in black and white, I didn't really think it was set in the past because it was black and white. I just thought they were doing it because it was Halloween. I mean, that's why they dropped it, obviously, when they did. And, I love the voiceover in the beginning, a little nod to Vincent Price. So I didn't mind the black and white. And actually, Aaron, the funny thing is, I didn't even pick up on the whole Wizard of Oz when it changed the color. I just was like, oh, they're
playing somewhere over the rainbow on that.
Yeah,
photograph.
but dude, you know me, I don't remember shit. So, I've seen the last time I saw the Wizard of Oz all the way through was probably over 20 years ago.
Come on, Andy's like a coma patient. He doesn't remember anything. You can watch it, and then the next day he'll be asking you questions.
The next day I'll watch it again and be like, "You got to watch this." And Dennis is like, "Dude, we literally went and saw it last night." And I'm like, "We did?"
It's not much of a stretch. Just saying.
It's not. I can throw myself under the bus.
No, the Wizard of Oz stuff really, that's like Shelley's favorite movie, and that really kind of ticked her off. She's like, why are they using that? I don't get it. That just because they switched from black and white to color, this is so stupid. It's like,
right. If they would have gave it a premise, a reason for doing it, again, it's just like what the Disney stuff is doing. We're just going to do this because, but give us a reason and give us a dissolve, something in there, something that will show us when you transition into it, and they don't. It's just out of the blue, mind-boggling, some of the things that they're doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, this is what happens when you get your writers off of Twitter.
Yeah, well. Mm-hmm.
Well, and they don't read source material and stuff like that,
No.
Now, good old Ray Theroni, Dan, Shanth, do you guys have Hulu? Because we were talking about another show earlier.
I don't have Hulu, but
no, I don't think so right now. My wife gets it to watch The Handmaid's Tale, which I kind of can't stand.
Oh God!
It's actually, I saw the first season, and it's good, but then all this now they got to preach. It's when you realize, oh no, the Christians are getting bashed again. That's when you just that just turns me off so much now. I just can't stand that stuff any longer.
Yeah. Yep.
As soon as I see propaganda in something, I just like, I'm out of here.
Well, I started watching, so we'll skip what I was going to talk about because you guys don't have Hulu, so it's senseless.
Are you talking? Are you going to talk about the Steve Martin show?
No,
Steve Carell show.
The Steve Carell. Okay, yeah.
It's a really good drama. We'll just leave it at that because you guys don't have Hulu. So
but
I started watching.
Means.
What's that?
They can acquire it through nefarious means, like I do.
They could. Aaron's not like that. Come on.
No,
I would never suggest such a thing. Wink, wink. Nudge.
But one show I started watching again that they brought back last year was Law and Order. So they picked up saying, it's season 21 because it went off there 10 years ago, whatever it was. They brought it back, and I like the cast, whatever. Oh my God, this new season 22. I'm 3 episodes in, and like everything when it comes to like the crime is just like hammering over the head. You can tell what side the writers line up on, and I'm just like, oh.
You lost me the moment you said season 22. If I want to do that, I'll watch The Simpsons or South Park.
I've never watched The Simpsons except here and there. So,
of course, you guys know what the freaky thing is about Law and Order. You know who created that show?
Dick Wolf.
No, Jerry Conway. The comic book writer. Yeah, the guy who wrote like all my favorite monster comics when I was a kid.
Wow.
Yeah,
did he really?
I didn't know
Dracula,
that.
Werewolf by Night. Yeah. Because I remember my girlfriend used to love to watch that show. I couldn't stand it, but I would watch. I remember seeing the opening credits. I was like, "Oh, Jerry Conway. Oh, that guy has the same name as the guy that wrote my favorite monster comics."
I do remember that.
It's the same guy.
Yeah. I do remember that now, actually.
Yeah, co-creator of The Punisher.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Wants to ruin the Punisher.
Richard B says they're making Wizard of Oz with the LGBT whatever.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Nothing would shock me. Nothing would surprise
me. It wouldn't surprise me. I haven't seen it, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
And Texas Mofo's comment is, I think I'm just going to leave that.
Well, I mean, I think with a lot of this stuff too, when you talk about how they approach this stuff, we just did on the show, we're doing The Crow tonight on it, but on Double Impact we did Blade last week.
Nice.
Cool.
That's the first movie from this realm, first Marvel movie from this realm. It's the one that kickstarted modern Marvel. Somehow it wasn't Black Panther broke all the barriers and walls, not Blade apparently, according to retroactive history. And when you think about that movie and how it brought you into the world with an according to Hoyle movie star, and with the glyphs and all of the cool stuff it created, and how nobody really had an understanding of that character, and it was huge. To dip back into that world and not to have brought that knowledge, that was my biggest disappointment with this. You know, what they learned with Blade, because that's a masterpiece, man. I love that.
It is.
Oh,
It
Blade's
is. And I
fantastic.
did hear the new Blade's been put on hold.
Yep.
I saw
that.
that. That's true.
Yeah, the director
Yep.
jumped ship. Yeah.
Well, I saw that too, but I didn't know if they picked up another one or
Well, you know what? I just, like I said, I'm just totally disinvested now. When Blade came out, I just remember thinking, like, holy crap, there's like this movie about a D-list character, a character I loved when I was a kid because of course I was a huge Tumor Dracula fan, right? So I knew who Blade was, but did anybody else? And then it was this surprise hit, and it really did sort of jumpstart. I mean, but I think it jump-started the modern superhero trend because it was like, holy crap, here was a D-list character. What would happen if we did Spider-Man? That kind of a thing, you know?
Well, I think one of the reasons Blade worked is because it had a lot of crossover appeal because it was more like it was a horror movie. You know what I mean?
Right.
It wasn't pitched as it's a comic book movie. It's not like people are going, you know, comparing Blade to like Superman or something like that.
Right. Yeah.
So anybody could go see it. You know, my wife and I went and saw it, and she just, you know, she has no idea who Blade was, and I didn't even have to tell her it was a comic book at first. We just went and saw it.
Right.
But I mean, Shanth nailed it. You know, when Black Panther first came out, and people were just, it's the first Marvel movie with a lead black character, and everybody's like, "What? Wesley Snipes? What about Blade?" Now, I guess you could technically say, well, that wasn't a Marvel production because there was no Marvel production back then. But still, that's pretty disrespectful.
Or the real question is, what don't we know about Wesley Snipes?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, too. That's an extra kick in the ass for poor Wesley. Was Blade was the second Marvel project he had tried getting off the ground. The first one was Black Panther.
Black Panther.
Black Panther.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, and this is a weird thing, too, because I've been looking at, I mean, I don't know how well he can act based on what I saw in Werewolf by Night, but I've been looking for my connection to Black Panther is a little bit odd in the sense that I fell in love with the character based on the artwork I saw on How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way. Yeah. And then that segued into playing the Marvel role-playing game back in the day with my friends. So it's a weird intro to a character. But when they were casting him and I first saw Chadwick Boseman, I wasn't sure about it. I thought he looked a little too pretty, for lack of a better way. And of course, I grew up with the rumors of Snipes playing it. But in Civil War, he won me over. I did not like what they did with the character and his father in Black Panther, but he completely won me over in Civil War. But when I was watching Werewolf by Night and I was thinking about it, I looked at that actor and I go, he's got a great face.
Yeah.
One of the monster hunters. He has a great face. If he could act, which I don't know, he would be able to fill that role because he's got a little bit more of the kind of what's the word I'm looking for?
Regal
intensity in his face. You know, he's a little bit more angular in terms of how he looks, and I thought he could play it well. Now everybody thinks of Black Panther as, you know, Chadwick Boseman, but I got to be honest. I saw that guy and I said, you know, he could kind of work. You know, if Marvel's looking for it, but now they used him here
because they didn't set up any of those monster hunters in Werewolf by Night. I thought that guy was Blade. Maybe he was Blade. You know? And then it was like they never told you anything about him, and then they all got killed. Right?
Oh, I never thought about that.
Such great monster hunters. They just got their butts kicked by Man-Thing and Werewolf by Night. They can't be that great.
And then the monster hunters, who are presumably fighting evil, are just killing each other.
Right, which made no sense.
Which I was telling Dennis, I said, I know they were supposed to go on a hunt to get the bloodstone off the monster, and they were trying to make a swerve to think that the monster was the werewolf.
Right.
And then it's like, oh, we tricked you. The werewolf is this guy. This is, you know, the monster's Man-Thing. But when they started killing each other, I'm like, what is this? Freaking Hunger Games? I thought they were, I didn't realize they were like, oh, you can't get it. I got to kill you.
Everybody wanted that bloodstone, but yet Andy still gave it an 8.0. I'm just saying.
I did enjoy it.
Now, wait a minute. Now, here's the other problem I have. You brought it up, but so how does the Werewolf by Night infiltrate all of these killers, hunters, and they don't know it, and they don't know who he is? Or, I mean, they all knew who each other were, right?
Presumably.
And didn't the old woman, didn't she say, "Oh, you've got over 100 kills or something to Werewolf by Night"? And I thought,
Yes.
well, then wait a minute. What is that? I mean, you know what I mean?
Dude
It's like,
padded his resume. Come on.
yeah,
Right,
but how?
and then they looked at him and they were like, 100? You know, and like they all were supposed to know each other and how many kills, and it was supposed to be like supernatural how all the hunters got together and they knew everything, but yet for some reason they knew nothing
About him. Yeah.
This is true. So I will say when I watch stuff, I got to admit, when I first watch stuff, because now with all this talking about it, I can grade it lower. I can easily take it down to a 6. But when I first watch something, I don't go into a movie and stuff with like an analytical eye towards it. And
neither do I.
Well, no, but see, once again, everybody's different. Like you go into it, and Aaron and Shanth, whatever, you might just go into it and pick up on this stuff, whereas I'm just like, oh, I was entertained. Okay, cool. Well, yeah. But then when I start talking about it with people and dissecting it, like you guys are doing, I start going, oh yeah,
Aaron, I changed.
Yeah,
my
but
name
all
to
that
you,
matters
okay?
all that matters is that you enjoyed it. That's
I
the
changed
thing.
my name for you.
I saw that. I was going to mention the Aaron enabler.
But see, here's the thing. Going back to Black Panther, who thinks after Chadwick passed away, they should have just recast and kept the story going instead of what Black Panther 2 is, which is basically this love letter to, Chadwick, which is nice and all, but honestly, at the end of Black Panther 2, they could have recast it at the end of Black Panther 2, just done a nice little tribute, whatever. Because really, yes, they're introducing Namor and whatnot.
Are they?
Yeah.
Well,
Are they?
Yeah,
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but what I'm seeing is not Namor.
I know.
You're
but
misintroducing.
let's just take it on face value. They're trying to introduce this Namor. But when it comes down to it, and you see the trailer and you see the big shot of Black Panther and they're mourning and all this crap. And of course, we'll find out how he died in the Marvel universe. And I'm just like, I don't know. It just takes away from it. It was one movie. And it's not like it was, and it's not like, and no disrespect to Chadwick, because he did have a great body of work, but he didn't have a great body. It's not like it was Sidney Poitier in his prime, and they got a young him to play Black Panther, and you're like, whoa. Well, Robert Downey Jr. is a good example. Robert Downey Jr. had a huge breadth of work before he did Iron Man to really look at, big A-list actor and stuff. Chadwick Boseman wasn't an A-list actor before Black Panther.
No.
But
so if Robert Downey Jr. passed away after Iron Man 1, and they still want to keep it going, I could see them going, you know what? We can't replace Robert Downey Jr. Fine, let's not recast him. We'll just kill Tony and go right to Rhodey as Iron Man and work it that way.
Yeah.
But with Chadwick Boseman, once again, no disrespect, but it's like, seriously, just bring in another actor.
But but you're forgetting something. You're forgetting Phase 4 is the MCU, right?
Oh, I know.
There were always going to turn Shuri into Black Panther. That was always part of the plan, I think.
Well, yeah.
So did you like the comic version of it when they did it?
Oh, Shuri's
I
Black
laughed, I
Panther?
cried. It was better than Cats.
That's kind of my point. I'm probably one of the only ones that read it here, because everybody else was like, "Oh, I was getting Black Panther," and I went, "Okay."
Well, I remember a friend of mine at work showed me, like, "Oh, hey, Brian, you're into comics. Look, I've got this comic, Shuri, right?" And there's a panel that sums up contemporary Marvel perfectly. She's flying through the air, and she's got this big grin on her face, and she says, "I'm awesome."
Right.
I was like, there it is. Yeah, we can have this back now.
Oh gosh.
Well, and that's like Riri Williams in the comic, where it's like, I'm smarter than Tony Stark. I'm better than Tony Stark. I don't have to go through any of the trials and tribulations and stuff.
Yeah.
I
mean,
built
that's how
my
it is with all
armor
the
in my
characters.
garage with spare parts because I'm just that good.
Yes,
Yeah.
You know what's funny
they're just naturally
about all that?
awesome. It's the Mary Sue
They don't
thing.
know how to
What a
write
messed
smart
up
people.
message to send to our young women and our girls, right? You're just naturally awesome. You don't have to work. You don't have to study. You don't even have to try. You're just awesome.
There's no hero's journey in any of the Marvel
None.
stuff now, particularly
None.
for the female persuasion. Bart, whatever that means, but everybody's a Mary Sue, and they don't need to be. It takes away from every character.
It does. It's terrible. It's terrible. But do you
I
really
gotta say
think
this.
that... Go ahead.
We're sitting here at almost 60K. Everybody in the chat, blast this out. Let's get this thing to 60K.
Yeah, man.
That's
Yeah,
right. I've got
it. Sorry,
I've got
when
I've
I
got
think about
40
shitty
minutes.
entertainment, and then I see this, I'm like, this is what I'm inspired for. This is what I'm excited about. This
Preach
is the
it,
stuff I'm
Shan.
into.
Yeah.
I know.
That's
I've got to
right.
say this too, man. This is big. When I was seeing the work that Dan was doing, and the coloring on your book, that's the stuff I think about now when I see Man-Thing on screen. I go, we're making the next stuff. We're bringing that classic, illustrative, beautiful quality to life. And this is yet another one of those books. And I think there's something that with that story that Aaron's doing, seeing, Dan Lawlis's amazing colors on it is really inspiring. Now, Andy, out of curiosity, who colored this piece right here? I'm just curious. Non sequitur.
It's Dan.
There it is. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. So I see this stuff and I'm like, let's keep bringing the thunder, man. Let's keep moving this stuff. I want to see this thing hit 60K. That's where we want
to get to 60K just to unlock the next stretch goal of the Adriana character card, which is 5th edition SRD compatible, so you can play her. Isn't that right, Dennis?
Woo! And you got it right for once. Yeah, baby. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I want to say that I originally backed this cover, but then when Dan started simping for Rini against me, I refunded it and got your Conan cover. So.
Oh, that's fine.
So vindictive, man.
That's fine. And I mean, look at that 2-page spread.
This
Pages
is crazy.
2 and 3, baby. We jump right into the story. No effing around.
That's right.
This is like a Jeff Darrow piece, man. It's like,
I know, this is
so
crazy.
much detail.
It's so beautiful.
Crazy. Look at the
Drawn
blood just pouring off of
insane.
his axe.
And just like Aaron, I'm going back to old school, just pulling out the blank paper and just going to town with a pencil. No light boxing or anything, baby.
Just
Oh, it's so good.
look at that. You just gutted that guy.
Here's the thing. It looks like you're having fun doing this, and the readers are going to pick up on that, and they're having fun.
Yes. Exactly. That's why I think we always have to take joy in what we do.
That's right.
Because it translates to the page.
Randy, I did back twice. So,
That's
I did. Yeah, I backed both covers. And I got to say,
well, thank you,
that
guys.
top panel, I love the top right panel right there where he's charging. I freaking love that.
Badass.
The power.
And there is a little
beautiful.
There is a little, no spoiler really, story thing with his eyes. It's hard to see in the second panel, but the pupils pretty much go away. So, and there's a reason behind it. So,
there's a reason for everything in this.
He's
world.
full on
I
rage
refuse to
mode.
believe Dennis would be involved in such a rich lore based on our conversation the other day. Dennis is like, I'm old school, baby. I know everybody's name. I love it, man.
That's right.
I know everything that
Awesome.
goes on, what everybody's doing. That's right.
And just look at this beautiful map Dennis created.
There's our 70,000
nerd.
70,000 one to unlock.
That's right. It's
That's
a beautiful
good map.
thing.
I mean, it's great. I love you got some cold mountains in the middle. I love that it's a color coded.
Dennis Super Nerd Turner.
Oh, do you girls want to have a private room so you can talk Star Trek now?
No, I think when Aaron comes to town, he just wants to come over and hang out for a day.
That's right. And just play with the toys.
Oh, you want to grab all his enterprises off his shelf. In fact, I actually showed Dennis a picture of the new Playmate Enterprise, and he's like, nah, I don't think I'm going to get that. And then like a day later, he's like, it just arrived. And I was like, I knew it.
Whoa, wait a minute now. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, you're talking the Playmates. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, the Playmate
The
one.
Playmobil my wife made me actually get, so I do have an excuse for that one. And for you Star Trek people out there, they did announce the NCC 1701F officially this week. So, you can go online and check out the new Odyssey class Enterprise, which will debut in Picard, which is a terrible show, but nonetheless, it's a cool starship.
There you go.
That's right. So go check that stuff out.
Hail Matt Jeffries, man. And
I just don't have room for that stuff. Honestly, if it's
the
not
thing to me,
Battlestar Galactica, what is it? Seriously.
Oh, jeez.
I was talking to my wife, and she goes, Shanth, what are you watching? And I said, oh, I'm watching this review video. And she's like, isn't that the Frankenberry figure you have? I was like, yep. And I got another one of my brothers to get it.
I did. I got it. Yeah, you watched it.
It's awesome.
Where is it, Aaron? Where is it?
Yeah, it's got to be right there.
Well, it's right here, yeah.
We're all going to go out to dinner at Big Bad Toy Store and just come home broke.
Dude, speaking of Big Bad Toy Store, I just got my shipment notification for the 40th anniversary He-Man.
Oh, sweet, man.
Yeah, I'm getting a 40th anniversary He-Man from Big Bad Toy Store.
Dude.
So,
It's a Shanth Enjeti, man. He made me get it. He made me do it.
That's right.
Love it. I love the fact that it's got two heads.
I know. And
great.
a box of cereal if you get hungry.
But are you going to take it out of the packaging? That's the question.
No.
NRFB, man.
Hey, the thing is, they're smart now because they make these packages so presentable. You don't have to take the figure out. You can kind of display it in the package. I did see they have a Count Chocula too, so I want to get that.
Though, Marvel Legends.
I beat you to it. He said Count Chocula is greater than the other monster cereals.
Oh.
It is. The cereal is, but Frankenberry was always my favorite character, but the Count Chocula was my favorite cereal.
Well, Marvel Legends talk about displayability. That's out the window because now they're packaging all their stuff without the see-through blister pack. They're just in art decorated cardboard.
Yeah.
Or whatever. So you
I don't like that.
You can't actually see the figure. You can see a photograph of it. I hate that. I hate it.
Hey, speaking of remakes, did you guys ever see that Wacky Racers commercial? They kind of remade the characters in that.
Oh yeah,
yes, that was really cool.
I would have liked to see. I would have liked to see a real movie of that stuff. It was so cool.
Yeah.
The problem is there's no story to that cartoon. It's just got really great characters just doing nothing all the day, the episode long.
Mighty Mouse.
Guys,
what was it? Motor Mouse and there's something like that. There's another one I loved. If you've
already backed the campaign and you're looking for a tip, you can tip us by buying Andy and Dennis a beer. And we'll drink them live on stream. We'll even cross arms.
Well, you don't do that.
That's right.
Yeah, guys, blast this campaign out on Twitter and hashtag Comicsgate and tell people we're moving this to 60K today. Let's do it.
Yeah,
right.
Right. You guys remember at the beginning of the stream, somebody was asking about fan art and stuff like that. I'm going to see if I can't do it. We actually had a guy already do the first fan art piece while on lunch at his work and sent it to us. So I'm going to figure out how to share it. I see they changed it here.
Go to present and share.
Yeah, I know. Hold on.
I know technology's hard, Dennis.
Oh,
there it is.
Right.
So he did this on his lunch break.
Wow.
Let's give him a shout out. What's his name? It's
Michael Rushbrook. So if you're watching, Michael, that is pretty awesome. He goes, hey, I figured he sent it in Twitter and he goes, I'm at lunch. Figured I would do a quick sketch. I can't wait for this book. And I thought I would draw Kor-Drath. And he goes, are we doing any are we doing any artwork promotions? So anyway, figured I would show you the first piece we got in.
There you go.
Great.
Right?
Yeah.
It is cool. And thank you for that, Brian. Thank you very much.
Muscle structure.
I mean, you never know. Maybe we'll do an art contest down the road. I don't want to say we are, then not do it. So, but if we do, we've got contestant number 1.
But hey, not bad considering we haven't even got the book out yet. There's some enthusiasm. That's what I love to hear.
There's huge enthusiasm, Dennis. In fact, that some is so what's the word I'm looking for? Insulting.
Vast.
Anyhow.
Hey, I don't know about you guys, but
sorry
you guys
about that.
like hate drawing Marvel. You guys hate drawing Marvel characters now? I do. I've started.
Yeah, I've totally lost interest in any.
Not just lost interest. It's almost just like repellent.
No, I mean classic ones. No, modern day. Yeah, like if somebody's like, "Oh yeah, I want Captain America in his modern movie type costume," I got no interest in that.
Okay.
I got no interest in the new Iron Man. Give me classic. If it's the classic stuff, I don't tire of that.
I kind of want to draw our characters though. I want to draw.
Yeah.
More,
oh yeah.
Right.
Like
yeah.
I want to.
Although, don't misquote me on this, but I could draw Man-Thing all day long.
There's nothing to misquote. You didn't say you'd like a big man thing. That's what Dennis does all day long.
I want to make sure
things all day long.
Yeah.
Do you know how
I got to draw? Have you ever got to draw them professionally there, Aaron?
No.
I did. Splash page and Quasar 50 kicks off with the man thing.
Damn. Do you know how long it took me, like my entire life, to like realize there was something wrong with the name Man-Thing?
Oh, the giant size Man-Thing.
Giant size Man-Thing.
You're just gonna say that.
Well, I actually one of the reasons there's a couple reasons I left Marvel to go to DC, but one of them was because I had pitched them a giant size Man-Thing special one shot, and they kept saying they were going to do it, and they just kept pushing me off, and so that was one of the things I kind of figured they weren't ever going to let me do what I wanted to do, so that was one of the things.
In this day and age, Aaron, you could pitch a giant-sized Man-Thing at Marvel in a heartbeat. They love
that is true.
Giant-sized Man-Thing.
Yeah, but they would expect something different than what I would deliver. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I always
and
like
they'd be like, and the assignment is to work on this other comic book, and you'd be like, wait, that's not Man-Thing. Oh shit.
It would be Aaron, by the way, you got a couple more backers. So
thank you guys. Appreciate that.
So Aaron, I have to ask, are you still in competition with Rini for that title?
Oh, yeah.
Who's going to be the best?
Well, see, yes, but here's the thing. Everybody's kind of looking at this short term. People were like, how come you only extended for 15 days, Aaron? You're going to need 30 to catch Rini. And I'm like, this is a long, long process through in demand and everything.
Oh yeah. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Talk to me 6 months from now when the campaign's getting ready to close. Then we'll see.
Torch in the hair.
That Bisley cover is sick, man. I mean,
it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah.
Thank you, Shan.
When you get that, do you have the Bisley cover? The original?
Yeah. Well,
No,
he hasn't
the
given it to me yet, but I did buy it. Yeah.
When you get
Well, you'll have to
thing,
show that on
please
stream
do
for sure.
Oh, I will.
high-res video.
I will.
Hey, do you know how big he painted it? How big the original is?
Yeah, it's almost 18 by 25.
Oh, it's like a 2-page spread.
Huh?
It's like a 2-page spread.
Yeah, it's big. And it's not exactly cover size either, so I'm going to have to trim the size, but I think there's enough on either side that I'll be able to do that.
Yeah, that's no problem.
When I was going to say when I was in high school, I liked Elric, and I read the novels, and for some unfortunate reason, they decided to put his last name, the writer's last name, huge on the title of the novel, which is Moorcock,
Yeah.
That's true. Become a character in the book in this campaign.
I kind of got reamed for that, from the guys. Like,
what if Michael Moorcock wrote a giant-sized Man-Thing?
Oh,
Wow. Oh my God.
Wow, the epic.
God rest him.
That would
I always
be
wanted to see
epic.
a Dick Sprang version, but
Yeah, drawn by
yeah.
Dick Sprang. Oh my goodness. That's
in this day and age, if Dick Sprang was working, he'd go by pseudonym.
yes, he would.
Yeah,
But I was going to say, Aaron, if you could go over to Marvel and just pitch a story where Ted's wife, the Man-Thing's wife, basically goes searching for him and something happens and she becomes the giant-sized lady thing. And there you go. You have your book in a heartbeat.
Oh my God.
Giant-sized lady thing? It's just a
Giant-sized
black
lady
page.
parts. Giant-sized lady
Black
parts.
page.
Yeah, that's all you have to do.
Oh my God.
That's all you here. Hold on, I got to find something that brings me to another story that I think would be kind of fun to talk
Aaron,
about.
Yes, Rini's only 6K ahead of you right now.
Right?
You are closing the gap. Oh, he's gone.
No, I'm here. I hear you. I'm getting something.
Now
Yeah.
he's backing some more, so it's only a $5,000 lead.
I'm backing my own book. I'm going to cut that lead in half.
Well, here's the nice thing you can look forward to is the fact that she is out of country for a week and won't be able to do streaming and stuff.
Oh, where's she at?
She's in Bogota, Colombia for a show.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Giant size trans thing.
Oh, wow.
No.
You know,
non-binary thing.
Charlie, actually,
Hey, don't even go there because it's impossible to satirize these people. They will do it. They'll do it.
Look, Charlie's.
can
No,
you
I know.
not
That-
hear
I'm
her
gonna
voice
say-
saying that to Andy right now? Can you
Yeah.
not hear it?
sending her the link.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Now,
send her
I'm
the
glad
link.
you're doing Kor-Drath, Andy, and I'll tell you why here. I don't know how I'm going to squeeze this in at some point, but I want to do an old-fashioned Savage Tales magazine where you get a bunch of guys, CG guys, and do it like a black and white magazine like Savage Tales was. And, everybody have like a 10-page or 12-page story in there. Dan, have him do one of his barbarian stories. And I've got some sword and sorcery fantasy stuff. And this would be a blast. I don't know when I'm going to squeeze it in, but I'm seriously something I want to do.
I think
And
that
so
would be
Kor-Drath
freaking
would be
awesome.
into that.
That'd be amazing. We need more stuff like
That
that.
would
We
be
need
amazing.
some
Savage
anthologies,
stories
too.
or something.
Yep. We need more anthologies
What-
in this scene.
Savage-
I think.
Savage Two-Fisted Manly Tales Part 2.
That's right.
Oh, I
Lawlis.
can't wait.
But no,
to
I
get
think a
that.
black and white magazine like that would be awesome.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'm trying to find where is. All right, hold on here. I want to send Charlie's the link. So
Yeah, she's great.
got
She's
it. I
fantastic.
got to.
All the people at,
Oh,
at
yeah.
CGUK are just impressive. I think Kami Morik, he's got Krishna Kid, which is I think only has maybe 7 or 8 days left, and it looks amazing.
Yep.
Mhm.
And it also he's
Yep.
he's tapping into this Hindu mythology, which we haven't seen a lot of. It's like right now we're saturated with the Viking stuff, and it's cool to see stuff from another culture that hasn't been done to death.
Yeah, I like that pagan religion. It's good stuff.
Yeah, man. Well, it's so much fun, It's fertile territory for a writer to explore, and he's done this wacky thing where it's kind of like it looks sort of like JoJo's A Big Adventure and
Right.
Dragon Ball Z, and it looks like a really fascinating mashup.
I thought his.
Val says we should call it Brutal Tales.
Brutal Tales. I like that.
There it is.
TM.
And by the way, so talk about another story I'd like to chat about. This just cracks me up, and I don't know if this person is trolling or not. Have you guys seen anything about this Canadian school teacher with the big prosthetic boob?
No, it's real. It's real.
Oh yeah, it's real.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's real.
Okay, so here's the story. This is a transgender. Aaron, have you not seen this?
Oh wow, he hasn't seen this because I think all of us kind of had that reaction at first. This is definitely
the first encounter.
Isn't there video?
This is not a joke. This is not a joke. This is a transgender teacher, transgender woman, teaches shop class, and the school is sticking by her, saying, "Nope, we have to support their choice." Blah blah blah, and no matter how distracting and stuff. Now there is a theory because nobody's been able to get a hold of this actual person. Nobody's been able to get a hold of this actual person to do an interview. So the theory is this dude is just trolling because something happened, I guess, last year, and he was like, "This is my way to troll the school system because they can't tell me no."
Oh, wow.
And
that'd be great.
part of it too is because he wears his mask below his nose, which if you're going to wear a mask, if you're the type that still wears a mask, it's not supposed to be below the nose. Hey, hold on and discuss among yourselves. I just got a text. I got to reply to my daughter. So
So
Okay.
Now I don't think it's a troll because the kids went to the principal and were very upset about it. And they talked to their parents. Their parents came in. There was all of this hoopla, and the school decided to stand behind the teacher because they don't want to get sued. And so I don't think this is just a troll. I think it's real.
It would be amazing if it was
a troll if he's disgruntled about something that's happened.
Those boobs have to be balloons, because if they were actually fake boobs or whatever, I mean, that were implants, those things would weigh a freaking ton. He'd have to have like a wheelbarrow to get around in. Those have got to be like balloons or something. And
they actually show him in shop class, like over a hand. It's over one of the power saws and everything like that. And I'm like, whoa, that's getting a little close to those blades.
You know how much those things would weigh?
I don't think that this is a troll. If it was, then the guy's a genius. And
I hope if it is a troll, he's gonna be the greatest guy ever.
Here's my question to you guys. Do you, after looking at that picture, would you not want to see what Bud Root could do with that?
Or Robert Crumb.
Well, what I was going to say, so Aaron, those are prosthetics. They're not real. It is something he puts on.
They're not real?
No, but I'm just saying it is. Aaron was saying balloons. I'm literally saying it is a prosthetic the dude puts on.
Right.
Okay.
The thing is, he, whatever you want to call it, this is the best argument I've heard of why the school shouldn't be sticking up for it. Because let's say a high school senior, a female high school senior that was very well endowed, wore to school a shirt where her nips were poking out like that. Because honestly, everything this person supposedly wears to school, the nips are poking just like in this picture, right? Mm-hmm. There's no way the school would let that go. The school would be like, you got to go change. You got to put something else on. You can't be walking around like that.
Right.
So
there it is.
And so, yes, they are cartoonishly, outrageously ridiculous looking, but the school should say, okay, we get it. We want to back you. I mean, I think it's ridiculous. If I was a school, I'd be like, get out of here.
Yeah,
because there's dress codes. There's dress codes for students. There's different types of codes. You can't just be like, oh no, this is totally 100% fine.
We've got a knock knock from Charlie's in the back.
Yeah, I see that.
Oh,
hello.
Good to see you, darling.
Sorry about that, Charlie's. We got so many people now that it goes to 2 rows, and I didn't see it.
That's all right. How you guys doing?
Great.
Hey, Charlie's. Are you jealous of the rack on this person?
I'm not jealous of the backache it calls.
Right?
That's what I was saying. It's like the weight that guy's carrying around would be
brutal.
That's just no. I mean, I was just looking at this going, if that was at my school, they would 100% tell me to go home and get changed.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
There's
it, and that's what I was saying. If it was just a regular woman, just with C cups or whatever, if they were showing nippage like that, the school would have every right to go, but you got to cover that up.
Everybody's afraid now,
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
because students were complaining and stuff, and it's a distraction. You could just go from the standpoint of, what if the male gym teacher was like, I'm going to wear the 1970s basketball tighty shorts showing the package. That dude would be like, no, dude, you need to get on out of here and go put something else on.
Yep.
So, I'm pretty sure that this is the girl that Brie Larson just edged out to play Ms. Marvel.
Yeah.
Could be.
If I was this guy's student, I would be relentlessly mocking him in every class. I would be in the principal's office every day.
You would be expelled. Come on.
Well, yeah, you're right. I'd be expelled. I'd come back to school, then get expelled again.
And this is in
Are
Canada,
you kidding me?
right?
Because we know they're fake, I'd want to shoot darts at them just to see what would happen.
Yeah, I know. We'd be fun to see if we could pop them. Can we jump on those? Will you lay on your back so we can what were those bouncy ball things?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hoppity hops or hippity hops.
Yeah, hippity hop. Yes,
Oh, wow.
totally.
But that's the thing. We're living in a world where you can't tell the difference between satire and reality. Like when Daniel Kibblesmith's New Warriors came out.
Oh,
right? With Safe Space and Snowflake
Yeah.
and the guy with the internet gas. I thought it was a troll. I thought for sure it was a troll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's the line between satire and reality hasn't just been blurred, it's been completely blown to pieces.
Well, there's a bigger issue here. There's a bigger issue here, which is the thing that upsets, where angers me, is that hang on. Am I echoing?
Yes.
No. Oh, I can't hear it.
Okay.
You were and you weren't.
No, I'm fine. Is that we've got an issue with society where it's like the rights of like women seem to be being erased, because if we stand up and say we don't want this sort of thing going on around us, we get called TERFs and all these stupid things. You know, at the end of the day, I wouldn't feel comfortable someone like that coming into a bathroom when I'm in there. And yet we're having this conversation where women have been fighting for equality for hundreds of years, and then this lot just come along, and just because they want to wear a fake pair of boobs and get up one morning and say that they identify as a woman, they're being allowed in all of the spaces that were women only spaces, and we don't know what we're exposing ourselves to. And I find it really worrying, and I find it worrying for young girls as well, who are because at the end of the day, young impressionable young girls, it's not a safe thing for them at all. And also the other thing is, you've got young hormonal boys. Now we're going to find ourselves in a situation where, let's say this person walking around like this turned around and got sexually assaulted, right? You'd start opening up all of the conversation about, well, you was walking around with your nipples hanging out, and then you'll get women that will go, but that's not a reason for somebody to be assaulted, and then that's going to start creating all this stupidity again, all while we're not actually dealing with the bigger scary message here. And the scary thing is, this is just a way for these people to erase the rights of women that women have fought for, without sounding like an SJW, because I don't want to start.
No, you're absolutely right. It's like feminists would be insane about this stuff, and they're not. It's just crazy. I mean, some of them are, but can you imagine if you were in his class? I would stand to the right or left of him, just behind him, and then call his name so he'd turn around and knock me over with his boobs every time. And I'd be going, oh, and fall over a desk and stuff. And
consider
this. Having a good time with this guy.
Consider this. Right now, I think it's the 40% of Zoomers identify as non-binary, right? Now, look, trans people are a thing. They go all the way back into antiquity, right? And back in the day, in the 90s punk rock and the goth scene and everything in New York City, drag queens were some of the coolest people you could ever meet, because they had a real sense of humor about themselves. These people are completely humorless. And
but the difference, from what I know, the difference between a drag queen and a transgender person is, a drag queen is like, no, I'm a dude. I just like dressing up like a woman.
That's a transvestite, actually. That's a transvestite. I know, the stuff's confusing. Okay.
Well, let me just throw into this mix here too, because I think this is also a factor too. And I like Charlie's. I agree with you on a lot of this stuff. I think the biggest issue is that we got rid of the idea of what a man was first.
Yep.
And that allowed people to muddy the waters.
Yep.
Right. You've got men going to college, and you've got men growing up in school, and they're being told the way to behave. I hear an echo. Do you guys hear that echo too?
Yeah.
I hear it.
Is this opening another window for somebody?
I don't hear it.
Okay.
That's Andy's problem. He's the one who doesn't hear it.
Dude, I've got headphones on. Shut your mouth.
We can't blame Aaron this time.
Well, I just muted myself there, and it was definitely still there, so it's not me.
Let me mute myself.
Hold on, let me mute.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Oh, I think it was Brian. Oh, no, it's still there.
I don't hear it.
Someone say mute Aaron. No, you shouldn't mute Aaron.
How dare you make spurious accusations, Charlie?
Well, it 100% wasn't me because I was muted and we could still hear it then.
Yeah, me too.
I don't hear it. I've got headphones, so it's not me. There's nothing.
How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing?
There you go. You got it.
It's
So-
Aaron.
so what I was
Turn your
gonna
mic
say
back
is,
on, Lopresti.
They have all these
hello,
guys.
hello. It's not me. See, I'm not echoing.
Yogi, Bara.
I think it seems like it's stopped.
Now batting ninth.
Many
I'll just tell
Mona.
you something, really quickly though. It's like my
Yes.
school. My school's got like a lot of schools are now. A lot of people are identifying as every which way that they want to be, and there was some people that were complaining that there was no non-binary toilets or stuff like that. And my head teacher went, they can use the disabled toilets. And then some of these kids were going mental. You can't do that to us. You're saying this is a disability. And then they turned around and said, no, I'm not saying this is a disability, but we have male toilets and we have female toilets. If you don't identify as either one of them, then you can have a toilet that's got a complete cubicle all to itself with a specific place that you can go to where you can feel safe. But that wasn't enough for some people. They were saying, you're treating us like it's a disability, and that you will never please all of them. You will
Well,
never
Charlie's
please
over
all
here.
of them.
Over here,
it is a mental disability. You have a mental disability.
I'm sorry to say it, but it used to. There's a name for it, and it is. I use this comparison to a friend of mine, and they were like, "Oh, now you're just being ridiculous." But there's also a mental disability where people are like, "I want you to cut my arm off because I don't need it," or one of my legs. And that's it. I can't remember the exact technical name of it, but that's a mental disability too. But Charlie's, I was going to say over here, I can't remember what state the high school is in, but it's a high school, and there's a transgender girl, so a boy that now identifies as a girl, and in the girls' locker room, the girls were all uncomfortable, and this person was literally making comments about the girls when they were in the locker room with them, right? So the girls all complained, and they said, okay, you guys can go over here to change, and this person will still get the girls' locker room. And it's like, are you kidding me? This one person should basically go, that's your single bathroom. You go there. All the other 20, 50, whatever girls in the girls' locker room get their locker room.
Well, Andy, why do you think 40% of Zoomers identify as non-binary? Because they want to be part of the most privileged group in America right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It is. But Bancroft is 100% right in the chat. It's a trend. Do you remember when we were at like university, sort of college, and it was the fashionable thing amongst some people was I'm bisexual. Like that was the fashionable thing. This is just the same thing in another. And what angers me the most is I have transgender friends. I mean, genuine transgender friends.
Hey, Charlie, tell us more about your experimentation in college.
I knew when I said it like that, you lot were going to clip me or do something. I have never had any other experiences. Thank you very much like that. No, but my point is that I've got friends who are transgender, and
so do I.
They won't. But you know what? If you call them transgender, they will literally call you everything under the sun. They're not transgender. They are the sex that they have transitioned to.
Right.
Because their attitude is you're only trans when you're in the middle of the process.
Right.
And so like they, one of them I know, he's in a happy relationship. He's got a mortgage. He's got, like it's as far as he's concerned, he is a man. He lives as a man. He thinks all this conversation, all this stuff is ridiculous. But it's the likes of him I feel sorry for, because all of these people coming along treating it as a phase, they're not helping a movement of people that are trying to create change. No. They're actually setting it back.
There it is.
And this has always been my issue with when people talk to me about, the alt-right movements that's in CG and all this stuff. It's so crap, because at the end of the day, what brought me to CG was this idea that all of this corporate rubbish is exactly that. It's trying to sell to a market that isn't there, pandering to people that actually don't care about what's going on. So these big companies, when they put their pride flags up, or it's Black History Month or all this stuff, do you think they actually care about who they're claiming to represent? Of course they don't, because the next month they just take it all down and they put something else up. So what they're doing is they're actually doing a disservice to genuine people who have fought these battles for years and years and years. They're not helping them. They're actually creating further stigmas and also trends. And like Bancroft said, they're actually making people resent this and just dividing us even more. And they're doing it for a dollar or a pound that doesn't exist because people are not buying it.
And there's going to be a backlash too. Don't think that there's not going to be a backlash to this. And it's going to be fierce and it's going to be ferocious. And then all the people who were non-binary because it was cool at the time, they're going to go back to being binary. And then the people who are genuine trans people are going to be stuck with the mess that they leave behind.
Right. Yeah. Another thing too is it's almost impossible to keep up with it. There's something new every day, and they know that. They know that they're setting up a lot of people to fail in this, and then they can judge, and that's what a lot of it's about. These people wanting to feel like they're superior in some way without doing anything.
Yep.
Well, I think one of the big questions, one of the big things is, Charlie said, I have a friend, maybe I know one off the top of my head that's a transgender woman. And I agree with Charlie's. That's how I would refer to them. And if they say, no, I'm a woman, it'd be like, I'm not a confrontational type. I wouldn't want to get into a big fight with the person, but it's like, no, you're a transgender woman, Right.
I mean, you still treat them like a lady because you don't want to be rude.
Right. Exactly. Look, you want to be called she,
ask
her.
for their pronouns, Andy.
But the point is, you look at, it's accommodating this small group, and going back to the locker room, it's accommodating this one person and kicking all the girls out of the locker room for another area, instead of saying to this one person, you have to go, you don't want to change in the boys' locker room, we get it, you're just going to have to use this private bathroom. That's the way it goes. And there's another story I heard, I want to say it was Amherst College here, where, and I could be wrong, so it is a college in the States, where basically if one person in the classroom wants to wear a mask and feels comfortable that way, and the only way they can feel comfortable is everybody wears one, then everybody going to that class has to wear a mask. And I'm like, no, if that one person wants to, knock your socks off. Yeah. But you don't go, oh, it's a class, college classes are huge, hundreds of students. You don't go, well, Johnny wants to wear a mask and he doesn't feel comfortable. Everybody else mask up.
That's not happening over here. I mean, there was a student, one of the older ones, so I think he's 17, and he was having major surgery done on his jaw. He was actually having his jaw broken and realigned because something had gone wrong with his teeth at the back. But he still wanted to come in to school leading up to his exams. Leading up to the surgery, because he didn't want to miss stuff for his exams. And because he knew that he wouldn't be able to have the surgery if he caught COVID, and it was still something that was very much prominent in our schools and education system, he wore a mask coming in every day, right? And we totally respected him, because we understand you don't want to get this, and then they put your operation back 6 months. It was causing him a lot of pain. What was wrong with him? But it didn't mean that then me as the teacher went, right, everyone else has now got to wear a mask to make him feel comfortable, because truth be told, that would have made him feel more uncomfortable, because he just wanted to come in, not get noticed, sit down, get on with his work, and then go home.
Right.
So here's the important question. If we have to do something, right now we have a female and a male bathroom. That means we have two. Do we have to start making bathrooms for every gender? I just had to Google what the current number of genders are. And according to the helpful professor, there are now 81 types of gender and gender identities.
Oh
so
my God.
When we have to build a school, do we have to build 81 restrooms now?
Dennis, I can answer that for you, actually.
Please.
Jan tells me I'm a sucker for punishment, because I've just gone back and I'm doing a master's degree at university again, and because something else I want to study. He calls me Hermione Granger, and it doesn't really surprise me. But when I went to find the bathrooms the other day, I was really quite surprised to find that my university has got a female toilet, And then on the front of the other toilet, it says, and everybody else.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I was really shocked, but I was shocked in a good way. I was shocked for two reasons. One, they're basically saying, right, we're not really pandering, but we're just ticking a box and you lot can go over here. That's fine. But the other thing I thought, and this again isn't to sound like an SJW, they're giving women the space. And when I say women, I mean, there's a female bathroom. So there's none of this rubbish about, right, if you're non-binary or you're transgender, but you're a female, you can go to the female toilet. No, it specifically says women's toilet, everybody else. So if you're identifying as a female, the right thing you should do is where you go in the everyone else's bathroom, not the actual female bathroom. So I thought that was progressive, but at the same way, it was also shutting them all up. So it was actually doing the right thing, was how I interpreted it.
Well, I was actually teaching up until about a year and a half ago at the college level. And one of the things that happened before I left was, again, what I sort of see that as is they're getting rid of the men's room. So think about it this way.
Yeah.
You're in a highly polarized climate where people are victims in this Amber Heard reality. And you've got a bathroom, and they're getting rid of these too. You've got bathrooms that have urinals in them. And then you have people walking in with that kind of mindset and how bizarre that is. And the other aspect of this is, as they make these gender neutral bathrooms, when you're a guy and you just want to go and use a urinal, they take this stuff out. So there's a line around the block for you to go and have a piss. And this is the reality of it. And so I would say that all of this stuff ultimately started with eroding men's rights. And it was inevitable that it was going to come to the other side. And I say that term, you know, in the most basic sense that it is, that people don't know. They have no presentation of what masculinity is. It's like this unknown sort of evil. So when they go and try to manifest masculinity in any one of these groups, it's always the weirdest cartoon of it. And it doesn't take into account, just like, I think if it wasn't for the fact that society, at least at this point, is still at least respectful for the biological needs of women, maybe on an evolutionary level, that's when people started noticing it. But they pretty much gutted the biological differences of men in higher ed and everywhere. Men need different things than women do. So right now we're in this world where it's men don't need different things, but women do. But that's also the problem. If they don't need different things and women don't need different, and it's just this kind of bizarre spiral. It's a really strange thing.
Well, it also goes to, you know, equal this, equal that. Okay, great. You're going to join the military, drop and give me 50. Oh, well, that's for a man. For a woman, it's this amount. How many pull-ups? Well, for a man, it's this amount. For a woman, it's this amount. It's like, seriously? You guys, it's all equal this, equal that until it's like a test that a guy has to do. And it's like, well, we can't possibly do that.
Well, this is another thing, that obviously being, you know, as far as I'm aware, gentlemen, the only lady on the panel.
Well, Dennis, but.
but from another point of view, from a totally, you know, old-fashioned point of view, should I say? Because, you know, you guys know me pretty well. I'm quite traditional in a lot of things, I feel. But, you know, there are certain times of the month as a woman.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to share a bathroom with anyone else because you kind of might get a bit embarrassed, or there might be situations that you just don't want to have to explain. And it's a situation of, I don't really want to have to be embarrassed for my male colleagues and going into their space of having to use a toilet at a situation like that, because they don't want to have to deal with a woman in that situation, no matter how progressive they are or traditionalist they are. It's from a simple primeval point of view of feeling embarrassed about things. And I think that, you know, it's the same way for men and women. You need your space because certain things are private. Certain things are not to be shared and discussed and debated. It's, you know, and I'm trying to not dig myself a hole here.
I just kind of wish when that time of month came around, you ladies would just take a vacation, because trust us, we do have to experience it. Just saying. If you're married.
Didn't a famous comedian say women are the only creature that bleeds for 7 days and doesn't die?
Yes.
Well, I think the thing is too is that we are all in agreement with you, Charlies, because if you've ever seen a man in that aisle at the store, making a run for his wife, the look of consternation, fear, shock, confusion, the amount of texting, phone calls. Why do some have wings? Why, these are things.
Well, you have
I don't
them
know about
write it
you, but
down
I can.
very specifically. Okay, what brand, with wings, without wings. I never had a problem with that, but I've seen other guys and they're just like really awkward.
No,
like
I
they're
got to
picking
be
out an
honest. In
anniversary card.
27 years of marriage, I've never had to go down that aisle for my wife by myself. Now, I've been in a store with her going down the aisle, but she's never been like, "You got to go." And I'm like, "What?" I've never had to do that. So honestly, here on the panel has. Aaron?
Never.
Well, look at that. Brian,
No.
Shanth has. Dan? Nope.
Nope.
Looks like you guys need to.
Non-issue as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I never said it was, but my wife's just never asked me that. So
Okay, gotcha.
that's all I'm saying. She's never.
As Charlie
I'm not
said,
saying.
your wife
I'm not
doesn't
saying she
wanna-
asked me, and
don't
I
wanna
was
hear
like,
you
"Get out of
complain.
here."
Well, I mean, come on. If Shelly said Aaron go pick some up or whatever, it's like I inevitably get the wrong ones, and then I'd just be in trouble anyway. So, it's like,
Dude, I can't buy when she sends me to the grocery store because she doesn't want to go, and I come home and she goes, "That's the wrong box of cereal." You think she's going to trust me with money management?
that's right. You bring home-
Honestly, the first thing I would hear is wings. Wings? Do you not know me? And I'd be like, nope.
Oh, no.
I'd say after 27 years, I don't know that part, and I'm glad that I don't.
I just want to say, chat, I'm really sorry I seem to have come on this stream and totally derailed it.
Not at all.
About gender neutral bathrooms and time of the month. It wasn't an intention. Right?
No, we had that picture up before you came on, so you didn't.
Right.
That, that
Well,
is
We put it up in
true.
anticipation of you coming on.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's like, it's
Don't
time to
worry,
get
Charles,
spicy.
You're good. You're good.
It is so funny, but like what you're saying about these people with their severe mental health problems and the way that they act, there has never been a work. I've only ever not wanted to be on social media one time where I was like, I think I'm going to take a break because people are just rancid. And that was actually when the Queen died. Like some of the things that were being said on social media, I was like, people are just the most vile creatures that you've ever met in your life, and I just don't want to have to deal with them. And it's just a case of like, no matter what you thought about our royal family or you think about our royal family, whatever the situation, we're still a 96-year-old woman. Like she's someone's grandmother, someone's mum. Like seriously, just wish her rest in peace and then move on your merry way. But some of these things, and I'm not surprised that there's so much mental health out there on the internet. Because when you see some of these comments, and it's for everything, not just for that, for all sorts of different things, we encounter it every single day being in CG. Some of the stuff is just rancid. It's just awful, the way that people talk to each other.
It is, and it's kind of like, I don't know if you guys heard about Daredevil, but it was somebody, I don't remember if it was the director or one of the writers, but they're apparently pretty upset because apparently the actor that should play Daredevil should be blind. And that actually became a thing, and it was all over Twitter and other things, I guess, today. I saw a couple of videos, and I'm like, are you serious? So there's no acting anymore. We literally have to, if they're disabled or they're whatever, we have to get a person just like that to play them. It makes no sense.
I got one better than that. There's a movie coming out with Brendan Fraser called The Whale, where he plays a 600-pound college professor, I believe. And, a oversized actor came out and had a fit because they said, what? There's no oversized actors of that proportion you could have cast? And
isn't Brendan Fraser oversized?
I know.
No, this guy
is now.
The person he's playing is like 600 plus pounds.
Right.
So they had to do, a lot of prosthetics and all that.
Well, everybody has to stay in their lane.
And it's ridiculous. It's like, well, I don't know. There probably are, but maybe Brendan Fraser's a better actor.
This is the thing, isn't it? This is 100% the thing, because I'm sick and tired of people getting anywhere because they tick a box. And you know what? From a point of view of your own self-esteem and your own, self-worth, Why do you want to get a part, get a job, get ahead in life just purely by something of a box you're ticking rather than actually working hard for it? And this goes back to everything. Just don't get the mentality of it.
No, it's bizarre. It really is. And to tell the truth, it's weird because these people call themselves progressives, and yet they seem to be advocating for what looks to be like segregation. It's like everybody has to stay in their lane. It's like, okay, we're doing Moon Knight. Okay, Khonshu, Egyptian god. Okay, we need an Egyptian director. Right?
So look at what Steven's saying. This is kind of where I was going to go with it. So we have to hire a black actor to play blind actor. Now, with that being said, how are you going to do any real fight scenes? So really, realistically, if we need to get a person that fits into that, right? So we need to find a blind actor who got chemicals stuck in his eye when he was a kid, who now has sonar radar type abilities and is incredibly agile. So anybody who has that out there, please sign up and you get to play Daredevil.
Guys, Doja Kun is 528 away from being funded. It ends in like 14 hours, so go check it out. Well, that's the same thing when Bryan Cranston did that movie with Kevin Hart where Bryan Cranston played a character in a wheelchair, and people are like, why didn't you cast an actor that's wheelchair bound? And it's like, I don't know, because they're not as good as actors as Bryan Cranston is. Maybe that's it. It's acting.
I know that's part of the acting assignment, is to pretend to be something you're not. That's what acting is.
Right.
So now is it just real life people putting in front of a camera now? You know, it's so ridiculous.
Well, the best two examples I can think of is, so the original Manchurian Candidate had Frank Sinatra in it. And then years later, the remake had Denzel Washington. No one cared that they recast the character into a black man. No one threw their hands in the air and went, oh, this is a diversity quota. Because Denzel Washington was quite clearly the best man for the job, and it was a bloody great film. And the other thing that I can think of is Darkest Hour with Gary Oldman playing Winston Churchill. Gary Oldman quite clearly looks nothing like Winston Churchill, but he was the greatest person to play the job. He played the part. He nailed it. The prosthetics were absolutely incredible. And you didn't even see prosthetics when you was watching that film. I mean, Jan actually laughs at me because we went to see that film at the cinema. This conversation is going to go back on to talking about time of the month, but please, just stick with me. Right. So we went to see this film at the cinema. And when it got to the end and he was making the "we'll fight them on the beaches" speech and the job that I'm not surprised he won an Oscar for that film. He looked over at me and I was crying like I was sitting in Bridget Jones's Baby or something. Like I was literally sobbing I was like, oh my God, this is so good. I can't he looked at me and he actually said in the cinema, are you on your period or something? Like, why are you crying over Winston Churchill? And I was like, because it was so good, because it moved you to the point of how you was meant to feel. Obviously, we know Gary Oldman doesn't look like Winston Churchill. We know that Frank Sinatra and Denzel Washington have very little in common, but it's who is good for the part.
Right. I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Meritocracy. Who would have thought?
Yep.
Well, and I'm going to have to bounce off here in a bit, but in a sec. But I wanted to just say one thing too that I wanted to say regarding all this stuff. The thing that infuriates me the most is that it's never been a perfect world. It's never going to be a perfect world. But for myself personally, I've had trans friends in the past, and I still do have a very close friend. Sure. I have friends of every group, and we were all getting along fine. And what all of us wanted to do, who were actually good at anything, who had any kind of excellence in art, I have friends of all colors, my family is mixed, all of that sort of stuff, is that we just wanted to talk about what we did and not those things about ourselves we couldn't change. Mm-hmm. Whenever you get artists together and comic book creators, that's what the conversation goes to. We go to what we do, what we like, what our interests are, because all those other things are what we're here in CG to get away from. Yes. So we can talk about excellence again, so that we can talk about storytelling again. And I look at this sort of stuff and I look at what we're doing as creators and artists here, and you're free to do a comic book no matter who you are, if it's good, if you promote it hard, and if you get the word out. And so I'm really excited to be in an environment where we don't have to talk about that kind of stuff all day. We can just make our best work and kick ass and move these numbers, move these things further.
Yeah, man,
and that's
Sean.
what it is.
100%.
And it's crazy to me because I look at this stuff and Charlie's and I were sending messages back and forth not long ago. And of course I made the, newbie mistake of saying, have you seen this World War I documentary?
Oh, you fool. You fool.
And I know it was foolishness, right? But I know that if I want to sit around and talk about, my love of the FE-2B pusher aircraft, I've got somebody I can talk to. That's the fun part of this stuff. Do you know what I mean? Or the DH2, depending.
Yeah.
And they go on about diversity. And the thing is, like, you've got a First World War classically trained historian that is female, that is,
who's that?
Mixed background. But the point is that they claim we don't exist. I can, like one of my favorite things to do in CG is just talk about Spitfires with Billy Tucci. I mean, everybody knows that, right? Everybody knows this is my thing. And I've been reading this book, this really like, oh my God, crazy book about Edward VIII and the abdicationist. And I messaged Billy and I was like, dude, we need to do a stream about what I've just read about him being a Nazi. And he was like, we're on it when I get back from con. Now, that's not a conversation, I guess, that he has every single day. Some random British girl messaging him going, do you want to talk about Nazis on a stream? But, you know what I mean? It is what it is.
It's a very Charlie thing to do.
You say that to all the CGers.
I am going to have to shoot, though, because I've actually got a stream over on my channel, myself and Commie Marker, EFAPing Alan Moore and Russell Brand.
Wow.
We're going to have a bit of fun with that. But so thank you for having me on. I wasn't going to pop on, but I thought I haven't spoken to you guys in ages. I wanted to come on and just, give some support for the campaign, which is doing amazing, Andy. It looks so good. So
absolutely.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you,
Charlie.
Everyone
go back Charlie's book. Charlie's London from Walworth to Wartime.
Don't leave this stream. Don't leave the stream. Watch me afterwards. My stuff can wait. This EFAP will be there for a while. Stay here. Make sure Andy gets to 60K.
There you go. Thank you, Charlie.
Right.
Have a good
night, everyone.
Peace out, Charlie.
See ya.
Good night. I was going to say, when it comes like Shanth was saying about, we all have friends of different makeup and stuff like that. I mean, when it comes down to it, we're all mutts. Look, guys, you might not know it by looking at me. I'm part Asian. I can admit it. I've got a micro penis. Part Asian. I mean, that's just the part. I've got to live with that every day. But
there aren't many of us that could claim to be thoroughbreds, and guess what? Being a thoroughbred isn't a good thing. Genetic diversity is actually a good thing.
And that's what I tell all the ladies. Well, before I got married.
Well, I lucked out because I don't have any friends, so I don't have to worry about any of this stuff.
Oh yeah, well, you have us. I mean, that's a nice roll under the bus for us.
I'm just an enabler.
Yeah, I was going to say Aaron doesn't have friends. He just has enablers.
That's right. Yeah. I just stay at home. I never leave my house. Come on stream every once in a while. Talk to a bunch of other
I'm a diversity hire, I'm Polish,
Oh, well, my wife's Polish. She's 50% Polish.
Hey, when I was a kid, that's all we did was tell Polish jokes.
We did too, and we're Polish.
Yep. So
back when people had senses of humor and didn't take everything so literally. Yeah. I mean, comedians now, for instance, they have it the hardest. They can't do I went to a comedy club with some friends who were visiting. This is before the lockdown, right? And they wanted to go to New York City. They wanted to go and see to a comedy club. So I went with them. I actually had to leave because I found the comedians so depressing. And they were so depressing because all of them were tiptoeing and being real milquetoast and really, really careful not to offend anybody. I grew up on Richard Pryor and George Carlin and people like that. People that where comedy was like dangerous, and it was depressing. It really was. I got really genuinely down. I was just like, I had to excuse myself. I'm like, I'll be waiting outside. It's everybody's scared.
Is Andrew Dice Clay still around, or?
Yeah, he's still
Yeah.
around.
Well, I think he's
I don't know
fine.
if he.
Does he do his act?
Well, I was going to say I don't know if
I
he's.
saw him. I saw him once. It was
I would assume he's still a touring comedian.
90s.
I mean, he's got to make money somehow. A lot of these guys like that still
Dickory
tour,
dock.
and that's how they make their money. So,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
All right, guys, I got to bounce. So
Okay,
I'm gonna
Sean.
see you
See you,
guys.
Shanth. Nice
Hey,
work,
guys,
Brandon.
congratulations, Andy, and let's get to 60K, guys. All right,
Yeah.
take care.
thanks,
everybody.
buddy.
Later,
See you
Andy.
later.
All right.
Bye.
Peace out.
Thank you for enabling me.
I know. So wrong.
You know what? I'm going to look up because I knew he was. I'm just going to see if he's still touring or not.
Aaron, someday you're gonna get Shanth's name pronounced right too. You know,
Well,
I know, I
here's the
keep
thing.
calling him Shanth, and it's Shanth, right?
it's a long. Oh yeah, like Shanth.
Sean.
Well, here's
Shanth
the,
Enjeti.
here's the thing. If people are going to see Andrew Dice Clay, they're going to see Andrew Dice Clay, right? So they know what they're getting into.
I didn't know, by the way, when I went in. Okay. Somebody had some tickets. I was like, oh, sure, I'll go. Oh my god.
Oh, I bet he won't be doing it much longer if he is. Andrew Dice Clay was diagnosed with Bell's palsy.
What?
Ow.
Okay, I'll repeat it.
Sucks.
Andrew Dice Clay was diagnosed with Bell's palsy.
Oh my God.
Wow. That sucks.
I don't know what that is, but it can't be good.
Yeah, no.
It's not.
Yeah. No, it's not so good.
He was in an episode of the Hap and Leonard series. I don't know if any of you caught that. It's based on the novels by Jorah Lansdale, who's done a lot of comic book stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he played it like a DJ in the deep South, like a Jewish dude in the deep South, and he was terrific.
Oh.
No, it's a temporary form of facial paralysis. So it actually looks like he went back to his stand-up roots. He took a 20-year hiatus, and it looks like he's back at it.
Oh. He took a 20-year hiatus. Wow.
He did.
Did he freshen up his act, though, or is he still using the same old 20-year-old jokes?
He's got some new nursery rhymes, maybe? I don't know.
The clock struck 2. Whatever. I'm not going to do it.
Whoa, Val's asking who that is.
Oh, Val, use Google. Andrew Dice
Fairlane.
Clay.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Check out Google. You'll find out who he is. So we are still 200 and I'm not doing the math. $245 away from.
Nope.
No, 235.
$235 away.
See, we just gained $10 just like that.
Look at that. From 60K, unlock that next stretch goal. You can do it. Somebody wants a figure sketch, character of your choice. You do that, we're over.
If you want to be in the book, you get 4 copies of the book, and that puts us over, and we get to draw your face. And if you want, you can even let us know what kind of character you want to be.
Actually, Dennis, I upgraded that. You get 8 copies of the book.
Oh, I don't see that. Do you see that on there? I don't see that on there.
Really? Because if you click it, it says
now I do.
Yeah, you got to click it. So yeah, if you want to become a character in the book, $400, you get a panel to yourself. You get some dialogue. Oh, let me go back. Didn't mean to do that. You get your own dialogue, and you get 8 copies of the book to distribute among friends and family. Say, look how cool I am. I'm in a comic. You're just on grandma's wall.
Nice.
So, exactly.
And that means you'd be in a comic book. That is Kor-Drath's first appearance. For all you collectors out there, that means something. You too could be a first-time appearance of a character.
That's right.
Think of that.
What's Dan? Oh, Dan couldn't wait. He had to get on it. Look at that.
Oh!
He's flattening out. He's doing the flats on Lilith. This is the Lilith character card. So as you guys see on the campaign, yep, those are flats. As you see on the campaign, the character card stretch goals, so you can play these characters in your favorite role-playing games. This is going to be another one after the map. So look at that. Working on it now.
Nice.
Love it.
Beautiful.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So, I got a question for you. As long as I'll figure this out later. But I mean, Is that a hole right there?
How did you color it on Bud's cover? Yeah, it's a hole.
I'll take a look at it. There was a gem here though, right?
There's a red gem there, and then next to it are holes, and then the part with the triangle shoulder pad is metal. Dark metal.
Right.
Yeah,
right,
those are
right.
holes. Yep. You got it. And then the stuff on her face is bone. Like,
Yes.
yeah. So there you go.
It's a boner.
So cool.
You
It's
got,
You got a couple of them.
what you said?
What?
I said, did you just say you got bone on her face?
There is bone protrusions on her face. The Necronite unmasked. Keep wishing. That's all I got to say to that.
Yeah, you're not going to do that in issue 1.
No. Come on now. Let's get real.
Well,
That's not
especially
gonna
with Val's face.
No. Yeah. That is not going to that is not going to happen. So this weekend, unfortunately, I'm going to have to wait. Dennis and I are going to have to wait to go see it. But this weekend, Halloween Ends drops, and we would usually go see that over the weekend. But I'm out, he's out, so we're going to have to wait for a whole week and change before we can go see Halloween Ends.
Well,
and see how it ends.
Well, you can see it on streaming the same day. They're doing something really interesting that usually only indie movies do. They're releasing it to streaming and theatrically at the same time.
Oh, really?
I want to see it on the big screen.
I
Of
do
course.
too.
Yeah. But
I kind of want to see that movie.
That hard.
Oh, excuse me. I kind of want to see that movie, although now I don't trust Andy's reviews though now.
So you can trust Dennis.
If he comes in with an 8, I'm going to have to automatically take 2 off of it.
Well, here's the problem.
snap.
Hey, Wraith the Roni, here's the problem. Have you seen the previous 2?
Well, the last one was when they were in the house and he had him in the basement and they lit the whole thing on fire, right?
No.
That was the first one.
That was the first one.
What?
2 was at the hospital.
The new trilogy.
2 was at the hospital. It came out last year.
And then,
I'm
this
gonna
is
get caught up
the
then.
one after that.
So this is actually the last one of the end.
Yes.
This is the
This is it.
final conclusion until they bring him back for the next series.
Yes.
Right. But then Jamie Lee's gone and they just recast and, all that stuff. So,
Right. No, okay, so wait a minute. So the one where she tricks him to go down in the basement, he hits the tripwires, it blows up, fire, all that kind of stuff. That was the first part.
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
That
It
was
picks up
Halloween.
after the
Okay.
original Halloween, and I think it's acting as though Halloween 2 never happened, right?
It didn't.
Yeah, Halloween 2
this-
never happened.
None of the Halloweens happened. So it was the original Halloween, then the Jamie Lee Curtis one in the house where she gets burned down. That's actually part 2, and then it goes from there.
Okay,
Right.
so like Halloween H2O, that doesn't count either.
Nope,
None of that
none of it.
counts.
Because he cut his
No.
head off at the end of that one.
Yeah, it
Right,
doesn't
but
count.
then in the following film, the one with Busta Rhymes, we discovered that there was some other guy's head that she cut off that just happened to be dressed exactly like Michael Myers.
What?
Yeah,
That I didn't know. Are
yeah,
you
that
making
one's
that up?
agonizing. I don't recommend it for a masochist.
I didn't know that.
So if nobody wants to look like Michael Myers, nobody go out and get the William Shatner mask. You're fine.
Exactly.
And then
Yeah,
paint
that's
it.
There's a guy out there that does custom action figures, and he did something that actually kind of scared me a little in terms of the depths of his devotion. When he did the Michael Myers figure, he took a Mego Captain Kirk figure and did a cast of its face and made that like the Michael Myers mask.
Oh.
Wow, that's
Oh, there he is.
All right, now hang on a second.
Oh.
Now there was one, I may be getting these confused, but weren't they driving around in a van and Donald Pleasance was in it and they drove over the top of Michael Myers, but he got back up and killed everybody in the van? There was a cop with Donald Pleasance. Was that the same one where they burned him at the end?
4 or 5. That may have been 4.
Yeah,
or 5.
that's not the current continuity, I don't think.
Oh, that might have, no, that was probably H2O. That was or H2O. That was, I think that was Halloween 20, maybe.
Well, Donald Pleasance isn't in. He's not in any of the Halloween films post 6.
Right.
Okay,
And
well,
he
which one
dies
is,
in at least 3 of the movies.
well, now hang on a second. H2O, is that you count that as like one of the first 6?
No, that H2O picks up from where that was by the guy who wrote the Scream movies. That picks up after Halloween 2. How confused are you now?
Okay, well, Halloween 3 was Season of the Witch, that wasn't even related. So
that was
that
a done in one. That was a done in one, and that's a great movie. And
isn't that the one with the chips, where they had the chips in the neck?
Yes.
Okay.
It would be considered like a minor classic if it weren't for the fact that it's called Halloween 3.
Right. Okay. So then what was Halloween 4? The Return of Michael Myers, right?
Yes.
Where the little girl becomes like Michael Myers at the end, right?
Well, that's what it looks like. But then in the next one, we discover that that's not happened. She's just holding the knife.
Okay. So wait a minute. So the chat's like going nuts going, you guys are idiots. Or at least I am. Okay. So the Return of Michael Myers, that was 4. Okay. So then what was the 5th one then? That
was a sequel to that.
Yeah. But what was it called?
I think it was just called Halloween 5, actually. See, I have a friend that's much more of a Halloween stan than I am, and knows this stuff, can answer all of these questions. Well, I'm asking to the best of my ability, but where
does Jason fights Freddy Krueger? Where does that come in?
Oh my God, you guys are off the rails. Hey, real quick. I have to get going to take the trip to Florida. Dennis is going to keep this party going. I hope you guys will hang out for a little bit longer with him, and you guys can resolve all this Halloween stuff. But I'm getting a text. It's time to hit the road for the 8-hour drive. I want to thank everybody that joined us in the stream. I hope you hang out more. And as Dennis becomes Captain Kirk, and I want to thank everybody that backed it today to get us to the 17. We're holding tight at the 59,765. It is Dennis's job to get it to that 60K. You can do it. And I really do thank you all the backers, all the fans, all the supporters. You guys are great. As Aaron and everybody else can attest, we wouldn't be able to do this stuff, bring our own ideas to fruition without your help. So thank you so much. I have to go pack and get in a car to drive to Florida. So
thanks for having me on.
Safe travels.
You got it. And Dennis, if you want to invite people, you know how to do that. Go ahead. I did send the link to Michael Bancroft. So if Michael Bancroft sees it and wants to get it, he can come on. All the professionals have the link. So maybe at some point they'll pop on. And besides Aaron, and I will catch you guys when I get back. So thank you, everybody.
On the flip side, be
later.
Safe
travels.
See you, Andy.
Guys.
Safe travels, man.
Bye.
So I did pull up the Halloween franchise continuity.
Yeah,
guide.
I'm looking at it too. I'm confused. Okay, so
tell you what, Aaron, share your screen.
Well, no, I just got share. You probably have something better than me because I'm still looking through it, and there's Halloween 5 is the one with the girl with the little knife at the end. That's the Revenge of Michael Myers. 4 is the Return of Michael Myers.
Right.
But I don't know how that one ended. I can't remember.
That ends with him being locked up in prison, and then some mysterious cowboy figure shows up. It's actually the only thing I like about the movie. He actually shows up, kills all the cops in the police station, and then blasts Michael Myers' cell open and absconds with him.
And that's how it ends, with a cowboy?
Yeah.
Which
I thought was which I thought was a pretty cool ending, but
wait a minute, is that the one where some voodoo at the beginning, some voodoo woman has him like his body in a swamp or something, and then he like comes to life again? Is that the start of 4?
That's the start of 5, and it's just like some hobo that happened.
Yeah, well, okay, so who's the cow? So they never pay off the cowboy guy that broke him out of jail?
In 6 they do, but I can't, and I like 6, but they don't resolve that in a way that I think was satisfying.
Okay, all right. So Dennis, take us through this chart here, and let's see what we've got. Because
So 1978. We can do this together. All right, fanboys. Okay. 1978, original Halloween. Great music. All right.
Right. Classic.
Now, it goes left because that would be the timeline of the original, how it started, not the actual timeline. So we'll consider this the new Star Trek universe kind of stuff. Okay. So it's Halloween 2,
right,
which is 1981, which was a good movie in of its own.
I wouldn't agree with that. See, now I can't trust you anymore. All right, so go ahead.
So Halloween 2, and then from there it jumps over. So 19, which is 1981. Halloween 4 is 1988.
Now that's the return of Michael Myers.
Yes.
Halloween 4.
Yes. 1989 is Halloween 5.
Revenge of Michael Myers. That's with the little girl in the clown suit with a knife at the end. Okay.
Yep.
Spoiler.
Then it goes down to Halloween 6 in 1995.
Now what's that one? What's the tagline on that one? Is it Halloween 6?
The Curse of Michael Myers.
The Curse of Michael Myers.
Right.
Okay.
And they kind of give you the his origin in that for the first time.
Now, do you know how this one ends, Brian?
Well, there are two different versions.
Oh, God.
How does it end? It ends with, oh God, you know who's in that? Who's the guy who plays Ant-Man in the movies?
Yeah.
That's his first role. That's his first role. Is in that movie, and he kind of stows Michael Myers' head in with a fire extinguisher, and green slime is like running out of it.
Okay. I didn't see that one. Okay.
And then notice the stop sign. So the continuity stops right there in that original version, right? Okay. So everyone's already asking, well, where's Halloween 3? Well, Halloween 3 is all the way down here in 1982.
Yep.
Because it wasn't related to Michael Myers at all. It was
right.
It wasn't even related.
Because Michael Myers had been blown up and burned. Right. So how are you bringing him back from that?
Right.
And John Carpenter wasn't interested in producing or having anything to do with any more Michael Myers movies. So they decided what they were going to do was they were going to take the franchise and turn it into an anthology series. And what they did was they got Nigel Neal, the guy who wrote the Quatermass movies, that sort of a thing, right? Okay. John Carpenter was a very big fan of his, and he got him to write a screenplay about a deranged a toy maker, an Irish toy maker who's also an Irish pagan, and he's very offended at how Americans celebrate Samhain, as it's called, or Samhain as it's spelled, and creates this. I love this part. He steals one of the big plinths from Stonehenge. It just disappears, right? And it turns up in his toy factory. He's chipping little pieces off it and putting it into these little computer chips that are on the back of these masks.
And you're trying to convince me I should watch this movie?
Yes! Yes! It's so much fun. It doesn't take itself that seriously. It's really fun. Right, okay. I'm telling you, this is a really great movie.
Was it in 3D?
No.
Okay, I remember Jaws 3 being in 3D and Halloween 3 coming out. I was just 3D. Trying to remember if it was Halloween 3 in 3D.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. But then there's a television signal.
Right. Yeah.
And that triggers the curse chip and causes like snakes and bugs and all this stuff like pouring out of like the kids' heads. So it's like a mass sacrifice. It's I love it. I never get tired of that movie. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
but
have
your standalone movie. The stop sign ends. Now we have to go back up, and then after Halloween 2 in that version, now it shoots over into Halloween H2O in
which
1998.
I have seen. Right. And that's where she chops his head off at the end of the movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the Halloween Resurrection,
right.
It's somebody else. And that's the movie that you want to watch if you want to see Busta Rhymes go, trick or treat, motherfucker.
World of Conan says that Friday the 13th Part 3 was in 3D.
That is correct. That one was.
Which one?
I remember that. Okay. So I haven't seen.
13th, yeah.
Okay, I've seen scenes from Halloween Resurrection, but I haven't seen it. So how does that one end?
I forget. I don't even know if I
probably doesn't matter. Okay.
Yeah. Nobody cares. It's everybody's least favorite Halloween movie. Nobody likes that one.
Well, wait a minute.
Jamie Lee Curtis in it?
at the beginning, and then she gets killed.
All right, so she got her paycheck. Understood.
Yeah, and
Okay,
then Buster
so-
Rhymes takes over.
Okay, so then these Rob Zombies, these are reboots. They have nothing to do with the regular Jamie Lee Curtis continuity.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Right.
okay, so then the Rob Zombie stuff ran its course, and then they came back with what they're doing right now, Halloween the End, in 3 parts.
Yes.
Which I've seen the first one, but I need to see the second one before I see the third. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
So then
All right.
Halloween 2018, which follows right after the so it's Halloween, and then you have to see Halloween before you see the second Halloween, and then the end, which will be
Okay.
coming up next week.
So it's Halloween, then followed by Halloween, and then it's followed by Halloween, and then Halloween the End.
What was the actual name of the last movie?
Halloween Kills.
Halloween Kills, yeah.
Kills, right? Okay, yeah. Okay.
And then
And
it's
mind you-
Halloween the End.
Temper your expectations because I know a lot of people didn't like that one, and I remember thinking, like, what part of Halloween 10 do you not understand?
Exactly. Why do you have any expectations at this point?
Exactly. So,
Okay, but just to be clear, Halloween 2018, that's where he's in the house and he gets burned up allegedly.
yes,
And then, but he escapes.
he
for
escapes.
Halloween
Fire department
Kills,
shows up.
which I haven't seen. Okay. Now, someone said the question in the chat is, when did they reveal that Michael is Laurie's brother?
5, I think. Or is that in 2? That might be in 2. I think that's in 2, actually. And that's one of the things I don't like about 2. Although I hated 2 when I was a kid, and then I watched it again as an adult, and I actually rather enjoyed it.
I just not.
I'm kind of there with you. I mean, that's the one where they're the nurse, right? He puts the head under and boils her.
Yeah. Which is stolen from Deep Red by Dario Argento, of course.
Dude, she goes to a hospital that has no lights working in it. What kind of a hospital is this?
It's
Well, this was before urgent care, so I mean that makes sense.
right, there you go.
Everybody was asleep, you know.
That works for me.
Nothing's going on.
Right.
Okay. So with that being said, it is coming out, so you do need to go back and watch Halloween Kills. You should really watch Halloween 2018, Halloween Kills, and then do it. So for anybody out there who was really wondering about Halloween, if this doesn't answer the questions, I don't think we can help you.
Yeah. See, other people have done the work for you, Aaron.
Well, they've done something.
They've done something. Yeah. No, it's it's very convoluted and confusing.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I looked this up, and it says, how did Laurie Strode find out Michael was her brother? It says, while unconscious, Laurie had a dream wherein she saw images of her brother at a young age, and she recalled her mother telling her that she was actually adopted. Waking from the dream, Laurie began to slowly grasp her connection to Michael, though she had yet to realize that he was, in fact, her brother. But it doesn't say what movie that occurred in.
It may, you know what? That
Wait,
sounds
here
like
we go.
something that was in maybe in one of the TV versions.
No. Halloween Resurrection. Here it is. Halloween Resurrection. It was the movie that she learns that Michael's her brother.
Oh, really? Okay.
Now, which one was Resurrection? You have to bring the chart
That's the
back.
Buster
up.
Rhymes one.
Dang it.
Buster Rhymes one.
That was which one?
The Buster Rhymes version.
Oh, okay. Okay. And she gets killed in that one.
Yes, at the beginning.
Right.
And
But now she's
Buster
back
Rhymes-
alive.
Well, yeah, because it's not in the same continuity.
So there's a different timeline.
Yes.
So is this an alternate universe? Is this like the multiverse? Is this tied to
Yes.
Marvel somehow?
This is like the original multiverse.
Multiverse.
Okay.
Well, when did Sliders come out?
Well, isn't it interesting that multiverses, that was a concept I think that most people had couldn't wrap their heads around up until relatively recently. I mean, there was Quantum Leap was like a time travel thing, but then there was Sliders. Yeah, was the multiverse thing.
Yeah, Sliders, because they could never get back home.
I don't mean to beat a dead horse here, but the Angry Gamer says it was Halloween 2 that Laurie actually had the dream, but didn't make the connection until Halloween Resurrection.
Here's the thing. That That dream sequence, that's not in the theatrical version. That's in the television version. There's also an alternate version of the original Halloween. That's the television version. Because sometimes when films were put on television, they would take footage that was left on the cutting room floor and would integrate it back into the film. So if anything, those are kind of like special edition versions.
That happened all the time. They would always like Wrath of Khan and stuff like that. When the TV came out on TV, they had like different scenes, and they were like, "Where did that come from?"
You know, this really thinks we should probably talk Blade Runner then, because I mean,
oh my god,
we can't have but 5 versions, and only one of them can be the definitive version. And was she a replicant or not? I mean, it's just saying if we're going down this road,
sure.
The definitive version for me, the definitive version for me, first of all, Deckard's not a replicant. Fucking Ridley Scott made that shit up after the fact. He was like, God, you know what? I should have made him a replicant. So he's like, oh, he's a replicant.
Yeah, he's certainly not in the movie. You don't get that vibe.
No way.
But
no way.
Apparently we're still not done with Halloween, because Texas Mofo says it's a different Halloween universe. She is told in part 2 that it's his brother. So maybe that's again the TV cut?
I think so. I mean, don't quote me on that, but yeah, I think so.
Wow. It might have been a good idea that they started it over, because it was this is like the DC universe. It's so convoluted, no one can figure out what Earth this guy's from, and it's Earth 5. And
I know.
You just gave him an idea. Halloween Rebirth,
or the Mirrorverse Michael Myers, but he'll have like one of those little like a Van Dyke beard.
There you go. Right, look at it. It's still from 2. Loomis went into the school Shoals, and Michael wrote sister on the wall.
That's right. That's right. Nice one, Angry Gamer.
He's on top of his Halloween movie.
Man. Yeah, man.
Oh, school. I went into the school.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, and then we can,
No. Hang on a second. Before we get off this Halloween thing.
Well, we actually, Amos Ninja says Crisis on Halloween Universe.
That's what they need. They need
Superman
to get all
is moving the dead body of Michael Myers on the cover. Okay. So no, wait a minute though. So Michael killed wait a minute. Okay, now I'm echoing again. Okay. So Michael killed his first sister, his oldest sister, because she was getting it on in bed, right, with some dude, right?
Fell in the well.
When he was a kid.
Right.
So why is he killing his older sister, who was actually very saintly, as we found out in the movie? Why would he want to kill her?
It doesn't make any sense. At the same time, I always believed that Michael Myers is possessed.
Yes.
At the end of the first movie, that's when you find out that there's something supernatural going on.
Right, because he gets shot and then the body's not there.
At point blank range. And then somebody was like, oh, no, I think it's ambiguous. I'm like, he got shot at point blank range with like a 38, and he ate every single one of those bullets.
Multiple times.
And then fell. And then what? He just gets up and just dances away? No way. No. Yeah. He's possessed. That's what I always felt.
That's what I felt too.
Right.
Who would have thought this is what we were going to talk about today?
And then in 2, he gets shot twice in the eyes. Right? So those bullets are passing through his eyes into his brain pan.
Because they didn't come out the backside?
Presumably, yeah, you don't see an exit wound, right? So there have been incidents. I know the rapper Bushwick Bill was shot in the eye, and it went into his head, into his skull, didn't penetrate his brain, exploded, and the debris from the bullet spread itself evenly over the surface of his brain.
Yikes.
Now, do you think that's going to happen? So maybe the first bullet for Michael Myers might have done the same thing. Is that going to happen twice? Come on now. And then he's like walks out of the room on fire, right? Which is this incredible fire stunt. You don't see those anymore. and he just keeps coming like the Terminator until I'm guessing the body just gives out finally just from being burnt up too much, and boom, he face plants.
But then, of course, that's then they switch continuity, so that all goes out the window anyway.
Well, yeah, and then Halloween 4, it turns out that he just got like a little burn, and then Loomis, who also was consumed in the Inferno, has like a little
right. He has the melted face or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Well, in Friday the 13th, in the first one, it was the kid's mom, right?
Yes.
But then it became the kid.
And 2.
So these guys, they're constantly screwing their own continuity just to keep the sequels going.
And then in 4, right, which is the final chapter, Jason Voorhees takes a machete to the head, and it's a really great effect, too, by Tom Savini, because when he falls forward, his face is moving, and the machete just goes and buries itself even deeper, right? So in 5, so he's dead. They got rid of him. No more Jason Voorhees. But then in 5, I think it's called subtitle. Wow, what's the subtitle for 5? It's The New Beginning, and so it's the Corey Feldman character that killed him in the last movie, and but he's not played by Corey Feldman. He's played by this jockish guy. And like then he turns out to be like the murderer, and he's like supposed to be the new guy, but everybody wanted Jason back. So in 6, he comes back as a zombie.
Wait a minute, is that the one where Jason goes to hell? Is that what it's called?
No, that's much later. That's after he goes to New York. That's much later. That's after he fights Carrie, and that's after he goes to New York.
Oh, Jason Goes to New York. That was a great musical. I loved that one.
The trailer for that was the bomb, but then it's like he goes to New York City, and anybody that's ever been to New York City, much less than somebody that's lived in New York City, can tell you that ain't New York City, that's Toronto. Yeah, man. And then
they did a comic on that. I think it was Maniac of New York, and Cullen, I think he did it. Oh, I'd have to remember. But basically, it's a Michael Myers / Jason Voorhees kind of person, and he's unkillable. They've already had the military tried to take him out, and he can't. He just appears, starts wiping people out, and they just let him. They're like, all right, he's there for 2 or 3 days, kills a whole bunch of people, and then we just let him be, and he goes back into it. So it's an interesting concept, because what if Michael Myers couldn't be killed and decides to go on a killing spree, and then he just goes away for a year or 2. It is an interesting concept. I actually still pick up the new versions.
Right. And yes, Amish Ninja says, isn't 10 where Jason was in space? Yeah. And that one's actually a lot of fun.
Jason Goes to Space.
Well, yeah. It had already been done, though.
And we were criticizing Werewolf by Night.
Oh, I know. Well, here's the thing. It's like they had already done Hellraiser had gone to outer space at 4, Bloodlines. And I think Leprechaun in Space actually came out before Jason X.
So now understand this. If Andy were here, he would be giving Jason 10 in Space an 8.0. And then after we have our conversation, we remove his rose-colored glasses, and then we use our Jedi mind tricks. No, Andy, it wasn't good. Okay, I'll give it a 6 then.
Yep.
Oh, the insanity of it all.
I know. Isn't it great?
And yet we're actually streaming about it. So
yeah, man.
And at some point, we still have 55 people on listening to us.
I know. Is that crazy?
Nightmarish, really. I feel sorry for you guys.
All right. So here's what we are going to do, though. Window. Let's see where Aaron's at.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Aaron, you're at 114,429.
Oh yeah.
I was dissing on Halloween though, so some of these guys might refund.
I don't know. You didn't diss on the good Halloweens.
There it is.
All the ones in between.
That's true. Okay.
And you will have to let us know after you watch these last 3 what you think of the new versions of them.
Well, I'm anxious to see Jason Kills now because I didn't realize that was in there. So I've got to.
That's Halloween.
Or maybe I got confused that. Or Halloween Kills. I'm sorry, not Jason Kills. Jason, I'm confused.
I know.
Gee, I wonder why.
The only reason we're getting these confused is because we haven't talked Nightmare on Elm Street yet.
I have never seen any of those.
Oh my God, really? Dream
Yeah.
Warriors, Dokken? Oh, yeah.
Not even the original.
And a New Nightmare.
No, Freddy Krueger. That I don't know. I don't know.
Paranormal Activity. I mean, we could do that.
Oh God.
I'm
not a big found footage guy. I think.
Hey, I saw Blair Witch Project, and I thought it was the dumbest movie I've ever seen in my life.
Well, I mean, it's just ugly. You know, I grew up on Mario Bava and Hammer Horror and Universal, that sort of a thing. It just, I'm not saying there haven't been some good found footage movies, but come on now, it doesn't deserve to be its own subgenre.
No, I thought the ending was okay. It was kind of creepy at the end, where they go down in the basement and the guy's standing in the corner.
Oh, very creepy, yeah.
But that was it. I thought the movie was dumb. And then to make it even worse, when the open water came out, and they're like, "Oh, yeah, this is like that is maybe the worst I've ever seen." That was not scary at all. I was begging the sharks to eat those people.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, I mean, remember the whole thing with found footage was that it was super low budget. Usually Hollywood, they inflate the budgets of their films. They tell you, "Oh, we spent like $350 million on that." No, you didn't. Okay? No, you didn't. No. Right? With Blair Witch, something very interesting happened. It actually became the movie with the incredible shrinking budget. And so at first they were like, "Oh, it was made for like $85,000. That's it." No, it was made for 50. No, it was made for 40 because it was inspiring all of these indie filmmakers. Like, holy crap, maybe I could do that too.
Right.
And then, of course, 1 million people did it, and then that's why it's a subgenre. Not entirely worthless, but it's not my thing.
Well, when they did Cloverfield in that format. That was terrible. I mean, I liked the movie or the concept of the movie and everything, but shooting it that way really annoyed me.
Chronicle is the only film I can think of that used that conceit in a creative way, right? Where in contemporary Hollywood movies, you always have to have fast edits, right?
Right.
And this sort of allowed the filmmaker to take an almost art house approach, where you get these long static shots of the characters, right? Because the camera is floating around because one of the characters is controlling it with his mind because he's telekinetic. And if you haven't seen that, I actually think that that's a very good found footage movie.
I actually have not, but I'm familiar with it, but I haven't actually seen the movie.
It's definitely worthwhile. It's like this. It's almost like the Fantastic Four. It's about these 3 kids that discover a spaceship in somebody's backyard, and they all go inside it, and they all get like belted with gamma rays or something.
They become the Fantastic Four,
and so they all end up with telekinetic abilities. They can all fly by willing their bodies up into the air. They can control things move things with their minds. It's actually a very good movie. I actually really like that one.
All right. Somebody in the chat.
Thanksgiving is the goat of low budget horror. I have never seen.
I haven't either, and I've seen just about everything too.
I've seen Driller Killer.
Yeah.
Troll Hunter. I actually like Troll Hunter.
That. Yes.
And that kind of did make sense as a found footage type film because they actually were on expedition, so it makes sense that they would film it.
I like that one. Is that the one where they had it was really realistic, giants and stuff?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah, that was really I really liked it.
I love that.
I liked it too. But I never liked this idea of just some rando guy picking up a camera and then while he's running from his life from a monster, he's still filming. Yeah, no, you're not, dude.
Yeah, I know.
You're getting the heck out of there and you're throwing the camera. So,
you're going whoop 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 whoop.
Yeah.
Let's take a peek over at Zoop and Six Gun Gorilla.
Yeah, man.
All right, guys.
Halfway there, almost halfway there, folks. I'm old school CG. I fulfilled on 5 campaigns. I'm gonna fulfill on this one. So I would appreciate that push across the finish line, folks.
Push.
All right.
Push him like he was Michael Myers into the fire.
But he'll just come back out, so it's
That's right for the next campaign.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm trying Zoop. I'm the first CGer to do it because somebody has to be the first guy. And so far, the experience has been positive. I know some people are like, well, isn't there a possibility of censorship? There's no way that these people don't know who I am. Do you honestly think that they would work with anybody, that anybody would work with anybody these days without sticking a microscope up your butt and combing through your social media profile? They know exactly who I am.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to pull up, because Andy had all this stuff up, I'm going to pull up a projectile.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Dojo Kun. Let's get this one across.
Projectile vomiting.
There. Oh, and Krishna Kid by Kami Mark also really deserves a push. I think he's
I'll pull that one up too. Because, oh boy, do we got some good news here.
Oh, shit.
We're getting there. Let's see. Window.
Survey says
93% funded. He's got 10 hours left, people.
Come on
He's
now.
Almost at that finish line.
Come on now.
We can do this.
Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely. And also Dojo Kun, he's a also old school CG.
Yes.
That's been around.
I mean, guys, this
forever.
looks fun. This looks fun. I really hope we can get him. We had him on. He was on our show again this week, and we were just on his. And this really is a fun book. I hope you guys don't miss out. We're crossing our fingers. He's almost there. He's $342 away.
Yeah, come on now. You can't let homeboy get that close and not cross the finish line.
I know he's got some good stuff. He's got some figures. I did. You can add on. They got that tin game. I love little games, so he did that. So I know I back that too. So guys, make sure you do. It's almost there.
I want to do a board game.
Oh, I know the guy that you could talk to about that. Do you know who Adam Lawson is?
Why, I know the name.
He's done. I actually brought him into CG, introduced him to the community because I ran into him at Billy Tucci's stream, and I was like, "Yo, dude, like you got to."
Is he in the chat? Is he like frequent in the chats and stuff?
Yeah, you might run into it.
That's probably where I recognize the name.
Wonderful guy. I wrote a story for him for a book that he did called The Kill Journal that turned out great. And he started out crowdfunding, and he still does this too, crowdfunds board games on Kickstarter, and has been very, very successful.
Oh, that's excellent.
Yeah. And
whose campaign am I missing, by the way? I know I'm missing one.
Somebody in the chat could tell us.
Yeah, guys, like I said, Andy had everything up on his side.
Graham's, maybe Graham Nolan's, Ghost of Matacumba Key. There's Irene's. There's
yep.
Well, Shane hasn't launched yet. Malin's is up. Malin's doing his Omega
Shift
Glory or whatever it's called. What's it called? Mega Glory. That's Star Trek.
Nope, don't think that's it.
And I'm trying to think. There was also a campaign, I think. Peter Gilmore and Mandy Summers, of course. They haven't launched it yet, but there's the sign up for Jack the Ripper, Vampire Hunter. We had Peter yesterday on for a CG horror movie club, which is a stream that we do every Tuesday. And of course, we had to pick something Jack the Ripper related, so we picked Hands of the Ripper, which is a somewhat obscure Hammer horror picture, but well worth your time.
Well, let's check in on Graham. I got Graham up. The
Graham's
ghost. Look at that.
Yeah,
777 backers. That is one lucky
perfection.
number.
Yeah, it is.
That's perfection.
It is.
Wow. Divine
Somebody's
intervention.
going to have to ruin that, though.
Nope, he's done.
Close it down.
Campaign's end. Yep, he's got 777.
Perfect. No way. Yeah. Oh, this book looks like so much fun.
Yeah.
This is right up my alley. I mean, I'm a broke ass bitch right now. I can't back anything. But once I get my next disbursement, yeah, I'm all over this.
That looks
Yeah,
great.
he's like turning old 50s sci-fi and horror films into comics. It's really kind of fun.
Oh, it's awesome. Yeah, this looks so good.
Hey, that's my coloring on the
hey, yeah.
the one. If you go back up a little bit,
Alien
that,
Alien.
that one. Yeah,
There it
Oh,
is.
that's so EC. Oh, I freaking love that.
It is.
Thanks.
It's like EC, but like also kind of like a little bit of Eric Powell.
Yeah. Yeah, good old Dan Lawlis. He's got his fingers in everybody's pie. Wait a minute.
Oh, snap.
What was
Hey,
it?
Dennis, you could share my
That's
screen.
around.
Actually, Dennis, share my screen. I got this little thing coming along here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Lilith update.
Are you guys
Wow, that
chatting?
did not take
Really? You just did
You are
this?
so fast.
Damn.
You guys are chatting. I'm withdrawn.
TCB
Right.
in a flash.
Quick Karl. He does everything fast.
Yeah, man. And good. And here's
Well,
the thing. It's
you know,
like,
this is all done. I mean, it's not real complicated. Plus, I colored her before. You know, I got like the I got the. Hang on a second.
You done the bud.
You know that one. So I got a color key to go roll with. You know, so
right. Oh, I love that cover.
so it's just it's a good start. You know, I got the basics down, and I'm gonna go back in there and try to, realistic stuff up a little bit, polish it up a little bit.
Awesome.
Nice. Wow. Just on this stream, you guys got to see that.
I
You
know.
got to see where it was just some flats, and now look at that.
Yeah.
It's come
I mean,
to
that's
life.
that's one of the things I love about draw streams is they don't do this at conventions anymore. But back in the Disney when I was a kid, we could go to the creation conventions in New York City. Like the artists that would have their back turned to you, right? They wouldn't be facing you at a table. They'd be at their drafting boards, and you could go and look over Walter Simonson's shoulder, look over George Perez's shoulder, look over Mike Zeck's shoulder, and watch them actually creating art. And whenever I see draw streams, it always kind of brings me back to that, because that's something that's missing, I think, from conventions that I wish they would bring back.
I don't remember that at all, but I didn't really go to a lot of conventions until I was much, much older, until I was a pro, because I had no access to get there. You know, I was on the West Coast.
Right.
And nothing cool was ever happening on the West Coast. It was always on these big East Coast cons.
Yeah. That's and I grew up like 50 minutes outside of the city, so it was always a short bus ride.
Oh, gentlemen, I hate to, because your numbers are getting low here, but I gotta dip out.
We're good, brother. I'm gonna have to peace out soon too.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, with that being said, we were so close. Look at all those likes. Dan did it.
Damn.
100 likes. Love it. Love it. Guys, we were close. I'm going to do a quick show. We'll go through a couple of these again, and then I think we'll peace out. And let me do Windows, and let's share Aaron.
Yeah.
Guys, Aaron's got 11 days. He wants to catch Rini, so make sure you back it.
That's right. We got a playing card coming once we hit 120. So
shot glass. Oh man,
I know that shot glass. That just looks cool. They both do.
Does.
I like the shot glasses.
It's all about drinking.
Yeah, boy.
Still love that cover. Hats.
Yeah.
Oh,
and then the Biz. Come on.
Sure.
91 claimed already. Plus, I'm assuming all the ones you did a secret tier for that, right?
Yeah, it's like around 300.
Okay. That's kind of what I was figuring. That looks way too low for that cover.
And I've sold like about 80 some of those Keown shirts, which shouldn't come as a surprise. So those are going well. The other shirts are doing okay, but not like the Dale's Bloody Werewolf shirt. So
yeah, That is the bomb of a shirt.
Yeah, it is.
The Wraith of God T-shirt. Plus, for those of us that need plus sizes,
That's
what a
right. I'm
great
there
shirt.
for you all the way up to 4X. So
I know. And
Oh,
then I'll
nice.
get them, and I can cut the sleeves off. Life is good.
what a barbarian you are.
I know.
Well, now-
we were just talking for my 2-week trip here. I might actually have to pack a shirt or two with sleeves on it. You never know if we wind up going into a fancy place in Boston or something like that.
That's right.
And they'll say to me, "Sir, do you have a suit and tie?" No. Do you at least have sleeves? That I can help you with.
Live sleeveless and free. I will have some original art perks coming up here pretty soon too. In the next
nice. So
week.
it looks like you sold off everything else.
Yep.
And this is still going to be in demand for a while, I hope, right?
Of course.
Good.
Hey Dennis, can you show my screen for a second?
Yep.
There is a little something I'm working on, top secret.
Oh.
Oh,
It's just
Private
a rough
American.
sketch. I literally did this last night. Mike Barron asked me, Dan, can you do a cover? So it's Private American.
Ooh, nice.
Love me some Mike. Love me some Mike Barron, who is, by the way, a very big Six Gun Gorilla fan and referred to the book as majestic. I geeked out with that, man, because I grew up, reading his stuff in high school, and
He's old. He's epically old.
Well, if any of you guys caught my stream yesterday, well, we did our comics haul. I did pick up the magazine size Nexus 1 and 2, but I couldn't find a 3 there because,
Was this at your LCS?
No, we were at Frega, Rini, Andy, I, and Bud. We were all down in SC Comic Con Junior.
Oh, that's right.
On
Okay.
Sunday. Well,
Yeah,
of
yeah,
course, I'm going shopping. So I, there was lots of good stuff I wound up picking up. And I even picked up 2 through 12 of the Innovation Lost in Space series, but I couldn't find a 1 anywhere. So anyway, that'll be my next one to pick up.
That looks like a jacked Freddie Mercury, taking out some of his aggression.
Right, I was thinking that.
Well, he does. The character does have a look of that sort.
Yeah.
Another one bites the dust, man.
Another one
How come I
bites the
didn't have
dust.
more number 1 hits?
That should be the theme song, and they played that in the
Yeah,
trailer.
just put a word balloon up there, or a burst that says another one bites the dust.
So now here's the character. He does kind of look like that.
Yeah, he could.
He's got a little Freddie Mercury in him.
Yeah. Well, you gave him a little bit more hair up top, so I like that look. So you should. That's what gives him that kind of that extra little Freddyism is that the hair from.
Yeah. I mean, this is of course just a sketch. So I literally got this assignment last night. I sketched it out, and then I got it approved. So now I got to go in there and just do it because we have a week to do it. So
come on, quit screwing around, Dan.
So
Beautiful work, dude.
Yeah, that looks awesome.
Yeah,
That'll
man.
be a big seller for him.
Yeah,
Without
so
a doubt.
hopefully,
Without a doubt. Love Mike to bits.
Yeah, I of course I drew Mike's Two-Fisted Manly Tales story in the.
Oh, Gurkha on a train.
No, well, no, it was one in the bar scene. What was it? Nate Lemon. It's called Nate Lemon.
Oh, okay.
With the cowboy with the guitar.
Yeah, I did do the cover. Yeah, for one of the covers, anyways, alternate covers with the Kabam cover.
For some reason, I was thinking that Mike did the Gurkha on a
The
train.
Boeing cover. Yeah. Anyways,
Nice.
so
that just looks great.
kind of fun, man.
Beautiful, dude.
All right,
And
dude.
you guys are talking about campaigns, and I'm just like, I'm trying. I don't know. I can't think of any. I'm like,
Whoa. Did Mike say it's okay, or did
no,
we
he
just...
did not.
Oh, wow. Look at you, Dan. You're just ruining everything.
He's
my
like an
dog-
8th degree black belt, right?
Yeah.
My dog is going to whiz on the floor if I don't get him out.
This is it.
All right.
It's like
Okay,
See you guys. See you,
Take care,
Dan.
brother.
Dennis,
we'll see,
Brian.
man.
Later,
later,
Aaron.
Aaron.
Yeah, seriously, Mike could maybe dislocate your shoulder for this.
Yeah. Well, see, you got to know the right people. See, that's the you're not every stream where you're going to see this stuff on you. You
You
gotta
know,
come on
right?
Dennis and Andy's stream, and then you got it.
Yeah, baby.
So I'll
Yeah,
have
baby.
I'll have to put down in the description. Dan Lawlis blows off blows us all away with Private American Secret Sketch. Bam! There it is.
Awesome.
The internet goes on fire. And then Baron shows
my
up
phone
at
starts
Dan's
ringing.
house.
My phone starts ringing with Mike Barron. What the hell you think you're doing?
It's like, I'm going to come see you.
Very cool. Well, it looks great. Dojo Kun got another backer, so he's 94% of the way there.
Booyah.
So, guys, the DNA bump has been working. We just need to get that over it just a little bit more. And speaking of which, there's the link to Mike Barron. Look at that. There's the 6-gun gorilla. And to tell him that Mike Barron sent you.
Right, but don't tell my shoulder's covered. That's
just
keep it our little secret.
Just point it out and say everybody tune to the 5-hour and 12-minute mark of the show.
I better take it down then. Oh shit! I gotta narrow that window.
Hopefully, he'll let you off with maybe a punch to the solar plexus.
Yeah,
not dislocate your knee or something.
Yeah,
you don't want to make Pac-Man angry.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he can be scary. He's like a Hulk. He don't like anything.
All right, let's see. We got the Blood Hunters. Yeah. Well, good luck. I hope you have to let us keep us posted on these 6-gun gorilla. I really enjoyed your other stuff, so I really hope that you're able to smack this. But let us know what you think of Zoop once you finish it, because
that's the plan.
Everybody's kind of looking, so
I know. That's why I'm there.
Do I wear shorts in the winter? Yes.
I tell you, it's now a Zoop. They handle everything. Is that it? Kind of thing?
Well, it depends. If you're like a former industry pro or something like that, they take care of fulfillment and everything for you. I submitted my book, right, because I'm still a pleb, and I'm going to be responsible for fulfillment, which is actually a good thing because then people, you're going to get your books. I fulfilled on 5 campaigns. I'm going to fulfill on this one too. So I've got a track record. I like to think that counts for something anyway.
Yeah. But also,
when you finish this up, are you going to launch it on another platform and cross-platform it, or
eventually, but probably not for a while. So this, everybody, if you want, this is going to be the entire 10-issue Long Days of Vengeance arc in one volume. This is your chance to get it. Now is the time to back it. And there's going to be, if I do it on another, like an IGG or Kickstarter, it's also going to probably have a different cover or something like that. It's going to be a different book, because that's the thing is I always like each campaign to kind of have something that's unique to it, something that's a campaign exclusive.
Gotcha. I'm going to pull this up 1 second, just so
I think one of the things too, Brian, is the personal touch of fulfilling it yourself is kind of nice too. I think the backers like that, coming from you,
Well, yeah, and also if somebody has a problem with their order, they'd let me know, right? Yeah. Or in this case, for instance, like with my last campaign, I was late on some stuff, right? Preston Acevedo, the artist that I'm working with, who's just an incredible artist, also just a gentleman, right? Awesome guy. His house got destroyed during a storm because he lives in Louisiana, and so the people who backed the original art tiers, they got their stuff late. But you know what he did? He sent me extra pages. So then it's just okay, well, you're getting your original art. It's late, but tell you what, to make it up to you, here's 2 pages of original art. People or I ran out of books. I had to reorder. So some people were waiting an extra month for their book. Well, here's an extra book. I always throw something extra in there. And that's that personal touch. That's what you get with Comicsgate. That's what you get when you back from us. If you have a problem with your order, you take it up directly with us, and we take care of it.
Yeah,
first.
I like that. I mean, the whole thing is personal. On this YouTube, talking to the customers directly.
Yes,
we get inspired to do good work because they're right there. They can say, "Hey, I don't like that," So
yeah. And I've just been really blessed. I'm incredibly lucky because you put your work out there. You don't know if people are going to vibe with it or not. Everybody who reads this book loves it. I can honestly say that without boasting. Everybody who reads this book loves it, and they always find it engaging in an emotional way that they hadn't expected.
Yeah, well, it's just a gorilla with 6 guns.
Yeah, it's a revenge western with a gorilla.
It does sell itself a little bit there. Yeah,
yeah. I would think, right?
Yeah.
And what's my elevator pitch? A very big ape with very big guns, blowing very big holes in very bad people. And there's a trailer down there too, also.
That's a fun concept. I mean, who would? That's a fun read, and that's where like the comic book industry right now is abandoned fun.
Yes.
And have declared war on fun.
Yes, they have.
And so, but it's terrible. But at the same time, this is wonderful because it's opening
we have
the
this
door
opportunity
for us individual creators to actually create our own things. It's like a gift from Marvel and DC. I hate to say it.
It is. I mean, how many of us grew up like dreaming of working at Marvel or DC, right?
Yeah.
And now we're doing our own thing, and we're kind of looking over at Marvel and DC, and they're like these burning ships that are sinking into the sea, and we're kind of like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, they're like they're dying.
And it's sad. Yeah, and it's.
But the sad part is they know they're dying, but they don't care.
Yes.
There will be no caring until the shareholders rise up and say, "You guys are screwing up the company. We're going to sue you because you're mismanaging the company so badly." And until that happens, they're going to be like, "Okay, we don't care. We have an agenda." And we just want to put out good books.
Well, the activists get in there, and I think it's a scorched earth policy. They don't care. They're happy to burn it to the ground.
Yep, that's why they're there.
It's like, all right, well, again, we actually, the independent people do benefit because we can now come along and actually get attention because people are going to look for something fun and entertaining. And then they, like I say, they can talk to us and say, "Oh, you guys are normal, somewhat."
As a comic book creator can be.
This is the conversation we were having the other night, right? If you take a look at me, Aaron picks on me because I am a super nerd. I get that. I don't disagree with him. Right. But I'm also the prime person that you want to be a part of it, because if it's a good movie, I don't go, Star Trek II, Wrath of Khan, I just saw it again in the theaters, right? Even though it's been out for decades. I don't go to the theater once to see it. I go 2, 3, 4 times, and I bring friends with me every single time.
There it is.
I then turn around and buy it in my case, VHS, Laserdisc, DVD,
Blu-ray,
4K, and now 4K Director's Cut.
Wow.
I turn around and wind up buying figures for all my stuff. I wind up buying the starships. I buy the toys, and then I buy those really big, expensive starships that my wife hates that I can spend hundreds of dollars on. And yet, I am the person that they have the most disdain for because I enjoy the old property and I want them to be successful and put out good stuff. I am now the enemy. So it makes no sense from a business perspective that you're the type of person we want to alienate. So look, y'all know I'm an X-Men fan.
Me too.
I have collected every X title out there, every issue for 45 years. For me to walk away from all Marvel and DC titles, it had to be bad. And I got picked on a lot in the stream over the last year. Dennis will never walk away. Dennis will never walk away. And I had that red line in the sand. And X-Men Green was that red line in the sand, and they crossed it. And I can no longer give my money to somebody that's no longer worthy of it. I would much rather spend my money on Six Gun Gorilla or Private American or any of the titles that we've talked today, because not only is there a personal interaction, it's good quality story, fantastic artwork, and we all care about the books. We listen to the fans. We want the feedback. And even if this first one isn't a home run, it'll at least be a double or a triple, and we're going to improve on it next time. And that's just it. You guys will let us know, give us the feedback, and it will be positive, and it'll be better each and every time.
You know, Dennis
There it
was unbelievably frustrated. From I was in the in comics from 87 to 97. At the end of that 10 years, I was so frustrated because I got in to do great comics. I really wanted to do really good stuff, and there just isn't time. And that's what I learned is and do a monthly book. I just can't do it. You need a couple of months to do a really good book. And it's just so that's what this is allowing as well. This is why I think it's the future of comics. It's going to explode. We're going to see the best comics we've ever seen ever in the history of comics. Because if you can do a comic, and some of these guys, they're taking a year to do it. That's kind of the European model.
Yes,
it's just you can mint the baby out. You can make this thing just as good as you can make it.
Right.
And so we're going to see great comics. It's going to take a little longer to get them sometimes, but it's going to be worth it because eventually this library of good books will build up and more people will be doing it this way. I think the Marvel method is the Marvel DC comics are just because they can't promote their artists because the artists will then just go to become independent. So they're in a rock and a hard place. They can't, there's no way they can, it's doomed,
This is why they get their writers off of Twitter and their artists off of Tumblr now. And you got that shitty Tumblr art, which is just hideous, right? And the people that are making this stuff, they hate you. They hate you, and they let you know.
They really do, yeah.
They hate your guts. We hate your guts, right? Our books, they're passion projects.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
They're passion projects.
Absolutely.
And we love our fans, and we love our backers because they're actually enabling us to make our dreams come true.
Yeah.
Yep. And I know it's called the European model, but I really think it is the best way right now.
I agree.
We've been so used to getting our floppies every week. I mean, I went to the comic shop today.
I know.
Matter of fact,
it's a ritual.
There's my box of books that I just bought today. So I will be unpacking and putting them in my database and then finding some time to read a few of them at least. But we're so used to getting them and, well, the books need to come out. And if they don't come out exactly in a month, then we're upset because Batman's late or X-Men's late or Avengers are late or whatever. This way, instead of putting out a rush project that we're upset the comics are coming damaged nowadays, now we can put out one really good book, put your time on it, and it's not a comic. It's really, most of them are graphic novels.
Yes.
So you get a self-contained, really nice story that you can, it may take 9 months to a year to put out or so, but when you get it, you feel like, wow, that was worth the wait.
You know what's fun too, guys, is it's always fun to get something in the mail. And when you see that package and you open up, it's a real thrill, So these comics coming right to your door. What a great thing,
So we were on the other night and mail came and I'm like, oh my God. I didn't even realize that because, of course, Andy got his first. Even though mine was mailed first, I have the worst mail. But, man, as soon as this came, I sat here and I'm like, I need time to read this.
Oh, did you get the one with my cover?
I got this one. That's the only one I got on this first round.
Okay.
I was going to say what was on there because, these were all the extras. I literally opened it up, and I haven't even had a chance because we have been so busy trying to get this stuff done.
Because I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it personally yet.
No, me neither.
Yeah. So I'll open it because I literally, I showed it the other day when I got it.
I haven't seen how it looks in print yet. But.
So and this turned out to be a hardcover, and it had the gloss on it, so you can see the spot varnish.
I didn't know that was hardcover. Damn.
Yes. Well, that was a stretch. If I remember right, it was a stretch goal, and he either made it or was really close to it, so he decided to go ahead and do it.
I don't know if the one that I did is hardcover though. Well, with my cover on it, I don't know.
Okay.
I can't remember.
I don't know either.
Beautiful. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, and like I said, 100 big pages. The hardcover, this was $50. Anyway, this is awesome. And it's worth it in the end. It really is. It is worth it. So,
you can have now a library of books on your shelf if someone actually put some time and effort into it.
Yes.
Took their time.
Yeah.
Wrote a good story, slaved over it, and and now it's not, because otherwise it's just paper, just
right. So
I would say that
I've got
some
the
of these comics now
omnibuses and stuff like that. So I've got my role playing, my omnibuses, and then I've got some of my trades. So I think I'm gonna have to find more room because I'm gonna need one just for these, because I actually have short boxes of just CG books, and it's short boxes. These will probably fill it now.
When I was in comics and I was on Marvel's free list for a short period of time, I was getting all these comics and stuff. Some of it was just so bad, I literally threw it out. I'm not that not that I couldn't sell it. I didn't want any, but I just didn't think anybody would deserve to read this. Like I just thought, this is just junk. They're not even trying anymore. I don't even want a kid to read it. It belongs in the trash. That's how bad I felt about it. Like, it was awful. But I mean, I kept some of the good stuff, but
yeah,
it's depressing too. It's depressing because it's people just putting out work that's just hack work.
Yeah,
there's no passion or joy there.
Yeah,
it's an industry money machine. It's what it is. It's just a churn now. And the thing is, when we talk to all the creators that have walked away, that's really what they're saying. They're like, we want to do a good job. You don't give us the time or resources anymore to do it. You know what? And we can just go ahead and do it ourselves.
Hey, Joshua said he got the Lawlis, and it's hardcover. Okay, awesome.
Oh, there it is.
Nice.
Yes. Very cool. So that means
nice.
he must have stretched it. So all of them must have went to hardcover.
I think maybe that's it. They're all hardcover. A little confession here. I actually didn't buy it because okay. So I'm hoping I get a free copy.
Is it in demand?
Well, I don't know. I don't think so. Anyways, but the thing is though, I can only buy so many comics. Like, I can't even buy my own comics. So I'm backing a lot of these books, but I can't even back my own books. So
I know it's bad. Yeah. No, I mean, there's so many books that I wanted to back. I wish I could back. I just can't afford to do that right
Okay,
now.
so I will say this without cutting, and I'll give you guys an example. So I used to leave every week, right? And I average anywhere from $100 to $170 a week in comics from my local comic shop. So it was always kind of nice. Well, this is my entire stack, so it's a good stack. So while it's a few books, it's nothing like what I was getting. And I got this because it's a Perillo cover. And I mean, my Lucio Perillo, I get any cover he puts out just for the same. I don't even care what book it is. I love his artwork, so I will get his cover just because it's a cover. Seven Sons is almost, done. That was interesting. Battle Cats, for anybody who like Thundercats, there's your new kind of ripoff, but it's kind of fun. Again, it was just kind of a fun story. Notice, all independents. Erratic, this is all part of the AWA. This is the Upshot stuff. There's another AWA book that I'm getting.
Nice.
Halloween Party. So Halloween Party is an Image book. Image is, at least there's an outlet for other independents to do it, but you guys know the Image model. It's not sustainable.
Yeah.
So I picked up another one.
Did you ever watch the Bob Layton interview on the Baron Earls show?
No.
It's a great interview. Go to Mike Barron and Jess Earls have a show, a YouTube show, and they interview Bob Layton, and he just talks about the numbers. He said, "These guys, this stuff is just not sustainable. They can't do it. They're not.
Right.
They can't be making any money.
No, the money is all coming from Funko Pops.
Yeah,
and that crap. The comics,
it's
if anything,
licensing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So the question is, if it's not a sustainable format like DC right now, there's all the talk that DC is going to give up its license. Is Todd McFarlane going to take over the comics? I mean, there's a lot of rumors and innuendos about that. But if it's not, why would DC even be around, and why would AT&T keep them? Well, the only reason is for their IP, so that they can make movies and sell toys.
Yep. Yeah.
Right.
All that stuff. I mean, you see kids running all over the place with Superman, Spider-Man T-shirts and stuff. All that stuff is that's massive, But the funny thing is, if they're not careful, they could ruin those IPs, and all of a sudden, those kids don't want those shirts anymore.
Right.
Right.
Well, and that's what's happening. Look what happened to Scooby-Doo. We were just talking about it.
Yeah.
With that new trailer that if you guys haven't seen, go watch the new trailer. I mean, Velma not only is a lesbian now, they race swapped her, and Shaggy they did too, and they even changed his name to what was it? Norval. That's
his
what
actual
it is.
name.
Because Scooby doesn't even exist. Daphne's Asian, and I'm like, really, you guys? It is one of the worst trailers, and they literally in the first 20 seconds poke fun of all of us because look at what you expect it to be, and I'm like, wow, could you piss off anybody more? Because I loved Scooby-Doo growing up, and I mean, Scooby-Doo was my era as a kid, in the 60s and 70s, and I don't ever need to buy a Shaggy again. I don't, and a Scooby or anything. Same thing. I've got nieces and nephews and stuff. Nope. If this is what you guys are doing,
they did the same thing.
I don't need it.
They ruined Buzz Lightyear.
Think about this. Think about
franchise.
This.
We went and saw that.
Think about this, right? It's like little kid puts on a Superman costume. Hey, I'm Superman. Superman's gay, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we just had to break the news. We were in a conversation with friends, and we were like, because they were like, wait a minute, I just heard that Superman was like anally raped for months out in outer space. They're like, come on, it's bullcrap. I'm like, nope, happened. There's no way. Yep. So you're saying DC let them do it? Not only that, they gave them their blessing. They greenlit it, and they're like, I mean, there was absolute shock that anything, even if they don't overtly show it,
you got raped with a piece of rebar.
Innuendo in your face on it. It's just like, oh my God, you've literally destroyed another superhero.
See, that's the funny thing. As they go through these characters and they wreck every one of them with completely obnoxious storylines, you start kind of looking, going, was Superman ever really that great? Or was Batman really ever that great?
Right?
Maybe
we thought they were a little greater than they were, and you start questioning whether you actually
that's the point, though.
Like the character.
That's the point. They're undermining American masculinity because remember, masculinity is toxic now.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Well, somebody just asked me about my X-Men. Do you miss it? No, I honestly don't, because I don't like. I just saw what they are doing in the next iteration to some of my characters, and I'm like, nope. I'm done. I don't even want to know. I will go back to the Cochran and Byrne and Claremont stuff. Yep. And you know what? I'll keep reading that stuff over. I'll go back to the old Stan Lee stuff and the earlier. I'll go back and read all of my stuff. But this new stuff, I'm done as far as I'm concerned. It's not X-Men. It ended years ago, and that's just the way I have to look at it.
Yeah. I was a hardcore X-Men fan as a kid. And I pieced out a long time ago.
So give you an idea what we were just talking about. I ordered, my wife's not happy, but I ordered that new $1,000 Jean Grey sideshow quarter-size statue that's got Jean Grey in the front and then the Phoenix in the back. So it's basically like a dual statue.
Oh, that's badass.
And I don't know where I'm putting that over there. I have to find room. So I've got to do some reworking of all my statues. But seriously, I spend that kind of money on property. But after these, because I already had ordered it, right? Once all that stuff's done, I won't be buying any more of it. No toys, no nothing. So they lost another big fan. And again, they don't care.
No, they don't care. No. They're all they care about are the new fans. And guess what? They're going to lose them eventually too. And then who's going to be left?
Yeah. You mean the new fans that don't actually buy the comics, that actually pirate everything, download and read it, and then criticize?
Yep.
Yeah, that, again, as a business concept, none of them must have taken Business 101, because obviously they teach you that in school. That's what you want. It's called capitalism. You want to make money. The more money you make, the more money you can reinvest into it and make it a better property.
Yes.
Nope, we're done with that.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna get rolling. I'm gonna get some food in me, man.
Yeah, I'm going to call it 2 guys. Everybody, we love the fact that you've actually spent 5 hours and 36 minutes of your life with us to talk. We really appreciate it. Kor-Drath, we're only a couple backers away. So before I go to bed tonight, spread the word. Let's get this over 60,000 so we can get that tier unlocked.
Wraith of God.
Aaron, yeah, I was going to say, let's just see if Aaron, Wraith of God, he's still doing incredible well. I do want to just quick look up, and 94% there for Dojo Kun, so almost there. And we definitely want to get close to Gorilla.
Dennis, we're getting as close to it with Black Terror, Von Klaus' Black Terror. I got a print in there, but they don't get it until they reach the I think it's 80Ks. We're getting pretty close, but anyways, that one worked out pretty well.
Awesome.
Excellent.
Awesome.
Excellent.
Thank you so much for having me on, by the way, fellas.
Thank you once again, Brian. It was good seeing you again. Dan, as always. Now I'm dying to see Lilith. I'm just dying to see. And who would have thought of all the characters that I said there remain? Lilith, of all of them, was going to be the character everybody, other than Kor-Drath, they want to know about Lilith. So, hey, keep it up.
Yeah,
everybody's loving it.
Yep.
Oh, they're asking, do you guys know of any other streams going on?
Oh, yeah, there should be.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, and Charlie's, I think, is just went to one. So.
Oh yeah, she did. So anyway, guys, great seeing everybody. Thanks
Peace and love, everybody.
Peace out. Live long and prosper.
Thanks. We'll see you guys.